Hi, I'm Don, and this is The Hobbyist Geek. Welcome to the Friday feature, where we revisit all of those wonderful projects that started it all, that started this channel off. And the best part is those long, multi-part builds that we've got, well, I've compiled them all into a single huge video so you can watch the entire project start to finish. I thoroughly enjoyed the nostalgia and the look back, and I hope you will too. And now, on to today's build.
Oh boy, do we have something special for you guys today. We are starting off our very first series of videos, and we're doing it in style by building the Deagostini R2-D2. For those of you unfamiliar with what a subscription build is, they're very highly detailed models that come in weekly installments that include one magazine and one set of parts. So we'll be launching a video every week to cover each and every issue for you. As this is the first one, we get a little something special, a poster that details what the final product is going to be and just how big it is. While we won't always cover what's in the magazines, they do include a lot of information for those wanting to learn more about the Star Wars universe and how R2-D2 was designed. This also includes information on modern-day robotics and all of the advances we have discovered thus far. When building any model, it's always good to make sure you have all of the tools you'll need. In my case, an Orion magnetic driver kit. I will put a link to this in the description for you. Some crazy glue, brush application, a pair of scissors, and some tweezers with very small needle-like tips. Here are the parts for this issue. We have primary photoreceptor faceplate, right shoulder plate, some screws, a processor state indicator faceplate, processor indicator lens, LED cluster for processor state indicator, LED cluster mounting, LED cluster power lead. These will be the only parts we actually assemble in this issue, with the remaining parts being used in issues down the road. To begin, we're going to want to take the mounting plate and the LED cluster. We're going to fit them together just like so, making sure that these screw holes match the screw holes in the mounting plate. We'll take our screws out of the bag. And now we screw the cluster into the mounting plate. I'm using a J0 size tip for these particular screws. And you want to do this very carefully and do not over tighten them, or you could crack the mounting or the LED cluster plate. Now you may notice I'm not tightening them all the way on the first go, just enough to keep the plate in place while I place the rest of the screws. We'll go back and make sure they're tight later. All right. And there we have it. Step 1 and 2 completed. Now you'll want to take your power lead. The screwdriver doesn't want to stay where it goes. untangle it. And stretch it out. You want to make sure to take the smaller end of the two and you plug it in just like so. And now your LED cluster is ready for installation. And there you have it, everyone. Issue 1 of the Deagostini R2-D2 is complete. We do have a few extra parts here that I cannot wait to install in issues down the road. Oh man, I'm so looking forward to having this thing done. If you enjoyed this video, please remember to like and share, subscribe, and hit that little notification bell so you'll know every time we launch a new one. We'll see you next week. Today we have the next issue of the Deagostini R2-D2. And as you can see from the parts, we're going to start building his leg. So why don't we get right on that? Okay, so these are the parts that we got with this particular issue. We have the stabilizer, 2 lubrication fittings, a hydraulic arm coupler with cap, hydraulic arm piston, hydraulic arm shaft, and the right leg outer plate. In addition, we're going to need some screws and the right shoulder plate from issue 1. Let's get started on the assembly. To begin, we're going to take the right shoulder plate and the stabilizer. We're going to put them together like that, making sure the small end goes towards the top. Then we flip it over. We get our screwdriver, and again, I am using the J0 tip from the Orion driver kit. And we want to tighten those in there. Nice and easy. Most of these parts are plastic, so please make sure not to over tighten or you could crack the plastic. All right. And there we go. It's a little loose, so I'm going to tighten it just a little more. There we go. Nice and tight. The next step is to take these lubrication fittings and we'll put both of them into these holes one at a time. Now if you'll notice, the end is keyed, so it needs to go in a very specific way so that it doesn't keep popping out or twist around when you're tightening the screw. Just like the stabilizer, I'll screw this in nice and tight, but not too tight. And we do the same for the other. All right, and that is the right shoulder plate completed. For the next step, we're going to take the right leg outer plate and we're going to install the hydraulic arm shaft. And that is going to go right there, just like so. much like before, we're going to want to screw this in. Tight, but not too tight. This one's a little more problematic to hold in place. So I'm going to put in both screws without tightening them all the way, just to hold it in place. And then we'll tighten the screws right up. And there we have it, nice and tight. Next, you want to take the cap, little piece there, and the hydraulic arm coupler, and you're going to want to use a little super glue. Now I get the brush application to make it a little easier to apply. Just a dab of it. And we push it right on in. And then we'll hold it long enough to let it dry. Oh, it looks like we missed a little step. What we'll be doing is putting the hydraulic arm piston onto the hydraulic arm shaft. As you can see, it is keyed. So all we need is a little spot of glue. Put that right there. And we will slide the two pieces together and hold them long enough to let them dry. Alright, that should be enough time to dry. For the last step, we're going to be applying this here using just a little bit of super glue. A little dab on either side. And just be on the safe side. And put some in here too. We'll slide it in place. And then we just have to let it dry. If you want a better idea of what the final product will look like, you can take the shoulder plate and just place it on top. Give you an idea of what it'll look like. Alright, and there you have it. Issue 2 is complete, and you can see the leg is coming along nicely. Man, this is really exciting. I can't wait. If you enjoyed this video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and hit that little notification bell so you'll always know when we release a new one. We'll see you next week. Today we're moving on with issue 3 of the Deagostini R2-D2. I have a small set of parts here. Let's get to it. Alright, here are the parts we received with today's issue. We have the right leg outer casing, primary photoreceptor extension, primary photoreceptor lens, and the control circuit board with test buttons. In addition, you'll need these parts from issues 1 and 2. Alright, we will not be permanently assembling any of the parts today, but we are test assembling them to make sure that everything is a good fit. We'll begin with the right leg outer casing and the leg assembly from issue 2. You slide the piece directly in like this, lining up the pins with the holes on the leg assembly. Be careful not to foul this piece. Look at that. That looks incredible. Moving on, we want to take the photoreceptor lens and the lens assembly. We're just going to slide it in with the round part facing out. Now this does have protective plastic on it. I don't want to take that off right now. Might get fingerprints on the lens. And until we're ready to permanently assemble it, I don't really see why we should. But look at that. That's going to be incredible. Now we can take the extender and we slide it in like this with this plate facing in to go into that slot. It just slides in nice and neat. And there you have it. Looks like we've got a good test fit on all of this. The last item is a test circuit board. And we're going to need a power supply to go with this. But in the meantime, we can take the LEDs from issue 1 and plug them in to this one here that is labeled out. The port is keyed, so you can't put it in wrong. Be gentle though, you don't want to break anything. And there we go. And now all we need is a power supply and we're ready to test the LEDs. Alright, and there you have it. That was a very short issue where unfortunately we didn't permanently assemble anything, but we did get some incredible pieces that we'll be using down the road. I hope you enjoyed it. If so, please click like, share, subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to hit that notification bell so you'll always know when we release a new video. See you next week. Today we're going to be continuing our R2-D2 build with issue 4. We have our part set here, so let's get started. Alright, these are the parts that we've received for this particular issue. Looks like we've got another small one here. We have a battery box, a leg pivot cover, and a right ankle plate. You'll also need the leg assembly and the LED assembly from the previous issues. To begin, we'll take the leg assembly and the leg pivot cover. You'll want to align the pieces just like so. You can see you've got the little catches, the little hooks here, and they'll go in right in those places. You slide it in just like so, and then twist it so that it locks in place. Nice and neat. Next up, you'll want to take the right ankle plate. You've got the 2 pins here. I'm going to go right into those 2 holes, just like so. Now this is a test fit and will not be permanently assembled in this issue. But there we go. This leg is coming along nicely. Next up, you've got your battery box, and you'll want to install 3 AAA batteries. And close up the cover. Screw it back in place. Make sure your battery pack is in the off position. Take your test circuit board and your lead. This is a keyed lead, and it'll go into the power plug. Be careful not to snap or break anything, and just slide it in until it clicks in place. Now we can test our LEDs by turning on the battery pack. Now, look at that. Ah, yes. How awesome is that? And there you have it. Issue 4 is complete. Not too much this issue, and I'm really looking forward to permanently assembling all of these items. But in the meantime, I got a little something to play with. If you enjoyed this video, remember to like, share, and subscribe, and hit that little notification bell so you always know when we upload a new one. See you next week. Today we're going to be continuing our R2 build with issue 5. We've got our part set right here. So let's get started. Alright, so here are the components we received in this week's issue. We have the dome top plate, bearing retainer, the dome frame, and several screws and nuts. We will not be needing any of the pieces from previous issues for today. Alright, we're going to begin with these parts and 2 of the shorter silver screws. You take this and your bearing and just slide it in nice and straight, just like so. Take your bearing retainer and line it up with these screw holes here. And then use the 2 shorter silver screws to permanently affix the retainer. And by extension, fix the bearing in place. Alright. For the next step, you want to take this and this. And this piece has, I don't know if you can see it, there's a little arrow embedded in it. And there's a little arrow on this piece. You'll want to line those up, just like so. Alright, at this point, you'll want to take one of the little nuts and slide it into the hole here. It is keyed, so it should be easy to slide in. And take one of the longer silver screws, holding this in place. Go screw it right into the nut. Nice and tight. There we go. Then we repeat it in the other hole. And there you have it. That is all for issue 5. Now you may be wondering, what do I do with all these extra screws? Well, I found that a simple monthly pill planner is a great way to store excess screws and nuts. As you can see, you can keep everything nice and separate and organized, and you won't lose any. So there you have it, issue 5 complete. We're starting to build the dome. That is exciting stuff right there. If you like this video, remember to like, share, subscribe to the channel, and hit that little notification bell so you always know when we have a new video. We'll see you next week. Today we're going to be continuing our R2 build with issue 6. We've got our parts, so let's get started. Alright, here are the components for this particular issue. We have the LCD screen power lead, the LCD housing, LCD inner frame, the LCD itself, and the mounting bracket. In addition, you'll need 4 screws from previous issues, as well as your battery pack and your test circuit board. Alright, to begin, we'll take this piece. Notice that there's a longer tab on one end than the other. And this piece, and it's hard to see on the camera, but there's a little arrow in there. That's where the longer tab goes. You just fit this in, just like so. And let it click in place. Then you'll take your LCD screen, and there is some protective film on this, so we're going to want to take that off. And we'll place it right in there. There's a little notch here, and another one here to help it line up properly. There's a third one over on this side. Then you'll want to take your mounting bracket. You'll notice the notch goes where the power lead is, just like so. Now that we've got everything all nice and lined up, we're going to want to screw it in place using the 4 screws from the previous issue. Remember not to tighten it too much. You don't want to crack the plastic or the LCD. I always go for opposing corners when tightening these to keep it in place while I tighten the rest of the screws. Look at that, nice and tight. That is what it's going to look like once it's all assembled. Now let's get that power lead in there. Your power lead has a small end and a large end. The small end will go in here, and note that it only fits in one direction. So we'll snap it in place, just like so. Now, let's give it a test run. So we'll take the larger one, put it into our test circuit board here. Turn on our battery pack. Let's take a look. Ah, look at that. Look at that. That is incredible. That is going to look awesome. All right. So that is issue 6 completed. And we have a nice little light up new toy for us to play with while we wait for the next issue. If you enjoyed this video, remember to like and share, subscribe to the channel, and hit that notification bell so you always know when we have a new video. We'll see you next week. Today we're going to be continuing our R2 build with issue 7. We've got our parts, so let's get started. Alright, here are the components we receive in this issue. We've got 2 dome frame pieces, a hinge that comes in 2 parts, and a number of pieces listed as leg detail. We've also got some more nuts and screws that are the same as what we received in previous issues. So I'm actually not going to open these. I'm going to use the ones that we got before. Okay, to begin, we're going to take the dome assembly from the previous issues and one of the new dome mounts. I'll just slide it in. And you notice I've got 4 nuts and 4 screws from the previous issue. I'm going to put this together exactly the same way we did the last one. Go. Now these dome mounts are identical, so it doesn't matter which one goes where, just so long as they are placed in the locations I'm showing. We'll do the same for the last one. All right, and there you have this week's dome assembly complete. Now we're going to move on to the leg detail. All right, so we've got our leg detail pieces here. And I've taken 2 of the silver screws from before, though you can use the ones from this issue as well. The instructions are a little unclear as to whether or not you use the dark screws or the silver screws. I'm going to use the silver screws, and hopefully that will work. To begin, take one of these, and you've got your ring. You slide it right on. Then you take your cap. You note that it's keyed with these little tabs on either side, and there are holes, or more like slots, on there. You want to line it up to match that. And you hold it tight, take one of your screws, and you slide it into that hole right there in the middle. I don't know if you can see that. And we'll want to screw it in nice and tight. There we go. Seems to have done it. One complete. And now we just repeat that for the second one. Alright. And there you go. 2 leg detail pieces complete. And there we have it. Issue 7 is complete. A couple of leg detail pieces. And some more of the dome. I can't wait to get some more of this put together. Alright, if you like this video, remember to like and share and subscribe, and hit that little notification bell so you always know when we have a new one. We'll see you next week. Today we're continuing the R2 model with issue 8. We've got our parts, so let's get to it. So here are the components that we received with this issue. We've got 2 dome frames, right ankle detail, couple of ring frames, and a ring frame connector. We are also going to need several parts from previous issues, and we'll get into those as we go through the next steps. Okay, for this first part, we're going to be extending the head chassis, and you're going to need 4 more nuts and 4 more screws from the previous issues. And we're going to start building out in this direction. I'm going to start with this piece. It's got the circular hole in it. And we assemble it much the same way as we did with all the previous ones. Put a little nut in. And screw it down. Repeat. And do it again with the last piece. Alright, and there is the dome assembly completed up to this stage. It is looking nice. Okay, for this next section we're going to be putting together the top ring, or at least starting to. There's a couple of items with this particular stage that I wanted to discuss. First is this piece right here. It's got some writing of some sort on one side, and it's blank on the other. So, looking at the instructions, looks like we're going to be putting together with the writing side down, though it doesn't specify one way or the other. Also, the instructions say to use the silver screws, like this, that were included with issue 7. These are the long silver screws. However, when you use those, they're a little too long and they end up sticking out of the ring, whereas these shorter silver screws, which came with earlier issues, fit perfect and flush. So we're going to be using the short screws instead. To begin, we can hook these ring pieces together, just like a puzzle, and they'll just slide right in like that. the clamp is going to go underneath, just like so. And then you can take your short screws and just screw them right in from this side, like so. Okay, and you can see, nice and flush. So we'll do it again for the other side, and this step will be completed. Look at that. Nice, solid ring for the dome. All right, for this final piece, we're going to be putting together his right ankle fitting. We're going to need the ankle and 2 of the black screws from previous issues, as well as these. Now, there is a longer tab in there, and that goes in this slot, just like that. You do the same on the other side, so that the final product looks just like this. Now, you've got 4 screw bases and 4 screw holes. So you fit it all together, just like so. Nice and neat. We're going to want to screw it in. Right here. Now this is cool because these little tabs here can keep the silver pieces in place as well. And so there's your final ankle fitting. If you want, you can bring in the rest of the leg and fit it together to see what it's really going to look like in the end. And there you have it. Issue 8 is complete. We got a number of things done on the leg and a couple of different pieces on the dome. R2 is certainly coming together here. I can't wait to get to next week. If you like this video, please like it and share, subscribe to our channel, and hit that little notification bell so you always know when we have a new video. We'll see you next week. Finally! 5 long months of waiting. But Model Space has finally shipped me the next issues of the R2 build, so we can finally continue on with this. I have to admit, I actually got a little impatient. I found an incredible gentleman over in Ireland who was actually willing to give me issues 9 through 12, and I just had to pay for shipping. And of course, the next business day after I paid for the shipping, Model Space finally sent me these. Go figure. Maybe when the ones from Ireland arrive, I can pass that goodwill on to one of you. So if you find that you are missing them, issues 9 through 12, let me know in the comments, and we'll see what we can do. But in the meantime, got the parts and got the magazine, so let's finally get back to this thing. All right, so here are the parts that we have for this issue. We have a couple of ring frame connectors, the projector mount, projector pivot, projector lens and shell, as well as the dome frame and the ring frame. There are no screws, so we're going to just pull out the screws from the previous issues. All right, to begin, we're going to be completing the ring frame here, And these pieces will only fit in a specific direction here. And we'll put these assemblies together like so. And then we'll screw them in. As I recall, we had to use the short silver screws on these. So we will do so again. That's going to be 2 screws per bracket here. And well, let's get to it. Alright, look at that. Looks like this ring frame here is complete. And then we're going to set it aside for a moment and move on to the next stage, which is completing the dome frame. There's only one area left, and one more frame piece. It's going to go right in there. And we're going to have to screw this in the same way. We're going to need to put the nuts in, and as I recall, these also use the shorter silver screws. Alright, looks like I was wrong. It actually uses the long silver screws, not the short ones. So make sure that we get the correct screws in. Alright, and there we are. Dome frame complete. Now we're going to assemble the ring frame and the dome frame. Okay, you notice that 2 of these little indentations here have screw holes in them. Okay, and based on what I can see in the instructions, make sure this frame here, these frame attachments are on the bottom. These 2 screw holes will line up with this hole here. And it should snap right into place. And look at that, it does. Okay, and what we're going to be doing is we've got 12 screw holes here that are going to need nuts and then silver screws to go in from the bottom. And we'll do that 12 times all the way around. And taking a look at this, you'll notice each one of these brackets has 4 holes. Okay? The 2 on the outer edge are not the ones you want to use. It's the 2 in the middle that have these little lips around them to hold the nut in place. And this will go all the way around, all the way through. That includes on this right here. Okay? It does not specify which screws, but I'm going to be using the long silver screws. They seem to be the only ones that will go that length anyway. And there's only one type of nut anyway. So let's go ahead and get this started, and we'll go all the way around. Alright, there we go. The dome frame is complete and looking very nice. Very nice as far as I can tell. Alright. Moving on. We're now going to assemble the rear holographic projector. Now, this is going to be using 2 small black screws. And all we need to do is assemble all of the pieces in the appropriate direction. So, begin here. Just push this right on through, just like that. And this thing will come on. Somehow. I'll go through there like that. And then we've got this. That's important to note. It's going to go this way. There are arrowed recesses in the outer ring, according to the instructions. Okay, it's got to be these recesses here. And that is where these will go. Just like so. So it'll turn a little bit. Okay. Now, if we line this up and turn this here to line up the screw holes, just like that, and we will screw those puppies in. Remember, with the 2 short black screws. Alright, well, this is the assembly completed. You can see that this will turn just a little bit like that. There doesn't seem to be any rotation without this flipping out a little bit. So this is actually pretty loose. This is not actually attached. So I'm not sure why they had to slide it in to begin with. But there you have it. A rear hollow projector assembled. And there you are. Issue 9 is complete. I'm just very thankful that we finally received these pieces so we can continue the R2 build. I can't wait to get this thing moving and try to catch up. But very, very nice detail. I'm a little confused as to how this is going to attach, but I'm sure we will see as the build continues. If you enjoyed the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and have a wonderful day. Bye. All right, today we're going to be continuing the R2 build. We've got issue 10 right here. We've got our parts, not a whole lot of parts. I think this is going to be a fairly short video, but why don't we get into it and see. All right, so here are the parts that we got for this issue. We've got the front and rear right leg frames. We've got another dome frame piece and the camera lens mount. It didn't come with any screws. I pulled these out. It looks like we're going to need 2 long silver screws, 2 nuts, and 4 of the short black screws. All right, to begin, we're not actually going to be doing anything with the leg frames right now, so we're just going to put those to the side. They look like they fit together like this, so that's nice. We're going to start by taking the dome frame that we've been building up. We're going to attach this to it. Now, find the little gap here. And what we're going to want to do is count the support pillars and go to the second one. So 1, 2. And this is going to go right below that. You can see the 2 holes there. They should line up with those holes there. Just like so. And for these, the nuts are actually going to go in the bottom, right in there. And then we'll screw it in with 2 long silver screws. Alright, and there we go. Dome frame edition added. Looking nice. I can't wait till we get some more on there. We'll set that to the side. We're going to move on to the lens. Now we're going to need this assembly. I can't even remember which issue this originally came in. We're going to need that. And we're going to need the lens itself. I still have the plastic on mine. So we're going to have to take that off. There we go. Give it a little wipe. Get the fingerprints off. If I can. Alright. This is just going to sit in this recess right there, just like that. Now, placing this looks like it's going to be kind of interesting. I believe there's like this. That looks about right. Yeah, that looks right. We're going to use the short black silver screws to attach that. Okay, and there we go. Lens is in place, screwed in nice and tight, and that actually is the end of issue 10. Alright, so there we go. Very short, sweet, and easy issue on this one. We did get a couple of things done. Not a whole lot. So looking forward to the next issue and seeing what surprises are in store for us then. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. Well, today we are going to be continuing the R2 build. We have issue 11 right here. This looks like another short issue, not a lot of parts, but let's open her up and see what we've got. So here are the parts we have for today's issue. Not much here. We've got the dome support rod, dome frame, and a ton of screws and nuts. It looks like the only thing we're actually going to be assembling today is going to be this dome frame. So let's just get right on that. Alright, for this one, we're going to be continuing the dome frame here. And just like the last issue, this one's actually going to go just to the right next to this gap. It's going to go underneath, just like this, and you'll attach it the same way as in the last issue, with 2 long silver screws and 2 of the smaller nuts. And, well, that's it. That is the end of this issue, issue 11. Not a whole lot accomplished here today, but there you have it. Well, that was short. Not a lot accomplished. I mean, I do like the way the dome is coming, and with all of those screws that we got, I can only hope something bigger is on the way. But there we go. If you like the video, remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Bye. All right, today we're going to be continuing our R2 build. We've got issue 12 right here, and we've got some parts. This looks like a lot more parts than the previous issue, so hopefully this will be a little more content. But let's open this up and see what we got. And here are the parts we got in this issue. We got 2 more dome frame pieces, some more of the leg frames, and this dome support base center. Okay, for the first part of this assembly, we're going to be extending the dome frame here. You'll notice we've got 2 of these frame assemblies here. One that's got a smaller port and 2 little holes beneath it. Okay, that is not the one we want to start with. We want to start with the one that's got the 2 large holes. We're just going to continue the assembly towards the right. It'll come in just like this, and we'll attach it the same way we did with the previous one. So to attach both frames, you will need 4 nuts and 4 long silver screws. Alright, there we go. This dome is really starting to come along, isn't it? And this is looking nice. A few more missing pieces, and this thing is going to be exceptional. And moving on, we're going to be doing the frame for the right leg. In the previous issue, we got these larger nuts and silver screws, just 5 of each. And while it doesn't specify, it does appear as though we want to use these larger ones for this leg frame. And it does make sense, considering the leg frame is metal and it's going to support the weight of the body. So we're going to start by taking these two frame pieces. We're going to slide them together just like a puzzle. Make sure that this fits inside there. You flip it over, and that's where one of those nuts is going to go. Just like that. And we will use one screw to hold these together. Alright. Now, what we're going to do is take a look on this end. You can see this indentation. And we've got this little attachment. Notice it's got these posts here. Those are going to go into those tiny little holes. Just like that. We've got two spots for the nuts. So we're going to attach this the same way. Nut in, screw in. Alright. And moving on, we're going to take the two leg frame pieces from a couple of issues ago, and we're going to fit those together exactly the same way, like a puzzle. And if you'll notice, it's got the same indentation, the same little holes for the posts. So we're going to slide those together, just like that. We've got a couple of nuts and screws into here to hold it in place. Alright, and there we have the right leg frame completed. Alright, well that was issue 12. Complete. We've got some more of the dome assembly here. Definitely looking good. And this leg frame, very sturdy, very sturdy. We're just flying through these issues. I am excited. So if you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we're going to be continuing R2-D2. We have issue 13 right here. And we've got some nice parts. So why don't we get to it? Alright, so here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got 3 dome support base legs, another piece of a ring frame, a couple of ring frame connectors, and 2 more pieces of the dome frame. In addition to that, you're going to need the dome base from previous issues. You're going to need the dome assembly to date. You're going to need 4 long silver screws, 4 of the nuts, and 3 of the longer black screws. Alright, we're going to begin by extending the dome frame here. And notice that we've got these 2 dome frames pieces here. And they're slightly different. This one's got an indentation on the top. This one has an indentation on the bottom. And we're going to begin with the one that's got the indentation on the top. If you take a look at your dome frame, it's going to go just to the right of the last piece, right here, and it will attach identically to the other ones. Alright, once you've got that piece in, we just finish it off with the last piece right there, and we screw it in the same way as all of the others. And there you have it. Dome frame is complete and looking spectacular. Loving this. Absolutely loving this. Moving on, we're going to build the dome frame base here. And this looks identical. So we're going to start with the piece that has this tab here. Slide that in, just like that. We're going to use one of the long black screws to attach it. We move on to the next one. Same deal as before. Just slide it in. Nice and tight. Go. And secure it with a long black screw. And last but not least, the last piece. Same deal as before. Slide it in. One long black screw. All right. Once the base is complete, if you so desire, we're going to open up the support rod here. And if you take a look, the support rod seems to be just one long silver piece, no threading or anything on it. And it's supposed to slide into this hole all the way down. Just like that. And then you can take the dome, and right here where the bearing will go, you can use that to balance the dome right on top. Just like that. Alright, we got a couple of extra pieces that we didn't need this time around, but this is awesome. This is just incredibly cool. I can't wait to extend it a little bit more, put on some extra detail, but for now, I'm really quite happy with this. This has been issue 13 of the R2 build. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you all next time. Have a great day. Today we're continuing on with the R2 build. We got issue 14 right here. We got our parts, not terribly many of them, so probably a short issue. But let's open it up and see what we get. Alright, for this issue we get these parts. We've got another piece of the ring frame and 4 pieces of leg detail. You're also going to need the ring frame piece from issue 13, as well as one of the ring frame connectors, 2 short silver screws, and 2 long black screws. And to begin, we're going to assemble the ring frame, and you want to orient it so that, I don't know if you can see it or not, but we've got some writing on here, and there's some writing on this one as well. So orient it so the writing is facing towards you, and put them together just like this, just like a puzzle piece. Then you can put the connector over there, and we want to screw in from the other side the 2 short silver screws. Alright, there you have it. This piece of the ring frame, at least, is complete. We can move on to the leg detail. You'll notice we've got these left and right leg details here. We're going to take the left one first. And if you take a look at the blue ones, you can see, doesn't matter which way you look at them, they also have a lip on the left and the right. We're going to take the one with the lip on the left. So you take this, you flip it over, and here you'll notice that this side is smooth, and this side has that indentation, so this side is facing up. Slide that in like this, and we attach it with a long black screw. Alright, once that's done, you repeat those steps with the right side. And there you have it. Leg detail complete. Well, that is it for issue 14. Not terribly much here. A little bit of leg detail. Another ring frame. I'm not sure where this is going to go, but kind of excited to find out. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And I hope you all have a wonderful day. See you next time. Alright, today we are continuing our R2-D2 build. We have issue 15 right here. And we have our parts. Not a lot of parts, but let's see what we do with them. Let's get into it. And here are the parts we get with this one. It doesn't actually come with any screws, but you are going to need 6 of the shorter silver screws, 12 of the long silver screws, and 12 of the nuts, in addition to the parts that come with this issue, which are 2 more ring frame pieces, 2 more ring frame connectors, and you will need the ring frame assembly from the previous issues, the other ring frame connector from previous issues, as well as the dome assembly. And to begin, we're going to complete the ring frame assembly, and much like before, you want to ensure that all of the writing is facing upwards. So it should be aligned just like this, and the new pieces also have some writing on them, and make sure that is also facing upward. And it will be assembled just like a puzzle, just like so, and then you'll use the ring frame connectors to hold it in place along with the shorter silver screws. So let's go ahead and attach all of those together. Alright, this is the completed ring frame assembly here, and make sure that the writing on all of the pieces is facing upwards. Now we get to attach it to the dome. Now, if you take a look at the dome here, in some places you've got individual screw holes, others you've got pairs of them. So I can only imagine this is only going to fit one way. And it would appear that this little protrusion, when you've got this section with the two holes, so this protrusion should go next to that. Somehow, let's see. How can we line this up? Oh, it just slipped right into place there. So, look at that. Take a look. All of these holes, even on the extended pieces, they all line up. There's going to be 12 of those, and that's what all of the nuts are and screws are for. Nuts go on the top here, and the screws will come in through the bottom. So let's go ahead and attach all of those. Okay, here it is firmly attached. Most of the screws were very, very easy to get in. The only real exception to that is when you're taking a look at here, you've got the two holes in the small. Right behind it, really hard to see there, is another screw base, and you've got to get a nut and a screw into that one. But other than that one tricky one, it was fairly simple, and now even more sturdy than before. All right, well, that was stage 15, issue 15 of this build, and that one was quite nice, adding quite a bit of detail and support here on the bottom of the R2 dome. I know that when it's all assembled, nobody's going to see any of this, but I'll know it's there, and so will you. I hope you enjoyed this issue. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. Today we're going to be continuing on with R2-D2, and we have issue 16 right here. We've got our parts, though I think it's really just one, so this is probably going to be a very short video. But let's open it up and take a look. Well, it looks like I was right. There's just the one dome frame piece and replacement on our screws and nuts here. To complete this issue, you're also going to need the dome frame from the previous issues, as well as 2 of the long silver screws and 2 nuts. Alright, to assemble this piece, you want to take a look at the silver frame here, and if you look real close, there is an arrow there. On the dome frame piece, you'll see another arrow, and that's going to line up with the arrow on the silver frame. You'll also notice if you go over just a little bit to the right, you'll see 2 holes next to a screw. Taking a look at the base of this, there is a post here that's going to go in the rightmost of those holes to help you line things up. Once you've slid that in, you can see it'll line up just perfectly. The nuts go in here, and the screws go in from the top. Okay, there you have it. 2 screws, 2 nuts, and one more piece of the dome frame assembled. And there you have it. Issue 16 complete. Gotta admit it, a little disappointed. It was very, very short, but clearly we are coming along on the dome. Can't wait for the next one. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and I will see you next time. Bye! And today we're going to be continuing R2-D2 with issue 17. We have our parts here. Not too much. I think it's going to be yet another short video in the R2 series, but let's open her up and let's see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue, as expected. Not going to be a very long issue. We've got another dome frame piece, what they call an infrared cable, and a motor cable. We're not actually going to be doing anything with these cables for now, so we'll just set those to the side. You will need 2 more long silver screws, 2 nuts, and the dome frame from previous issues. To get started, just take a look at the lowest dome frame piece that we assembled in the last issue. And this is just going to go right next to it. So, let's line it up. Looks like the section of the dome frame that's got 3 holes in it is going to go towards the bottom, so it's going to orient much like this. Okay, and what we need to do, there are 2 posts on it right here. You've got a section of 4 holes here. Those 2 posts are going to go into those center holes, and that will help keep it lined up. Nuts go in on the bottom, screws from the top. And there you have it. The next section of dome is completed. And that is it for stage 17. And there you go. One more issue of R2-D2 complete. The dome is absolutely looking wonderful. We're taking our time, going one piece at a time, but we will get there. I can't wait. I hope you guys are excited as I am. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. Today we're going to be continuing on with R2-D2. We have issue 18 right here, and we have some parts, quite a few more parts than we've gotten in previous issues, so hopefully this will be a really good one. Well, let's open it up and let's see what we got. So here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got 2 more of the dome frame pieces here, as well as a microphone mounting plate, projector housing, projector lens, and microphone itself. So that's a little exciting. We're also going to need 4 long silver screws, 4 nuts, and 2 of the short black screws. And to begin, we're going to take the dome frame from previous issues, and we're just going to keep building out towards the right, just in this direction. I'm going to start with the larger dome frame piece. The circular opening is going to be towards the right and on the top when you fit this in place. It will be attached with 2 silver screws and 2 nuts, just like in previous issues. Yep, both of these areas have little posts that will help align it properly as well. And keep it in place while you screw it in. Alright, once you have that dome piece fitted, we can move on to the next one. The circular opening is actually going to be on the top, and this bottom piece is going to extend out. So it's just going to fit in. Let's see, yes, we have 2 posts that will help keep it in place. Just lines right up, just like so. Same attachment as before. Alright, and that is the dome frame extensions completed. Looks like just a few more to go, and the dome frame will be ready. Moving on, we're going to assemble the microphone. So first, we're going to untwist this. And what we're going to do is extend the cable out. I'm going to take the base here. I'm just going to fit it through. Bear in mind, this is the end that's going to plug into some electronics down the road. We're just going to fit that in. Bring this all the way through. Right up until the microphone is flush with the base. Just like that. Then we're going to cover it up with the lens. Also making sure that is flush with the base. And then the lens housing, projector housing, just like that. Line up the screw holes on the back, and those are going to be 2 short black silver screws. And there you have it. Microphone assembly is complete. This is cool. This is going to be for the voice commands and stuff. We can't use it for a while, but we know where it is and where it's housed now, so this is good. And that is the end of issue 8. And there you have it. Another day, another issue down. The dome is really starting to look great. Like I said, just got this open area here, and we'll be ready to start decorating, I guess, or putting on whatever comes next. And now, we've got a microphone. I can't wait till we can plug this thing in and test it. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. Today, we're going to be continuing our R2 build with issue 19, and we seem to have a very different change in direction. We've been spending all this time on the dome, and now it looks like we're going to be building the leg. So let's open this up and let's see what parts we get. All right, for this issue, we get the right leg frame and 2 pieces of detail. We will not be needing any screws or any other pieces from previous issues, so this is likely to be very, very short. In order to assemble it, we flip the frame over like this, and we'll take one of the detail pieces, and you'll notice there's a rounded edge and a flanged edge. The rounded edge goes towards the top, and really it just slides in like this. Okay, there we go. There's a couple little lips in there, so we'll slide it in there. These slots, there we go, just like that. And then we do the same on the other side, just like that. And, well, that's it. That's it for stage 19. Well, that was short and sweet, wasn't it? I like the detail. I like the silver paint apps and everything that are on this. It looks very, very nice, but very little to do in this issue, so somewhat disappointing there. But still in all, one step closer. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. So have a great day. All right, today we're continuing on with issue 20 of the R2 build. Kind of excited because it looks like we have another dome frame piece in here and some more wires. So let's open her up and let's see what we got. So here are the parts we have for this issue. We have the right sensor, another dome frame piece, and the right ankle mounting plate. And once again, we're not going to be needing the mounting plate or the sensor for this issue, just the dome piece. We will need 2 long silver screws and 2 nuts, as well as the dome frame from the previous issues. In this case, we will be extending out to the right, as with previous issues. So that should line up nicely. And if you look on the bottom, there are 2 posts. And right here, you've got a set of 4 holes. So the posts are going to go into those center holes. And they should slide right in and help everything line up nice and neat. Nuts go on the bottom, screws through the top. And there you have it. The next piece of the dome frame is complete. We still have this large gap here, hopefully to be covered in future issues. And there we have yet another very short issue, but we are getting a backlog of parts. I mean, just look at all of this, from the cabling to LEDs. We've got detail parts. We have so much here. We're going to have to assemble it at some point. So hopefully, in a very soon upcoming issue, we're going to be able to start putting some of this stuff together. I can't wait for that. But in the meantime, there we go. Another section of the dome is complete. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you all next time. Have a great day. All right, today we're going to be continuing our R2-D2 build. We have issue 21 and a set of parts that really just looks like a big white box to me. I'm not sure what this is, so let's crack it open and find out. All right, so here are the parts that we get with this issue. It looks like we're going to be building some more of the right leg. We have the right leg bottom rear cover and the right wheel mounting plate, as well as a bunch of screws. And to begin assembling this issue, you are going to need this leg assembly from the previous issues, as well as the metal frame. You're going to need 2 silver screws and 8 black screws. Now, the instructions say 8 small black screws, but I don't have 8 of the smaller black screws. So I'm going to use these longer ones, and hopefully they will fit. And when it says silver screws, there are actually 3 different types of screws. These ones are the fattest, the most wide screws. I believe these are the ones that we're going to have to use, but it doesn't really specify in the instructions. So I guess we can try assembling it and see what happens. To begin, we'll take this leg assembly here and we'll flip it over. You want to take the leg frame here, make sure that the angle is pointing in this direction here. Okay, the angle should be going off to the left a little bit. And just slide that in place, just like this. And we have to use 8 black screws to assemble it. Looks like in these holes here and these holes here. So let's do that. Well, it looks like those 8 long black screws actually did work here, and it affixed the blue segment here, the blue section here, permanently on there as well. So this is actually a lot more sturdy than it was prior to, so that's good. And for the next step, we're going to take this piece from the previous issue. We're going to slide it. We're going to make sure this curve is facing outward on the outside of this. I'm just going to slide that thing on just like that. I'm going to guess, yeah, it goes about like so. It does not seem to be attached at all. It's just hanging there loose, at least for the moment. Now, we take this. From the outside, from the front side here, the angle pointing off to the right. When you take a look at this, you can see there's a very small lip on this side and a larger lip on this side. The larger lip is going to be facing out like this. There are 2 posts and 2 screw holes. They're going to line up in here to keep it in place. and attach it with 2 silver screws. And like I said, I'm going to try those fat silver screws. Let's see if that works. Alright. When they're nice and tight, those fat silver screws were definitely the right screws for the job. So we seem to be making progress. And you can take a look. Kind of hard to see, but you've got little indentations here that seem to line up with the frame pieces here. So I'm going to guess that this is going to go just like this, and something else is going to slide in on this side to keep it stable. But it looks like that will have to be for a future issue. Looks like we did not actually use this at all, at least for now. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. And there you have it. Issue 21 is complete. Looking pretty nice. This says rear cover plate, so I'm assuming it's going to go something like this, give or take. Doesn't really seem to... Oh, there it goes. That's probably how it goes. Well, we'll wait and see how this all plays out as we continue the build. But still in all, looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Alright, well, if you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. Alright, today we're continuing with our R2 build. We have issue 22 right here, and it looks like we have some more electronics to play with. So let's crack this open and see what we got. Alright, so here are the parts that we got for this particular issue. We've got the logic function display outer shell, the logic function display LCD, and the logic function display mounting plate. It also says that we're going to need 4 6mm black screws. Of course, I have no idea which of the black screws are 6mm, but the longer black screws are the only ones I actually have 4 of. So we're going to use those and hope for the best. I also have the testing kit from the previous issues. So once we get this thing put together, we'll test out the LCD and make sure that it's working. Alright, to begin, we're going to take the protective plastic off of this. Is there protective plastic on this? Looks like there is. I'm beginning to wonder. Okay, there it is. There definitely is some on there, but man, that was a pain to find and get off. Now that it's off, gotta remember not to touch the black part on the LCD screen. Whew. Yes, definitely be careful with that. Now we're going to take the cover here, and it does appear to have, if you look at it, it's got an angled section here and a round section here. So if I'm orienting this, it would appear as though the angled section goes on the bottom, as does the power port here. So we'll put them together that way. And there are little notches on the sides of the circuit board and posts here to make sure that it gets lined up appropriately. Just like that. Now that it's lined up, we're going to want to assemble it with this. Looks like this gap here is the slot where the power port is going to go. So let's slide it on just like that. Yep, there we go. And you can see these little posts here slot in as well. So that lines up perfectly. Now we're going to want to use 4 of the black screws screwed in from the back. Hey, there we have it. All together, nice and assembled. Let's plug it in and see if it works. Oh yeah. Oh, that's going to be fun to play with. Yes, more pretty lights. Woo! All right, not terribly much done on this particular issue, but a new toy to play with. This is going to be fun. I really can't wait till we start actually assembling all of this and putting it onto the dome. But for now, these are just really cool. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we're going to be continuing with issue 23 of the R2 build. I think this is going to be another very, very short one, as we have this very empty package and one of these. So let's crack it open and let's see what we got. All right, as expected, this is going to be a very short issue. We got another piece of yet another ring frame and another ring frame connector here, neither of which will be used in this issue. We've got another piece of the dome frame, and we're going to need to get out 2 of the long silver screws and 2 nuts, as well as the dome itself. When assembling it, we're going to move once again towards the right, so from where we ended last time to the right. And if you take a look at this frame piece, you're going to notice this section that's got 2 posts and 2 holes. Okay, that's the section that's going to go towards the top. It's going to go right into this collection of 4 holes here, just like that. Okay, nuts on the bottom, screws through the top. All right, and that is all there is to this particular stage. Stage 23 is complete. Dome frame coming along nicely. Not quite there yet. I think we've just got the one section left before we finish this dome frame. And then, of course, we're going to have another ring frame that goes underneath to make sure it's all stable. Hopefully, at that point, we're going to start building it out. And another day, another episode complete. Things are coming along nicely, if a little bit slowly. They really do seem to be milking out these episodes with little pieces of plastic. But we are definitely getting there. And, while I may be impatient, I'm sure the end result is going to be well worth it. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are moving on with R2 once more. Issue 24 in hand. We got some parts here. It looks like we're going to be jumping back to the leg and maybe even building a wheel. So let's get this thing cracked open and see what we got. All right. Here are the parts that we get with this issue. We have 2 wheel covers and the wheel itself, as well as a number of screws. I'm going to set these to the side for the moment. And we are going to need 4 of the longer black screws. Now these wheel covers, you'll notice one of them has holes and the other one has posts. So we're going to start with the one that's got the posts. We're going to fit it to the wheel here. Now one side of the wheel has writing, and it would appear as though you stick the one with the posts, the cover with the posts, inside the one that's got the writing, lining up the posts with those 4 holes so that it slides in. There we go. Just like that. I'm going to take this cover, I'm going to flip it over and try to line up the holes. There we go, just like that. And 4 screws go through there to tighten it all together. And that is it. That is the end of stage 24. Well, that was yet another very short issue. I gotta admit, I'm a little disappointed. I mean, when all is said and done, I'm not clear on why this was assembled in this way. I mean, it seems like it would have been easier to simply put it in a single mold and come out as a single piece. I mean, maybe the hollow area of the plastic would have saved a little bit of money, but when you put the 3 different molds for the manufacturer along with the screws and everything, I really think this was just done so that another magazine could be sold. And the sad part is we're going to have at least one more of these, possibly 2, coming down the road. But, well, we have a wheel. It's nice and solid. And I am looking forward to seeing what comes next. If you enjoyed the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today's got some good and some bad. We are going to be continuing on with issue 25 of our R2-D2 build. Now, this is issue 25 of a 100-issue run, so after we finish this, we'll be 1/4 of the way through the entire build. So we've hit a major milestone here with this one, and I can't wait. We do have our parts, not many parts, so I expect this to be another very short video. But we have our parts, we have a magazine. Let's crack it open and see what we got. All right, as expected, here are the parts with this issue. We've got another piece of the dome frame, what I believe is the last piece of the dome frame. A piece for the bottom ring frame, and a couple of ring frame connectors. Now these we will not be using in this issue, so we're going to set those to the side. I've already pulled out 2 silver screws, long silver screws, 2 nuts, and we will need the dome frame completed to date. Just like all of the others, we take the dome frame piece, open end goes towards the center ring frame. That's just going to come right on in here, like so. If you take a look real close, there are a couple of pegs here on both sides, and 2 holes on either side to match them up. So you just slide this in, peg it in, which is apparently easier said than done. Wow. Let's take a look-see. There we go. That's one. There we go. Now it's all lined up in place. Just hold it in here, and just like with all the rest, nut on the bottom, screw on the top. And there you have it. Stage 25 completed. There you go. Another day, another issue down. Not a whole lot to this one, but we have finally finished all 3 levels of R2's dome. We got another piece of the ring frame, so 1 more of these, and we should have what we need to attach the final ring frame to the bottom. And hopefully, we are going to start building it out and attaching his accessories. If you enjoyed this video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you next time. Have a wonderful day. All right, today we are continuing with our R2 build. We have issue 26 here, and we have a part, maybe a couple parts buried underneath. I'm not sure. Let's crack it open and see what we got. All right, so here are the parts that we get with this issue. Not terribly many. We've got inner wheel support plate, the axle, and a bearing. This is all going to go on the right leg. If you take a look, this support plate here has a design on one side. It is smooth on the other. I've also got 4 of the longer silver screws here. It says 6mm screws. I'm an American. I don't really have anything that measures in millimeters, so I'm guessing that these longer silver screws are the 6mm screw. We're also going to need this assembly from the previous issues, the right leg, as well as the wheel that we assembled. Now to begin, the outer portion of the leg facing us and the designed portion here. You're going to want to fit this assembly right here. And if you take a look, there are a couple of little pegs here, which are going to go in the center holes on either side. And here's where you put in the 4 longer silver screws, right here and here, to hold it in place. Okay, it's in there nice and tight, although if you take a look at the back, those screws are coming out quite a ways, so maybe I got that wrong. Let's see what one of the smaller silver screws is. Alright, look at that. That smaller silver screw, it's not quite flush, but it is certainly a lot better than the longer ones. I'm going to replace all these long silver screws with the short ones. Alright, there we go. We've got it replaced with all of the shorter silver screws. It certainly looks better. Alright, well, next step is to take this bearing. I'm just going to slip it right into that slot right there. Now we've got the wheel, and with the wheel we can take the axle and slide it in. Now, I don't know that it matters, but in the instructions, the side with the screws is where this peg comes out. So I'm just going to follow the directions that way. You can slide that into the bearing and it will rotate, but there's nothing holding it in place at the moment, so this is going to be loose at least until we get some more parts to get that seated properly. And that concludes stage 26. Well, that was interesting. Stage 26 complete. A little iffy on the screws. I really hope I got the right ones in there. I don't see any purpose to have the long ones in place, but well, I guess we'll find out down the road. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you guys next time. Have a great day. All right, today we are moving on. We've got issue 27 of the R2 build, and looks like we got some more electronics parts in here. That should be fun. A new toy to play with. Let's crack it open and let's see what we get. All right, so here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got a lens holder, a projector display screen and circuit board, and a projector cable. We're going to also need 2 of these small black screws. Let's get those out. Let's get started. Alright, we're going to want to handle this very carefully. Okay. Now this projector screen here, it's got some protective plastic on both sides. Okay. Don't touch either side of this, okay? You can use these tabs to pull off the plastic, and you want to hold it by the edges. So I'll leave plastic on until we're ready here, but what it's going to want to do is slot right in here. And notice that you've got the circuit board, you've got your processor chip here. It's going to be facing up, so when it folds back down, these power plugs here are going to be facing in towards the frame. Okay, but step 1 really is slotting this screen in place. So let's get this plastic off. Carefully. I don't seem to have a tab to get the plastic off on this one. Thankfully, I was able to grab it fairly easily. All right. And remember, this part here is going to face towards the circuit board. So slot this in properly and very carefully. There we go, just like that. Okay, when you bring this down, these holes here should line up with your frame. And let's use those 2 black screws to screw it in place. All right. Now the instructions say that we are to take the larger plug, but that's clearly not going to work. So they meant the smaller one, and it goes right in there. But before I do that, I'm pulling out the testing kit here. I'm going to throw this in place. Just like this. I hope. There we go. Let's see. Okay, well, we're not getting a response here. And to be fair, the instructions don't say anything about testing it. And there are 2 plugs here, so maybe this other one has to be plugged in as well before we can see a response. So I'll have to keep my fingers crossed on that, since there doesn't seem to be any way to really test this at the moment. Well, that is the end of stage 27. Not very much to this. I'm a little concerned because I can't test it. So this may work perfectly fine, but without being able to test it, I don't know. So I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. I'm going to hope for the best, and hopefully we will be able to test it soon. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. Alright, today we are going to be continuing on with our R2-D2 build with issue 28. We have our parts here, so let's crack it open and see what we got. Alright, so here are the parts we get with this issue. We've got the outer wheel mounting plate and a new bearing and a whole bunch of screws. Now before we move on, I know there's been some confusion regarding which screws to use and everything, and I just want to kind of show you why. So we get these instructions. If you take a look, every single screw, regardless of length, color, size, whatever, they're all labeled fixing screws. There's no other label on them anywhere. There's nothing on the packages either. So basically it's guesswork. And worse, they use metric measurements, and that is really not what we use here in America. So I will continue to do the best I can and hope for the best. For this issue, we're going to be adding these to the leg assembly from 2 issues ago. Now it says we're going to need 4 4mm screws. And if you'll recall, a couple of issues ago, it told us we wanted 6mm screws, with those long silver ones, I believe. However, they stuck out a lot and didn't really seem to be catching on to anything. There didn't seem to be a reason for it. So I believe these are the right ones, these short silver screws here. I'm going to go ahead and use these on this assembly as well. I don't know if it was a mistake in the instructions or if I screwed up, and I'm going to have to go back and take them out and replace them with the long ones. We'll find out as we go, I guess. For now, however, the first set of instructions just repeats the end of issue 26, I believe it was, where it shows you how to put the bearing in, how to put the axle into the wheel, and peg it in to the bearing just like that. The first new step is to take the new bearing that we've got here, and we'll just slide it over the flared end just like that. And then we take this assembly. It's got a smooth side, it's got a design side. On the smooth side, it's got these two pegs, okay? And just like on the other side, those are going to go in these center holes here to line it up. Just like this. And the bearing is going to slide right in, just like that. So now we're going to take those 4 small silver screws and we'll screw it in to permanently attach. Alright, and that is it for this issue. We've got the wheel turning nicely now. It is important to note that the instructions really do specify that the side of the wheel with no screws goes towards the inside of the leg, which I find a little odd because now these screws are going to show on this side of the leg, unless there's some sort of plastic piece that's covering it up and you can't really see the wheel. But I guess we'll find out when we get that far along. For now, you can play with it, you can wheel it. It does specify be careful. You don't want to dislodge this bearing here because that is not permanently attached as yet. It's just sitting in there. But it does turn nicely. So that looks good. And that is the end of stage 28. And there we go. Another day, another issue done. We can see about how large the wheels are here, the legs for R2. So this is looking nice. I really can't wait to flesh this out a little bit more and really get this thing built. But if you enjoyed the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we're going to be taking on issue 29 of our R2 build, and we have our parts right here. We have our magazine, so let's get right on this. So here are the parts that we get with this particular issue. We've got a lens tube, lens holder cover, projector LED, 17mm lens, a 21mm lens, and a 22mm lens. You will also need the lens holder from the previous issues, as well as your testing battery pack. To begin, we're going to take the smallest lens here, and we're going to put it into the lens tube. Now it's going to go into this end of the lens tube, with the convex side, the rounded side, going inside. Now you don't want to touch the lens itself, so be very careful how you do this. I'm going to pull out some tweezers that seem to be in this place. Here we go. I'm going to use those to push the lens in. But try not to get fingerprints on the lens, and try not to scratch it up with any tweezers or anything, like what I'm using here. But you're going to want to push that all the way to the end. It should snap into place. There we go. Look at that. Okay, that way the convex end is facing outward, just like that. And it's snapped in place, and it's not going to go anywhere. next step is to take the larger of these, again, very carefully peel off this plastic. Don't touch the lenses itself. The lens is going to go right in here with the flat end pointing in that direction. Doesn't say anything about the notch that's on there in the instructions. So, but it looks like the picture has the notch facing down, so that's what I'm going to do here. As best I can. Oh, it just went right in there and it ain't moving. Okay, well, before I go and put fingerprints on it trying to get it out, let's go through the process here and test it out. And there is something on that lens. I do not like that. I'm going to go get that cleaned up. Okay, I went ahead and got that cleaned up. Just so you know, I use these Zeiss lens cleaning wipes for this stuff. They work really, really well. They don't leave much in the way of residue. So hopefully that will end up working well. And now we're going to take the remaining lens here and pull this out. According to the instructions, the convex side, the rounded side, is going to go that way. Like that. Looks pretty clean. Slide that in there. I'll go right in here. Just like that. So the finished product should look like this, with the two convex sides pointing at each other. Next up, we're going to take the LED projector here, and if you take a look, there's 3 slots. This is going to go in the middle one with the LED itself pointing towards the lenses. So it should go just like this with the wiring coming out the top. Now we're going to put the cover on. Okay. Cover. Let's see. No. There it is. The cover fits on this way, and it should just snap into place. There we go. Just like that. Now we can take this, I'm going to slide it in here, just like that. Make sure it's in nice and tight. Be careful with the wiring. And now we're going to take this, slide this down just like that. We're going to use that a single 4mm black screw to screw in the top. And there you have it. Only thing left now is to test her out. So I'm going to take the power here, slap that in, as best we can. There you go. Turn it on and hope for the best. Ah, look at that. I don't know if you can see it or not. That's Luke Skywalker's face. Let's see if I can find something better to project on than this. You can definitely tell that's Luke's head. And it is moving. Well, that is the end of issue 29. The good news is it works, sort of. I'm only getting one of the holograms as opposed to the two I should be getting, and I don't know why. It could be the circuit board on the tester here. It could be a problem with the projector. So I'm going to have to do some research and see if anyone else has encountered this. But overall, though, I mean, I'm pretty happy with this. It worked out about as well as I expected it would. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we are going to be moving forward with R2-D2 with issue 30. We have our parts here, and this looks like it's going to be a motor probably on the leg that we've been building. So let's get this puppy open and see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue. Not much here. 4 cable ties and 1 right wheel motor / gearbox. However, we need a ton of parts from previous issues. We're going to need 4 of the long silver screws. We're going to need 13 of the long black screws. And 4 more of these long, extra long 10mm silver screws. You're going to need both the front and rear leg pieces that we've put together in previous issues. You're going to need the shoulder piece. You're going to need both the front and rear ankle pieces that we put together in previous issues. You're going to need the ankle detail pieces. You're going to need both of these cables that came with previous issues. And you're going to need the right shoulder sensor piece. We're going to be throwing all of this together today. So that's actually very, very exciting. I can't wait to get on this. Okay, to get started, we're going to take the front leg piece that we've been putting together that's got the metal brace in here and the wheel at the bottom. If you take a real close look in here, you can see there is a square hole in there. And on the bottom of the gearbox, there is a square peg. And that is just going to go right into that hole. And it's going to sit flush. And you can notice there are 4 screw holes right there. And that's going to line up with the 4 holes on the corners of the gearbox here. So, let's see if we can get that lined up just like that. You can see it does sit flush. And we're going to use the extra long silver screws to attach it in place. Alright, now that we have this in place, we're going to take this multicolored cable here, and let's go ahead and get this thing extended and untied. There we go. And you'll notice that there are two ends, a larger one and a smaller one. The larger one is going to plug in right here. Just like this. Definitely make sure you do this carefully. Don't bend any of the pins. There it is. Make sure it snaps in place. I'm going to take the smaller end of the cable and you're going to thread it underneath this piece here. We're just going to drag it all the way through. Alright, so now that we have that done, we can move on to the next part, which would be this cable. Now, for this cable, I had to do something a little special, because over here in the US, we don't really measure things using the metric system, and this says that from the tip of the smaller end to the first cable tie is going to be 135 millimeters. So, I got a printable ruler. I actually used the inches side to make sure that the measurements were accurate. So I can only hope that the centimeter side is accurate as well. And we're going to measure this out 135 millimeters. Put it right there, and I'm going to put a little mark on it. That way, I know exactly how long it'll be from the first cable tie to the end. But for now, we're going to take the larger end, and we're going to thread that through here. Just like that. Oops. Sorry, I didn't actually do that on camera. So, basically, we just took the larger end here and threaded it right through here just like the other cable. This is where the cable ties come into play. Go ahead and get this open. Okay, and you should notice that you have 4 cable ties. If you take a very close look, you'll see you've got these little hooks right here. Those are what the cable ties are going to go through. You're going to make sure the fat end is facing down. When you put it in, you just slide it through that little hook, and you use it to tie up the cables. And remember, this one has to be 135 millimeters from this tie to the tip of the plug. Then you just do that with all 4 of them, making sure the cables are in a nice, tight, straight line. Alright, when you're done, it should look something similar to this, with your cabling going through a nice straight line through this. And you've got your 4 cable ties, tying it all together. And again, this one, you want to make sure it has just the right amount of slack as per the instructions. Now what you're going to want to do is take some scissors or some snips of some sort and cut off the excess on the cable ties. And there you go. Nice, neat cable management system embedded right into the model. I absolutely love that. Thank you, Model Space, Deagostini, for doing that. But this is going to make things much, much easier. Moving on, we're going to want to take the right shoulder sensor from the previous issues. And by the way, when you're cutting all this stuff, make sure you don't actually cut the wires, just the cable ties and the plastic bits that are supposed to be cut. Alright, we're going to take this sensor here, and we're going to take the rear leg panel, and there's a nice little gap right here where this is going to fit. It's going to go in just like that. And we're going to push that in until it's flush and nice and tight. Whew. Mine does not want to go in. Alright, well, this end is going to go through the hole, so we're just going to go ahead and do that now. Maybe that is what is hindering our progress here. Don't believe so. Oh, maybe it was. Alright, well, make sure you slide this through the hole first. And for me, anyway, yeah, it just went right in immediately after. Then what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to take the cabling from this. Let me get this out of the way. We want to take the cabling from this. I'm going to slide it through the same hole. Right here. And this little detail piece slid off, so let's go ahead and put that back on. And then we're going to throw it, well, don't throw it, but I'm going to attach it to the leg, like so. Make sure you get all these cables all the way through. And get this all lined up just right. Should snap together fairly well. Should being the operative word. All right. Now with that in place, you can take this You push it up, and it should fit over top of this and lock everything in place. Just like that. Now what we're going to do is take the shoulder piece here, fit that over the top, just like that. Then we flip this over, and we've got 12 screw holes. We've got these 6 going down the middle and 6 more around the rim. We're going to use the long black screws to put them all in place. All right, look at that. That is looking very nice. I'm actually quite happy with that. Next up, we are going to take the front ankle piece here and slide that in place right on there. And right there, there's a little hole. We're going to use a single 6mm black screw to hold that in place. Alright, for the next part, we're going to have to add some ankle details to this back piece. We've got these here. When putting these details on, you'll want to make sure that this plate here is facing in. And you're going to want to make sure this curve matches the curve on the side. So it should go like this. Now the instructions seem to indicate it goes the other way around. I don't know why, but it does have issues and things won't fit right if you do it wrong. So when you're done, this should be on the inner side and it'll just slide right into the leg. Alright, so during the assembly, I discovered that the silver screws, despite being what the instructions say, it specifically says 6mm silver screws in all 4 holes, those silver screws don't work at all. But the 6mm black screws go in just fine. So make sure you use the black screws for these holes. Well, that was a fun issue, wasn't it? A little bit of an instruction issue here, and this cable going into the motor, you're going to want to make sure it goes straight down and out when you're putting in those cable ties, and don't forget the 135mm length on this. One other item of note, in an earlier video, one of my subscribers actually mentioned that this piece here is going to have to be replaced at some point. I don't know when that's coming. For now, I'm actually just following the instructions so that all of you can see where any difficulties might lie, but I am not looking forward to having to take all of this off in order to get this one piece out. But we're going to see how that plays out in later issues. Chris, thank you very much. I appreciate it. But that is it for issue 30. So if you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we are going to be doing issue 31 of the R2-D2 build. And we have our parts, and it looks like we're going to be continuing on with the right leg here. So let's get this open and see what we've got. So here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got the outer foot casing, the inner foot casing, the power bus cable monitoring plate, And you're also going to need 6 of the black 6mm screws and the leg assembly from the previous issues. To begin, you're going to want to take the outer casing here, and it's basically just going to slide on here just like that. Make sure you push it in all the way. And you'll notice in here you've got a little hole in the metal and another one over here, and both of those are going to take one of those black screws. Alright, now this cable here is going to go to this area, but we're not quite ready to plug it in just yet, so we leave it over just like that. We're going to take the power bus mounting here and then just slide it into place. So it just goes in nice and smooth right in there. And we've got the rear casing. This should slide on here fairly easily. Alright, you're going to want to be careful with the cabling. Once it's all lined up, it should snap into place just like that. And in these 4 holes, more of the 6mm black screws. Not a very long video today, but this leg is really starting to come together and look wonderful. When you're doing this, make sure that you've got your slack on this cable that's right here, because it is going to plug into something that goes into there in a later issue. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. Alright, today we are going to be doing issue 32 on the R2-D2 build. I don't expect this is going to be a very long issue. We've got a very small parts pack here, but why don't we crack it open and see what we got. As expected, this is going to be a fairly short video. Here are the parts that we get with this issue. You get an infrared sensor. And you get a whole bunch of screws and stuff that we're not going to be using in this issue. But for now, we just need the infrared sensor, 1 6mm black screw, and the leg assembly that we've been building thus far. Now, this infrared sensor is going to come in here, and it's going to line up just like this. So you get the LEDs, lights, whatever those are, the sensors themselves. Those are going to be facing down. You've got a screw hole in the middle. It's going to line up with that. You'll notice there's a little notch here, and that is where the power plug is going to go. And you use 1 6mm screw to hold it in place. Alright. And then this cable here will just plug right into it. So, hopefully I left enough slack here to do this properly. Ooh, it is a tight fit though, I will give it that. It's a very tight fit. But I do believe I have enough length. It's just a matter of getting it lined up enough. Get it. There we go. And we'll snap it in. And boom! There it is. Nice and neat infrared sensor is installed. Well, as expected, that was a very, very short issue. We've got our infrared sensor installed on the right leg assembly here. Things are definitely coming together, and I think we all know that we're going to have to repeat all of this for the left leg here shortly. But for now, that would be it. So if you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we are continuing our R2 build. We've got issue 33 right here, and we have our bag of parts. Not at all sure what this is, so let's open it up and let's see what we got. All right, so here are the parts that we get with issue 33 here. We've got another piece of the ring frame, hopefully the last one before we assemble it, put it on the bottom of the dome. We've got a couple of power bus cables and the foot base, I'm guessing for the right leg that we've been building. As it turns out, we're not going to need these power bus cables in this issue, so we're just going to go ahead and set those to the side. Alright, for the first part of this, we're going to take the foot base here, and we're going to have 6 of the longer black screws, the 6mm screws. And we're going to have to assemble that onto the foot that we've got done so far. If you take a look at the foot base here, you can see the 6 screw holes around the edge. There's also 2 extra holes here. Those are going to go on the infrared sensor here. Line it up just right. Should slide into place just like that. And then we put 6 screws around the edge. And there we go. Foot base is assembled, nice and solid, and really looks nice. I like this a lot. All right, and that is it for this step. Let's move on to the next. All right, for this next step, we're going to be assembling what I hope is the final ring frame. You're going to have to take the 2 parts of the frame and the 3 connectors from previous issues, as well as 6 of the shorter 4mm silver screws. And these are all numbered, and there is writing. It's really hard to see. Let me see if I can get in there. So you can see this is little BF40. Keep the writing facing upwards, and you got 38, 39, and 40 in that order. And you can put them together just like so, just like a puzzle. And the ring frame connector is actually going to go on the bottom. So it's going to go underneath, just like this. And then you put in 2 silver screws and do that all the way around. All right, there you go. One solid ring frame complete. And now let's go ahead and get this thing on the bottom of the dome. Okay, for this step, you're going to need the dome frame so far, the ring frame, 15 of the 6mm silver screws, and 15 of the nuts. Now, if you take a look at the dome frame real close, you'll see there's an arrow on one part of the frame. And if you take a look at the ring frame, you'll see there's an arrow there on it. So to line it, make sure you line it up properly. You want to have those 2 arrows lined up together. And there are a number of posts right next to the holes. So those posts should slide in, and it should fit nice and secure, just like that. Now to assemble it, you're going to have to put all 15 of those screws and nuts in. If you take a look at the other side, you can see you've got these little slots here. That's where the nuts are going to go. So the nuts are going to go on the top. The screws will go through the bottom. You do that 15 times around. All right, and there we go. Final ring frame is attached to the bottom. Really, the only difficult parts were, it's hard to see, but cases like this, where access to the nut goes from inside, it's blocked by the plastic, and you got big fat fingers like me, it gets a little difficult. But and someone with smaller hands would undoubtedly have an easier time. But there you go, and that completes issue 33. And there you have it, everyone. Issue 33 is complete. We sealed off the bottom of the leg here, which is looking like it's almost done. We've got a couple of spare parts, and we finished the bottom of the dome. So I am really looking forward to seeing what comes next. I hope you are too. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We will see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we're going to be continuing our R2 build. We've got issue 34 right here, and we have our parts. So let's open it up and let's see what we got. All right, here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got the right fuel cell outer and inner covers. We've got a motor test cable. We've got the two quick release fuel system latches. And we've got 2 long plugs and 6 of the short plugs. For this issue, we're also going to need the power bus cables from the previous issue. And of course, the leg assembly so far, as well as the test kit. Alright, the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to test the motor and make sure that it works. I think it's a little late to be doing this, given how far along we are in the assembly, but at least we're going to do it. So first things first, we're going to unplug the cable. We're going to take the test cable that they sent us and plug it into our testing box here. And then we will take this and we will attach it to the motor. Make sure the box is on. And oh yeah. You may not be able to see it. Let's see. Look at that tire turning. Alright. So we know the motor works. That's excellent news. Now we'll disassemble this and start assembling the rest of the pieces. Alright, for this next set, we are going to need 8 of the longer 8mm black screws, but we're going to start by covering up some screw holes. We've got the 2 longer plugs here, and those are going to go in the bottom 2 holes right there. Just pull them off and push them in. Try to line them up, make them look as neat as possible. There we go. Alright, with those covered, now we're going to put in the 6 smaller plugs, and those are going to go in these holes here. So these 4 and these 2 here. Alright, with all of the plugs in place, now we're going to start putting the fuel cell cover on. We start with the inner portion. You're going to want to take one of these quick release latches, and it looks like it's going to line up just like this, with the this notch is facing down, and this blue section is going to be facing down as well, so we're going to just like this, and basically just push it in, just like that. Alright, with that looking nice and neat, we're going to want to align it right here and line it up so that the screws can go in. See here, you can see the screw holes. There we go, just like that. And you got 4 screws that'll go in there. Alright, with that part on, we're going to take the outer cover here and we're going to throw this on. Now with the outer cover like this notch on the right hand side, blue is going to face up this time. So you just slide it on in, just like with the last one. Again, there we go. Looking neat there. And just slide it on top, line it up properly, and you got 4 more screw holes. Alright. Fuel cell is complete and looking wonderful. And now we want to attach the power bus cables. And that's going to be fairly simple. You just take one end and shove it in there. The other end is going to go in the inner hole on the fuel cell, just like that. And then this will go in here with the other end in the fuel cell hole, like that. And there you go. That is it for stage 34. And there you go, everybody. A short issue, but I feel like we accomplished quite a bit on this one. I mean, from the fuel cell to the power bus cables, and my personal favorite, testing the motor out to make sure that it works. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we're continuing our R2 build. We've got issue 35 right here, and we've got some parts, and I have no idea what this is. So let's open it up. Let's see what we got. All right, here are the parts that you get with this issue. You got the lightsaber tube right half, left half, a couple of catches, a couple of springs, a couple of washers, and the tube cap. You also get a whole bunch of screws that you're not going to need for this issue, but you will need 7 of the 6mm black screws. You won't need any of the parts from previous builds, and it looks like we're not going to need the tube cap either. So let's go ahead and set that to the side. All right, to begin, we're going to start by attaching these catches to the tubes. And you can see on the tubes there are 2 slots. If you take a look at these catches, they've got little things that will fit right in the slots, just like that. Once you've got that in there, you'll want to take one of the springs, put that on just like this, and take one of the 6mm screws and one of the washers, screw through the washer, and then that is going to screw into the base that is provided right in there. You can line it up right, and you're going to want to do that on both sides of the lightsaber. Alright, that is one done. You can see there's still enough room for the catch to come out, and the spring will hold it in place. Now the instructions say screw this in so that the spring is lightly compressed, but the images show that the screw is screwed all the way in, much like it is on mine. So that is how I'm going to leave it. And, I mean, that's a pretty good catch there. It's actually a little more compression than I thought there would be. But let's go ahead and do this on the other tube. Alright, here we go. Both halves are done. Nice. At this point, you'll just want to slide the halves together just like this. And you're going to have to put the 5 remaining screws through these 5 holes with the rounded edges. Don't put a screw through this square one here, just the ones with the rounded edges. Okay? And based on the image, it looks like the screws are going to come in from this side. Take a look. On this edge, the screw bases are smaller. This is the larger one, so it looks like the screws are going to come in through the larger side. Alright, and there you have it. One lightsaber tube complete with the spring catches. I'm not particularly sure what this is for. I know it's supposed to have a lightsaber that comes up through. I think it's probably going to come up this way, and these catches will hold it in place. But I could be wrong. I'm excited to see what comes next. But that actually finishes off this particular issue. And there you have it, everyone. Issue 35 is complete. We have more screws and a couple of extra spare parts. I don't know what comes next. I can't wait to see. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. Have a great day. Alright, today we are continuing our R2 build. We've got issue 36, and we have our parts based on this. It looks like it's going to be a short video, but we are finally starting the left leg. Let's crack it open and see what we got. Alright, here are the parts we received with this issue. As expected, we are beginning the left leg. We've got the left shoulder plate, we've got a stabilizer, and a couple of lubrication fittings. And for this issue, you're also going to need 4 of the longer 6mm silver screws. And to begin, we're going to start with the lubrication fittings. And if you take a look, you can see there's a little tab right here. That's make sure it's keyed. So when it goes in this slot here, you can see it'll stay in place. It looks like the 2 dots are up top and 1 screw in the back. And then you do the same thing for the bottom lubrication fitting. Alright, next up we're going to take the stabilizing rod here. And make sure that it is aligned just like this. I'm just going to slide in, and we've got 2 more screw holes in the back. And that, my friends, is that. Issue 36 is complete. And there you have it. Issue 36 is complete. All we have is this little part, but I'm excited because it means that we're beginning to build the left leg. I'm assuming that means that we are finished with the right leg. So we are certainly coming along. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we're going to be continuing our R2-D2 build. We've got issue 37 right here, and we have our parts. It looks like more wires. I don't know if there's any electronics in this, but let's open it up and let's see what we got. All right, this one looks like it's going to be pretty fun. We have quite a few pieces here today. We've got the motor housing left half, the rack, the drive gear, the motor housing right half. We've got limit switches, a base plate, and the drive motor. You're also going to need 3 of the 6mm black screws, as well as the lightsaber assembly so far. And to begin, we're going to assemble the base plate and attach it to the rack. You'll notice, there we go. The base plate here has some writing on one side, and it is smooth on the other. While the instructions don't specify, the images do show the writing going in this direction. So let's keep it that way. And then we're going to insert one of the screws right there. All right, and there you have it. All right, the next step has us taking the motor here, and we're going to fit it to the housing. So first things first, we want to undo this and stretch her out. We're going to take the housing here. We're going to orient it just like so. Okay, so make sure that the posts are facing towards you. You take the plug and slide it in. You just slide it all the way through, and you fit the motor in so it's flush. It will lock. You can still push it out, but it'll lock and won't go in any further. When it's like this, you take the gear and just slide that right on just like that. Alright, the next phase has us placing the limit switches on the housing. So again, let's get these things out and undone. There you go. You'll notice that one end is black and the other is yellow. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the black end. We want to orient it much like this, so that this little switch here is facing down. And you'll notice there's a little hole here and a little post right there. So that post, also there's a post here and a hole there. So you just line those up with the switch facing down, just like this. And then you'll bring the yellow end around. And again, make sure the switch is facing down. And it's the same deal, just like that. And for the next step, we're going to take the rack here. And if you take a look, there's an edge here. And there's an arm slot on the bottom. And I just want to place it in there. Just like so. It doesn't really specify where exactly it's supposed to go, but I'm lining up this edge with the outer edge of the housing. So it's right there by the switch. You can see it's flicking the switch a little bit. Then you'll take the other end of the housing and line it up. There we go. Should slide into place and hold everything in. And now we're going to want to put in a screw right here. And another one, I believe, goes right there. And there you go. This is all assembled. Okay, for this next phase, we're going to have to bring in the lightsaber tube on the other plate, as well as two more 6mm screws, a 12mm screw, and an 18mm screw. All of these from previous issues. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to take the ejector mechanism here. We're going to slide it in just like this. And we're going to line up this hole with this, and this with this. And it should be noted that this was a little too tight to fit in here, so I had to loosen this screw a little bit to get it to fit. So go just like this. There we go. Just like this. Okay. And we're going to use the 18mm screw here and the 12mm screw here. Alright, there we go. Now it's all attached and looking wonderful, I might add. And now we want to take the cap from the previous issues. I'm just going to slide that in so it fits right in place just like this. And we're going to use the two 6mm screws on either side to lock it in place. And there you have it, everyone. One lightsaber tube with ejector assembly completed. And there you have it, everyone. Issue 37 is complete, and this is frankly awesome. Wish I had a way of testing it, but this end won't plug into our tester, so it's obviously got to go into something else. This just looks awesome. So if you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we're going to be continuing with our R2 build. We have issue 38 right here, and we got some parts, or a part. Looks like we're going to be continuing with the left leg today. So let's get this thing open and see what we got. All right, not a whole lot to do with this issue. We've got these plastic plugs and the left leg outer plate. Now, you'll need this assembly from the previous issue, and basically you just want to slide it in here and make sure that it fits flush if you can, just like that. And you're not actually going to be screwing anything in. We're actually done. For the next part, you'll want the right leg assembly from the previous issues. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to take these plastic plugs, we're going to fill in all these holes to make it look seamless. Now, if you'll notice, you get 10 plugs, and there are actually 12 holes. The two that you're not going to fill are these two right here. And there you go. And that actually is the end of issue 38. Well, that issue was pretty short and sweet. Not a whole lot here. We're continuing on with the left leg. and it looks like we're finishing up with the right leg. I do love how we're covering all the screw holes here to make things look smoother. Some of these holes, I wish the plugs fit a little better, but all in all, from a distance, you're not going to be able to see much. I have heard from others that we're going to have to take this out at some point, and covering all these screw holes, that's going to make that a difficult job. But we'll deal with that when we come to it. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we're going to be continuing our R2 build. We've got issue 39 right here, and we have some parts, and it looks like they're giving us a container to hold all of the extra screws and stuff. Let's get this open and see what they gave us. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We've got the hydraulic arm coupler, the hydraulic arm cap, and the hydraulic arm piston, and the arm shaft. A few more screws, and they did indeed give us a little case to hold the screws. It's even got a slot for the official screwdriver that came with the set. Now, I don't actually use this screwdriver. And for those of you who've been following me since the beginning, you know I use a pillbox set to keep all of my pieces together. Now, this is really nice of them. It's a little late in the game, but I may transfer everything over so I can use this pillbox for a different model. Okay, for this assembly, you're also going to need to get a little bit of crazy glue. Not particularly happy with gluing things together because you can't take them apart afterwards, but it is what it is. So we're going to begin by putting a little dab of glue right on this post down here. I'm going to put that right in the hole in the block. Just like that. Whoops. There you go. We want to hold it together until it seals. Alright, next you're going to want to glue these together, and you'll see that this is keyed. It can only go in one way, just like that. So, we're going to apply some glue to the post. And slide it together. We're going to let that seal a little bit too. Alright, this does not want to stay. No matter how much glue I put in there, there's just too much play and not enough surface for this to adhere strong enough. Maybe it's the glue I have, I'm not sure, but either way, I'm going to have to figure that out a little later. For now, you can see there's a slot here, and there's a groove right there. We're going to have to glue that in place just like that. I'm going to give this a little more time to dry and hope for the best, but I do know that once we get the frame around it, it's actually going to be really difficult for this to come off, glued or not. So for now, let's give it a little time to dry. Okay, this is dried about as much as it's going to. And what you're going to do next is you got these two posts, you got two holes right here. You slide those in, and you screw them in from the other side. I believe these are the 6mm silver screws. The instructions don't actually specify. And I can't remember from the previous, from the right leg, so I'm going to guess and hope for the best. And there you have it. Issue 39 is complete. All right. Well, that was a fairly short and sweet issue. We've got our new assembly here. Like I said before, I'm not a big fan of gluing things together. It's just not as stable, and whenever it does attach, you can't take it back out again. Well, we still have plenty of issues to go, and hopefully this will seal by the time we get to the next one. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and have a great day. All right, today we're continuing on with R2-D2. We've got issue 40 right here, and we've got our parts. So it looks like we're going to be continuing on with the left leg. Let's open her up and let's see what we got. All right, here are the parts we get with this issue. We've got the left leg outer casing, the lightsaber hilt, and the power cell housing for the lightsaber. Now these do slide together pretty nicely. They do twist and turn, and I don't see how they're going to attach, but we're not actually going to be doing anything with these in this issue, so we can set these to the side. That does look pretty cool. For the outer casing on the left leg, we just bring in the leg assembly so far, and we can slide this thing in, just like so. Let's see about matching the pins, so that it slides in place just like that. We're not actually going to be screwing anything in today. This is kind of a test fit to make sure that it goes together. And there it is. That is the end of issue 40. And there you have it. Another very short issue. Not a whole lot to do, but we've actually been through this once before, and we know how this is going to end up. So I'm pretty excited to be continually making progress, and we are 40% of the way through this build already, plus some extra parts for the lightsaber. So if you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we'll see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we are continuing the R2 build. We have issue 41 right here. We have our parts, and this looks like more parts for the lightsaber, so I can't wait to get this open. So let's just get to it. Alright, here are the parts we get with this issue. We have the crystal housing, the grip ridges, the stabilizing ring, blade emitter, the activator mount, the activator itself, and a couple of locating pins along with several screws, and you will need the two parts from the previous issues. You're also going to need some super glue for this one. So let's just get to it. Okay, to start, we're going to take this piece from the previous issues, and if you look really closely, there are grooves on either side. And what we're going to have to do is take these tiny little pins here. We're going to have to fit them into those grooves and glue them in place. So, well, let's just get it done. Alright, and with those firmly fitted in place like this, we're just going to have to wait and let the glue dry. Alright, with the glue dry, you're going to want to put these two pieces together. Take a real close look, you'll see a little notch in there. That notch is going to line up with the pin. And once again, we're going to want to glue these together. Alright, and with those fitted together like that, we're going to set these to the side and let that glue dry. In the meantime, we're going to take the crystal housing here, we're going to attach the activator to it. So we're going to start by taking the silver activator base. That's just going to line up like this. Okay, you can see it's curved on one end. That curve is going to go towards the crystal housing. And there are spots for two screws. And we're going to be using two of the silver 6mm screws to get it in. Alright, with this in place, we're going to take the activator, and it's going to go right on there. Now, take a look at the bottom. There are 3 posts. There are 3 holes. And you are supposed to glue it in place. So make sure that your screws are flush, because they won't fit flush if they are not. And that this is lined up the way you want it before you glue it, because you're not going to be able to take this thing off and fix it later. Alright, and there it is in place, and we're just going to have to wait for the glue to set, of course. But in the meantime, I think this is reasonably secure at this point. And what we're going to want to do is take the assembly that we've built so far, and we're going to glue these together. Now again, take a look inside, there's a groove. You can see there's a little lip on one side, okay, whereas it's higher on the other. That lip is going to go towards the assembly completed so far, and again, we're going to have to glue it together. Okay, now that we've got that in place, we can move on to the next phase. The next phase is taking the grip here, and you'll notice that this side has a longer lip than the other. So we're going to take the longer lip and real close, another notch, and on this assembly, there is another groove. They're going to just slide together, and once again, we got to glue. And this is our lightsaber so far, looking quite nice. Now my glue still hasn't quite set right, that's why I'm holding it together like this. I'm hoping it will be more stable and secure as we move on. Next up, we're going to take one of the very long screws that came with this particular issue. We're going to go ahead and we are going to fit it through here, just like that. And then we're going to take this and fit it through there. So it's all done correctly. Should look like that with the screw coming out of the bottom, and that is going to fit right there. And there you have it. The lightsaber is completed, I believe. Looks like it is. Model space, we don't like glue, but this looks awesome. So I will forgive you this time. And that actually completes stage 41. Alright, and there you go. Stage 41 is complete. The lightsaber is looking wonderful. Just got to wait for this glue to dry, and we will go from there. I like it. I think it's a great little replica. Not sure how screen accurate it is. I'll have to look up some pictures from the movies to find out. But if you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we'll see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we have issue 42 of our R2 build, and we have our parts here, and it looks like we're going to be continuing on with the left leg. So let's get this thing open and see what we got. All right, so here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got the front left leg frame, the rear left leg frame, and the left ankle frame. And I have to admit, this is a somewhat disappointing issue because all we're doing is test fitting these to make sure that they were cut properly, and it looks like they are. And that's it. That is the end of stage 42 here. So that was a rather disappointing issue. It's really just a delivery of parts that we're going to use later. But I am looking forward to completing the left leg and for that matter, the rest of the model. So progress. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we are going on to issue 43, and hopefully it is more involved than the last one. We do have some parts here. It looks like we're going to be continuing on with the left leg. So let's crack this open and see what we got. All right. So these are the parts that we get with this issue, and amazingly enough, the instructions list every one of these as leg details. So that's what we have. We have 7 pieces of leg detail. You're also going to need the ankle from the previous issue, as well as 2 6mm black screws and 2 6mm silver screws. All right, to begin, we're going to assemble the lubricant filter reservoir. So we're going to take the cap, and we're going to take the ring, and we're just going to slide the ring over. And notice there's 2 little lugs on there. And when you take this, you'll notice there's 2 slots on the lip. Those lugs will go into those slots to keep it from turning. And we're going to take 1 silver 6mm screw and drive it right down the middle. Alright, and then we repeat this for the other one. Alright, and now that we have 2 of these, we'll take this piece here and orient it in this fashion. And we've got this little tab here, okay, and that's going to be facing this way towards the screw holes. So it should slide in, and you'll notice there's little tabs in here. 1 and then 2 sets of 2. That singular one, that's going to go in that slot there. And you just slide it all the way in just like that. And do the same thing on this side. Just like that. And then you can take the ankle, and it should just slide right into place. Just like that. If you take a look, there's those little slots. That's where these little tabs are going to go to help you line it up properly. And with everything slid in place and looking flush, you've got 2 screw holes right here, and we're going to use the 6mm black screws for those. And would you look at that? The ankle is looking better than ever. And there you have it. Stage 43 is complete. Another day, another little piece of progress towards getting our R2 completed. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. See you next time. Have a great day. Alright, today we are going to go with issue 44 of the R2 build. And some R2 looks like more of the left leg frame. So let's get this open and see what we got. Alright, these are the parts that you get with this issue. You've got the rear left leg frame and the front left leg frame, as well as a leg frame connector. You also get a bunch of screws, and I suggest you use the screws that actually came with this issue, as these are not your typical 6mm silver screws. These are a bit fatter, and they're really going to be taking a lot of weight support here. You're also going to need 8 of the 6mm black screws, as well as the leg frame pieces from the previous issue, and the leg that we have built thus far. You won't need the ankle from the last issue. And to begin, you're going to want to take these 2 frame pieces here, and we're just going to slide them together. And you'll notice that this one has a little protrusion here with a hole in it, and it'll just slide right in there. It should go neatly. On the back, you've got a spot for a nut that came with this issue, so we'll just slide that in there. And then we'll take one of those silver screws and we'll screw it in to hold them in place. Alright, with that done, we're going to come down to the bottom. You can see there's a spot here for the frame connector. Now there are posts on the frame connector, so those posts will just slide right in. Now there's really no direction. This is pretty much the same no matter which way you go, but there is some writing on it, and I'm putting that right side up, although I'm sure it doesn't matter at all. Back, two more places for nuts, and you'll want to screw through those holes as well. Alright, with that in place, you can actually take the frame from the previous issues and just slide that in and connect it in exactly the same way. Making sure those little posts go into the holes back there, nuts and screws. And there you have it. Leg frame is complete. Now we have to fit it to this. So we just flip this over and make sure that this little extension is facing that way. These little tabs here are going to face up away from the plastic. And just fit that in. Since nothing else is secured, everything's going to want to fall apart here. And with those in place, we're going to want to use the 8 6mm black screws to tie it together. These 4 holes, and these 2, and these 2. And there you have it, people. The leg frame is now attached to the leg assembly and looking great. We are yet another step closer, and that ends stage 44. How exciting is this? We can start to see that the left leg is coming along, and yeah, I know we did this once before with the right leg, but the more we get done, the closer we are to having our R2 wander around on its own. And I am ecstatic. I simply can't wait. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing on with our R2 build. We have issue 45 right here. We have some more parts. This actually kind of looks like an LED, like the last one. Well, let's get it open. Let's see what we got. Alright, here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got a sensor cable, left ankle details, all of these are labeled as left ankle details. And we have another LED cluster, this one for the processor state indicator, as well as the mounting plate, an LED cable, and some fixing screws. Alright, to kick off this issue, we'll assemble the LED display here, which, I mean, it really looks identical to the last one. So we'll pull that out and we'll give it a little look-see here. But this one's got the little plug, a little hole for the plug, so just slide it in that way. It really only goes one way. And you've got 3 screw holes here, and you're going to want to use the screws that came with this issue on this side. Okay, so we've got this all plugged in, and we're going to want to take the lead cable here, and it's got a fat end and a thin end, and the thin end is going to go in there. Okay, with all that plugged in, we'll bring out our test kit here and make sure it works. There we go. Look at that. That is definitely working just fine. And it does look identical to the other one with one exception. As you can see, They look exactly the same. Same size, same everything. Even the lead cables here, well, maybe not. One has a bit of a longer lead cable. The one we just got has a longer lead cable. So that's a good way to tell them apart. This one also has a different color. The one we just got today has green and yellow, and this one has red and blue. So I don't know exactly how it's all going to work together, but they are different. So if you're having trouble differentiating them, find a way to label them. Alright, now we're going to assemble the leg detail here. And it does say to use 2 of the black screws that came with issue 44. I have absolutely no idea which screws came with issue 44. Based on the pictures, it looks like we're going to be using 4mm screws, but we're going to want these ones that are a little bit thicker. I still have 3 of these left, so I think these are the screws that we're going to be using. We're going to give it a shot. For this, if you look on the back side of the larger piece, you'll see there's a slot there. And when you line one of these up with this rounded section facing forward, or facing towards the silver, this lip here, so I've got the wrong one, is going to want to face towards the outside here, like that. And then this hole will go over that post, just like that. And one screw right there in the middle. And there we go. It looks like that fatter screw worked just fine. And this is looking good. And we just do the same thing for the other piece. And there it is. That's all she wrote for this issue. And there you have it, everyone. Issue 45 is complete. We got a new piece of electronics, which looks good. And now that I'm looking at it, it's hard to tell, but this frame seems to be angled. I believe the other one was perfectly straight. So maybe another way to differentiate between the two. And some more ankle details. So we are coming along just that little bit more on the left leg. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 46 here, and we have our parts. So it looks like we're going to be continuing on with the left leg. So let's crack it open and see what we got. All right, here are the parts that we get with this issue. We have the motor cable, some more leg details, the leg frame itself, these little plastic plugs, and some cable ties. And we're not going to need any of this for this issue. All we're going to do is we're going to take the frame and these little details, and it's got a rounded edge. The rounded edge is going to face towards the top of the leg, and there are little slots in here. Just going to slide it in. Maybe if I line it up properly. Just like that. Same for the other side. Wow, it's harder than it looks. There it goes. And we are done. And there you have it. Stage 46 is complete. Another super short issue, but more progress on the left leg, so we are coming along. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We've got issue 47 right here. We have our parts, and it looks like we're continuing the left leg. Maybe some ankle pieces here, so let's get it open. Let's see what we got. And here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got the left ankle mounting plate, the left leg bottom rear cover, left wheel mounting plate, some screws, and the plastic plugs. I need either of these and most of the screws. However, there are two different kinds of screws. They're both 6mm, but one is definitely larger than the other. So we need two of the larger screws that came with this issue. And we will also need this assembly from the previous issues. And what you're going to want to do is you'll take this with the writing facing the rear of the legs. The smoother surface will be facing upwards. Just slide that puppy up and on, just like that. And then we will take this mounting plate here, and if you take a look, you can see there's two posts and two screw holes. And that is going to go in these four holes here. And then we take two of those larger screws and they go right on there. And there you have it. Stage 47 is complete. So, another day and another very short issue completed, but more progress on this left leg, so it is coming along very nicely. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 48 right here, and we have a part. It's just the one. This looks like the sensor, like we got on the right leg. But let's crack it open. Let's see what we got. As expected, we have the left leg shoulder sensor right here. And we're going to go ahead and install it. We're going to need this assembly from the previous issues. And we just take this twist tie off. Unfold the cable. And we're going to slide it into there. You'll notice there's a little piece that sticks up here, so that should pop out of that hole and be pretty flush. And you're going to want to make sure that the black cable here is facing down the leg. And it should be pretty similar to that when you're done. Then this cable is going to come down and it's going to wrap around that screw post there, just like that. And then go through the big hole. Just like that. And that completes this issue. And there we have it. Stage 48 is complete. And one more piece to the left leg. So we are coming along slowly but surely. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. Welcome back, y'all. We are up to 49, issue 49 on our R2 build here. And we've got our magazine and we've got our part, and it looks like we're going to be continuing on the left leg here. So let's get this thing open and see what we got. And here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got the inner wheel support plate, the axle, and the bearing. You're also going to need 4 of the thicker 6mm screws and this leg assembly that we have built so far. You will not need the axle or the bearing for this issue. What you're going to want to do, you take a look on one side of this, which is the smooth side. It's got a couple of posts on it. And if you take a look here, you've got 3 holes in each corner. Those posts are going to go in the middle hole in each corner. And with everything lined up, we should have 4 screw holes ready and waiting for those 4 screws. Alright, looks like I was wrong. We're actually using the thinner 6mm screws, and now I remember this from the right leg where the screws actually stuck out here. But the instructions do say 6mm, so I'm going to go ahead and leave these in, and as we continue assembling the leg, we'll see if that interferes with the movement of the wheel. Hopefully not, but we'll find out. And that actually completes stage 49. Another day, another issue down. Stage 49 is complete. The left leg is coming along nicely. Looking forward to getting it complete and matching it up with the right leg we've already done. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. Today we are continuing with issue 50 of our R2 build. We have our parts here, and it looks like we're going to be assembling another wheel. Well, let's crack it open. Let's see what we get. Alright, here are the parts that we get with this issue. We have a dome panel and some double-sided tape. I left it in the plastic here because we're not actually going to be needing it for this particular issue, so I'm going to set this to the side for a moment. And we've got two wheel covers, one with posts, okay, and one with holes. And we've got the wheel itself along with a number of screws. Now you're going to need 4 of the 6mm black screws that come with this issue. And what we're going to want to do is to assemble this. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter, but there is writing on the inside of one side of this wheel. And the instruction manual does have the writing side up when we fit the cover plate with the posts. So we'll just do it that way. Alright, and with the plate fit flush like this, and the post sitting up, we'll take this one, this cover plate, and we'll just line it up with those posts. Other side, just like that, and 4 screws. And with all 4 screws in there, you are done with issue 50. And there you have it, everyone. Another day, another short issue complete. I'm actually a little sad because this is issue 50, which means with its completion, we are officially halfway done with this build. I had kind of hoped for something a little more dramatic than a wheel, but c'est la vie, 'tis what it is. But if you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are going on to issue 51, and we are kicking off the second half in style. All the drama I had hoped for in the last issue, I think we're going to get this time because we have the dome! We have the dome! I can't wait to get this thing out. So let's open her up and see what we got. Alright, look at this dome. That is looking incredible. Man, this thing takes fingerprints like there's no tomorrow though, doesn't it? I'll have to polish that up. But this is looking awesome. This just looks incredible. It does look a little bit of an elliptical shape instead of round. So I may have to squeeze it and bend it, I'm not sure. Though fitting it around the frame, I'm sure will push it into place. For this issue, we're also going to need the double-sided tape and the dome plate from the previous issue. Now, what we're going to be doing is temporarily fitting this thing. We're not actually going to be permanently fitting it until we really assemble the whole bit. But if you take a look, only one hole has a little rectangle hole above it. If you go directly to the right of that, that's the hole that this piece is going to go into. So you can actually kind of test fit it without the tape, and you can see how well it looks. Okay, in this case, incredible. Now, when you're doing this, when you're doing the test fit, take a look on the back side of this. You'll see some writing. That writing is going to be facing towards the top of the dome. For the temporary fixture, what you're going to want to do is take the double-sided tape. You've got brown paper on one side and you've got white on the other. You're going to go ahead and we're going to take the white off. And then we're going to apply the tape, one strip to the top and one strip to the bottom of the hole. Alright, and as you can see, I now have the tape applied as best I can. And it's important to note, if you look on this side, you don't see the tape coming through at all. Once you're at this stage, you'll want to take the brown backing off, but just the brown backing. You want to leave the tape in there. It's hard to see, but it can be done. All right, now that we've got the backing off, and you can see the tape is still in there, we will want to refit this carefully so that it is exactly where we want it, and press it into that tape so that it sticks. And there you go. One panel on the dome completed. And that finishes stage 51. Okay. Well, that is looking incredible. I'm very happy we finally got the dome. I can't wait to actually fit it onto the full dome frame that we've got so far. Be careful when handling this. I'm not sure how strong that double-sided tape is. And you don't want this piece just flopping about and falling out. But we are definitely kicking off the second half of this build in style and starting with something I have been waiting for since the beginning. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. Today we are continuing our R2 build with issue 52. We have our parts, which more electronics, so that excites me. But let's crack it open. Let's see exactly what we got. All right, here are the parts we get with this issue. We have a sensor control board and a sensor calibration panel. The control board we're not actually going to be using in this issue, so that's kind of sad. But we can set it to the side for now. But we will be installing the sensor calibration panel, which is really just this tiny little piece of plastic. And from what I can tell, it's really just because the infrared sensors in the right leg that we built, these sensors right here, are a little too low and they need to be pushed out a bit. So what we're going to do is take it, well, we're going to take it out of the bag first. Then we're going to pop this cover plate off. Pull out I'm going to pop this cover plate off by taking off the screws, the 6 screws along the edge. All right, and with that cover plate off, we're going to undo the screw here by the infrared sensor. I'm just going to pop the sensor off and take the plastic calibration panel here, and if you look real close, there's a hole in it. That hole will line up with the screw hole, just like that, and the sensor will go back in place. And there we have it with the sensor back in place. We can replace the cover panel here. And that finishes stage 52. And there we are, another issue down, not terribly much to do. Glad to see that they discovered and found a correction for an issue. I'm assuming that's what that was for, before we really got the whole robot assembled. Some of you may notice that on this leg, I've taken out the silver centerpiece here. That is because a lot of other builders have told me that this is going to have to come out later in the day, and it's going to be much more difficult to remove at that stage. So I've gone ahead and I've taken it out for now, and we'll put it back when we are instructed to do so. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 53 right here, and we have another circuit board. So let's crack this open and see what we got. All right, here are the parts we get with this issue. We have the test board and 2 test cables, but you're also going to need the circuit board from the previous issue. And you're going to need the battery box. And you're going to need the right leg. And you're going to need the lightsaber tube assembly so far. Alright, to begin, we're going to want to assemble the test circuit all together. So we're going to take cable 1, which is this one that's got the blue and green in it. And on the new test circuit, we'll call this test circuit 1 test circuit. And I guess test circuit and sensor control board is what it's officially called. But we'll plug it into the middle port on the test circuit and to the right port on the control or sensor board here. Then we're going to take the other cable, and now that I look at it, I got lucky last time. These ends are a little different here. So the wider ones are going on the sensor control board, and the smaller ones are going on the test circuit. But on the test circuit, let's reorient this the way it was. This will go into the rightmost port here. There we go. And then this will go all the way to the left on the sensor control board, just like that. And then your battery is going to plug in right there. And there you have it. The test circuit is complete. Alright, the first thing we're going to test is the lightsaber ejector mechanism. Now, while handling this, be very, very careful. I've been told by several people that this yellow cable apparently breaks and comes loose a lot right there. Their suggestion is to hot glue it. I don't actually have a hot glue gun, so I'm not sure how I'm going to secure that, but for now I'm just going to be very, very careful, and you should too. On the sensor control board, you'll see a line of ports along the back. This wider one with the black and yellow will go into the wider port on the left, and the red and black will go right next to it. Alright, and with those plugged in, we should be able to turn on the power box and test it. And look at that. The motor works just fine. The limit switches stop the motor before it works. Man, that is excellent. That is awesome. So it appears that works just fine. So we're going to go ahead and turn the power off. Carefully disconnect it. I'll store the lightsaber tube for another day. Alright, time to test the sensors on the leg. This one's going to be fun. First thing we're going to do is test the shoulder sensor, which is this black cable here. And what we're going to do is we're going to plug it into the fourth port from the right here. Okay. I'm going to turn the power on. And you can see over here there are no lights. Okay. That may not be good. let's see here. If I bring, I don't know if that's a good object. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my screw kit here, and I'm going to hold it way off the edge. I'm going to bring it in close. Oh, there it goes. And with that blue light coming on, that means that the shoulder sensor is detecting it. It only seems to do it like part of the time. Oh, there it goes. Maybe I've got it wrong. No. See, the blue light indicator is on now. Oh, there it goes. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like the shoulder sensor is functional. We can go ahead and disconnect this. Next up, we're going to test the infrared sensors on the bottom of the foot. And that is the smaller of the remaining plugs. It's only got the red, looks like orange and yellow. And that is going to go on the remaining port on the test circuit. Just like that. Now, if I turn the power on, first things first, now what we're testing is the infrared circuit right here. So, I'm going to put the foot on the floor as though it's on the floor. I'm going to turn the test circuit on, and you can see how it's nice and green. And if I move the foot off the table, yep, a green light goes off. So that tells me that the infrared circuit is working just fine. What a great issue that was. We didn't actually get to build anything this time, which was a little disappointing, but we did get to make sure that the electronics that we've been installing thus far are fully functional. So I can't wait to see what comes next. I hope you liked the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 54 right here. And let's see, yes. Here are the parts that we get with this issue. It looks like we've got some more dome pieces and part of the leg. So let's get it open and let's see what we got. Okay, so here are the parts we get with this issue. We've got 3 more dome panels. If you take a real close look at these, they're a little wider on the bottom and thinner on top, and that's how you know which direction they go. You can also flip them over, and there is some writing towards the top edge, so that will help with orientation. We got 2 more pieces of double-sided sticky tape. You have the outer wheel mounting plate and a bearing. You're also going to need a whole bunch of stuff from previous issues, including the outer dome here, and we're going to need the left leg assembly built so far, and we're going to need the axle and the bearing from the previous issues, and the wheel from the previous issue as well as 4 4mm screws. Okay, for the dome panels, we're going to be doing this exactly the same way as we did with the last one. We're going to start where the last one is. We're going to move to the left. It's these 3 holes that these 3 panels are going to go in. The double-sided tape is going to cover all 3, so 1 strip on the top, 1 strip on the bottom, and then we just push the panels in. And there you have it. The 3 new panels are complete. Now, you can, if you so desire, test fit this on the dome frame. If you look, you've got a keyed protrusion here that this will fit right over. So if you want to do that, and it's totally up to you, it's not necessary at this stage, but I think it makes for easier storage, as well as simply looking quite cool. Alright, for the next step, we're going to attach the wheel to the left leg here. And to do that, we'll flip this assembly over, and we're going to take the smaller bearing. We're going to throw that puppy in right there. And we're going to take the axle. We're going to push it through the wheel. Now, instructions don't actually specify, but they do show that the axle is being pushed through, so the post comes through where the screw holes are. And then you set that in so that it lines up with the bearing, just like that. Next up, you take the larger bearing, and just slip that around there. And then you can fit this piece here. You'll notice there is a post here, and a post here. And that's going to go in the center hole here and here, so that the screw holes line up just like this. And 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 4mm screws. And there you have it. The wheel is attached, and it is spinning just fine. So things are definitely looking up. And there goes the bearing. So be careful with that, because that does slip right out of that hole for the moment. Obviously, that'll be fixed in later issues when we get the motor. And that actually completes stage 54. And another incredible issue completed. I'm particularly happy with the way the dome is coming along. It's definitely looking incredible. But also great to see we're making progress on the leg as well. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. Today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 55 right here, and we have our part, and this looks like the motor for the left leg wheel, and we know what that means, right? Looks like it's going to be time to get our leg assembly nearly completed. Okay, here are the parts that come with this issue. We have the wheel, motor, gearbox, and we have a bunch of longer silver screws and a bunch of the black screws as well. These look like the 6mm black screws. We're going to be needing quite a few screws for this issue, but we'll set those to the side for the moment. And what I'm going to do is bring out my test kit, and I'm going to test the motor before we install it, as opposed to afterwards, now that we have the gear to do so. So, I'll just plug this puppy in. Battery box on, and there it goes. Excellent news. So we know the motor works, and we can install it with confidence. So we'll begin by fitting the motor into the wheel, and this is going to just go straight into the axle here. Just like that. And then you want to line up these 4 screw holes like so, and use the longer silver screws that they supplied with this issue for those 4 holes. Alright, now that we've got the motor assembled, we're going to take the motor cable, that's the one that's got this really wide end on it that we got from previous issues. I'm going to string that thing. And what we're going to do, after we straighten it out, we're going to take the wider end, we're going to plug it into the motor. Just like last time. There it goes. We're going to take the smaller end and make sure that it goes through here. Just thread it in. And bring it out as far as we can. go. Now remember that when we go to cable tie this, it's a really tight fit, and you're going to want to make sure that you've got plenty of room here. So you're going to want this to go straight down like that. You don't want to pull it taut when you go to cable tie. But that'll come in a couple more steps here. Now we're going to take the infrared sensor cable. I'm going to undo this and identify which one's the smaller one. In this case, it's this one. And we need to measure out 135 centimeters because, well, that is what the instructions say. We need at least 135 centimeters, stem to stern. I'm going to give it like an extra centimeter or so here. And now we know where to tie that cable. Much like this one, you take the wider end, and this thing does not want to uncurl. So the wider end is going to go right through there. I'm going to pull it up. And if you look real close, this right here is where the first cable tie is going to go on this little hook. It's right there. And that is where our little black mark is going to go. So our little black mark will go right there. Alright, with the cables in place, we're going to use these cable ties to neaten things up a bit. So, again, we'll take our 135 millimeter mark, and that's going to go near this hook. And this needs to make sure we got enough slack so that it comes straight down and out. Because this is going to be a tight fit otherwise. Okay. And with our cables lined up appropriately, we'll slide a tie through the hook underneath the cables, wrap it around, pull it in tight. If I can. All right, with one cable tie done, we just do it 3 more times. All right, and with all 4 cable ties complete, you can just snip off the excess. And we are ready to move on to the next stage. This is where we get to start actually putting everything back together again. So I'll start by putting this piece back on, because it was only test fit before. There we go. Alright. And then you can take this leg piece, make sure that this cable is wound through just like this. And you take these cables, make sure they go through that hole. Don't lose your leg detail pieces here. And we're going to fall off on both sides. And just fit this right over top. Make sure little silver ankle piece is down. Should fit together quite nicely. There we go. And then you can move this up to help hold it in place. See? Nice and neat. And now we're going to want 12 of the, well, I know they're black screws. Let's see what, I think they're 6mm. Yep, 12 6mm black screws to go in all 12 of those holes. All right, look at that. So this is looking wonderful. All right, the next step is we're going to take this piece of ankle detail here. I'm going to slide this in right here. Flip it over. And right there, we're going to need to drive a 6mm black screw. Now we take the ankle pieces here, and what we're going to want to do is make sure that you line up these posts on the back of the detail with these posts here, and when you do, that curve right here should match that curve there. And it should fit just like that, nice and flush. You can see a little cutout for the screw there. Do it again on the other side. And now we've got some very nice ankle detail. So we're going to slide this ankle detail into place, and you can see there's a little groove here. That's for the cables. And if you've left enough slack, it should just slide right on in. And with this in place, 4 screws. Now, the instructions say 4 silver 6mm screws, but if I recall correctly, the last time we did this, we tried the silver screws and they didn't work. So I'm going to use the black self-tapping 6mm screws. And there you have it. The left leg is nearing completion, just really the foot to go. And that completes this stage. And there you go, stage 55 is complete. I love issues like that. I feel like we got a lot accomplished in that issue, from the left leg motor, which we tested and verified is working to actually assembling all the disparate pieces of the left leg so that this is nearing completion. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 56 right here. And we have our parts, and it looks like we're going to be continuing with both the dome and the leg. So let's get this open and see what we got. Alright, here are the pieces that you get with this issue. We have two more dome panels, with the larger silver one having two long double-sided tapes and the thinner one having three short double-sided tapes. We've got the power bus cable mounting plate and the outer foot casing, and you will need the left leg and dome assemblies so far. Alright, for the dome panels, we're actually going to be starting where we began this little adventure, and we're going to be moving to the left with the thin one going here and the larger one here. The double-sided tape will go at the top and bottom of this, and the top and bottom and middle of this. Obviously the shorter tape here, longer tape here. Alright, when you're done adding the tape, it should look something like this. And remember to take the brown paper off of the tape before, and be careful not to press on these. These are still temporarily fitted. But remember to take the brown paper off before applying the panels. Alright, and there you have it. Those two panels are installed and looking fabulous. Okay, for this next part of the assembly, you'll need the leg, the left foot cover, as well as two of the 6mm black screws. And this should fit right over there. And you can see you've got these posts here, and I'm just going to go in these 4 holes here when it's lined up correctly. Just like that. And you've got screw holes right in the middle, and that's where the two 6mm screws are going to go. And there you have it. The panel is installed. Now you can take the power bus connector, and it doesn't really seem to be excuse me, it doesn't really, yes, it is keyed a little bit. It's got a slightly wider edge, so you take the thin edge and you just slide that right in. Yeah. And that fits nice and snug and secure. And there you have it, everyone. Man, these things just like to fall out, don't they? The good news is it'll just slide right back in. And once we get the other half of the foot cover, it'll stay in place. But more dome detail here, and obviously more foot. So we are certainly making progress. Can't wait to get to the next issue. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 57 right here. And it looks like we have parts for both the leg and the dome. So let's get it open and let's see what we got. Alright, these are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got 2 more double-sided tape, another dome panel, the infrared sensor, and the inner foot casing for the left leg. Alright, we'll start with the dome panel here. And this is going to be one more space to the left. So it's going to be the space that has the 2 little holes right above it. And because this one has an off-center hole in it, orientation is a big deal. So when you're putting it in, make sure that the writing is facing right side up, and that when you're looking at it from the outside, the hole is to the left, much like this. But we will attach it the same way we've attached all the rest, by putting the double-sided tape on the top and bottom of the hole, and then filling it in with the dome panel. And there you go. That's what it should look like when it's completed. For the next step, you'll need the left leg so far and 5 of the 6mm black screws. And what we're going to do is on the underside of this, and I lost the power bus connector, so we'll throw that back in a minute. But on the underside, you'll see the section where the infrared sensor is going to go, and it can really only go one way and have the screw hole fit. And we're going to use one of those black screws to attach it. Alright, and with that screwed in, you'll want to take the cable that is hanging out here, and we'll just plug that puppy in as well. And there you go. And with all of that in place, we can put the housing on. It's really just going to slide on like so. And it should just line up quite neatly. You're going to want to make sure that the cable here for the infrared sensor goes inside the housing. Go. We'll just take a quick look around and make sure. Oh, forgot to put the power bus thing back on. There we go. And you just take a quick look around, make sure everything's lined up properly. And then you've got 4 screw holes for the remaining screws. And there you have it. Looking neat, looking nice. And stage 57 is completed. And there you go. Another stage completed, yet even more progress made. I'm liking the way the dome is looking at the moment. And this, yes, we technically can test the sensors now that they're all here, but I want to wait for the cover panel to come in so we can get that installed and make sure that that does not interfere with the infrared sensor. But once that's in, we'll run a test of all the sensors on the left leg as well. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our Star Wars R2 build, issue 58 right here. More parts. Looks like another dome panel, the power bus cables, and the bottom cover for the left foot. So let's crack this open and see what we got. And here are the parts that we get with this issue. 2 more strips of double-sided tape, another dome panel, the power bus cables, the foot base for the left foot, and a bunch of screws. Alright, you're not actually going to need the power bus cables for this particular issue. So we'll move on to the dome, and just like before, this will slide into place in the appropriate slot. If you've been following along, the last one we did was this one here with the little hole, and we're going to skip this round hole, and this is going to fit into the first big circle to the left in that direction. And again, orientation really matters on this one, so make sure that it's oriented in this direction. And if you look on the back, there is a little bit of writing right there. Make sure that it's facing right side up when you put it in. And just like with all the others, 1 strip of double-sided tape on the top, 1 strip on the bottom, and then we apply the panel. Okay, and there it is, sitting pretty in its proper spot. Okay, for the foot base, we're going to need 6 of the 6mm black screws, and it's just going to slide right over the top here. You can see the infrared sensor sticking out and the holes for the infrared sensor, so you can make sure that it's aligned properly. And there you go. And the 6 holes are fairly easy to tell. So we'll just throw some screws in there and be done with it. And there you go. With everything screwed in, the foot base is assembled. And technically that is the end of the stage. But I'm going to take it a little step further. This is the part that I find both the most fun and the most terrifying. We're bringing out the test kit. We're going to test these sensors once again. See how much height I can get on this camera here. It's about as high as it's going to go. Now, if I remember right, the shoulder sensor plugged into the 4th from the left, if I remember correctly. So we're going to want to keep that shoulder sensor clear. And there's a blue light currently on. And if we take something, and, oh, look at that. Yeah. So, as we block it, that blue light goes off. Nice. Now, we'll unplug that. And we're going to take the infrared sensor lead. I'm going to plug that into the remaining port on the sensor test board here. If I can. There it goes. We're going to bring the leg upright for that. Turn it on. Green light. Nice. Let's take it off the table. And the light goes off. On, off. That means the infrared sensor is working as well. Awesome. And that completes stage 58. There we go. Yet another issue down. The dome and leg are both coming along splendid. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 59 right here. And we have a bunch of parts. It looks like we are going to continue with the dome and the leg in this issue. So let's get it open and see what we got. Alright, here are the parts we get with this issue. We've got 2 more strips of double-sided tape, another dome panel, the left fuel cell, both the outer cover and the inner cover, a couple of the quick-release fuel system latches, and a bunch of these plastic plugs. Alright, we'll start with the dome piece, and at this point you should probably know how all of these are being installed. There's only one space large enough for this particular piece to go, so double-sided tape on the top and bottom of the hole on the inside, and make sure the writing on the back of the piece is facing right side up, and then you slide the piece in, just like so, and it should stick around. Alright, and there it is. Fit nice and neat. Alright, to begin this part, we're going to want to take these plastic plugs, and you'll notice that there are 6 shorter ones and 2 slightly longer ones with a bit of an angle on them. These longer ones, you can just pop these right off. They're going to go into these holes closest to the wheel. Just like that. And the 6 shorter ones will go in the next 6 holes on the ankle and foot. Okay, with all of those in place, we want to take the rear cover here, or the inner cover, and make sure that it's the hollow side is facing down, and this is facing towards the right. And you'll take one of the quick release latches. It's got that little blue strip on it. Make sure that is facing towards you. You can just pop that puppy on. Just like that. And then we will slide it in place. Line up the screw holes. And it should kind of semi-lock in place as the posts fit into the holes. And we will go ahead and screw them with, I think, the 6mm black screws. Alright, and with that in place, we can get the outer cover, again with this little slot facing towards the right, and the little blue strip now is actually going to face towards the top. Another way to determine this, this little hole here is where the power bus cable is going to go, and the little blue strip goes on the opposite side of that. So we just slide it in like that, line it up just like this, and again 4 of the 6mm black screws. Alright, and with that in place, we can actually put the power bus cables in. And if you'll take a look, the inner hole on the fuel cell goes to the upper hole on the foot, and the outer hole goes to the lower hole foot. Just like that. And that actually completes stage 59. And there we go. Yet another issue completed. I think our left leg here is almost as far as the right leg. I think all we need to do is plug up these holes, and this will be at the exact same stage as the right leg. So we're nearly done with this one. That's exciting. I'm wondering if we're going to start working on the center foot, or if we're finally going to start work on the body after this. I can't wait to find out. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. Today, we are doing issue 60 of our R2 build, and we have our parts here. It looks like we've got a cable, another dome panel, something I don't recognize at all, and a number of plastic plugs. But let's get this thing open and see what we got. Alright, these are the parts we get with this issue. We have a dome top panel, a shoulder fitting, a cable for the logic function display, and a number of plastic plugs. We will need the cable and the plastic plugs. However, the dome panel and the shoulder fitting will not be used today. For the logic function board, we've got this from, I don't even know what issue this came in. That was a long time ago. But if you look on the back, you've got a little small port for a connector, and we have ourselves a plug. So just plug the small end in here. There we go. And that actually completes this step. And moving on, we'll take the left leg assembly that we have done so far, and we're going to use these plastic plugs to fill in all the holes, starting at the top of the ankle and moving up, but not these 2 holes here at the bottom of the shoulder. Alright, and when all is said and done, it should look something like this. And that completes stage 60. Well, that was a short issue, but quite nice. Got some more plugs in here. It looks like we're still 6 plugs shy of closing up this side of the leg. And moving forward from there. Not a whole lot to do, but if you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 61 right here. And we have our parts. It looks like more dome panels and another shoulder fitting. So let's get this open and see what we got. And here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got 2 more dome panels, a couple pieces of double-sided tape, another shoulder fitting, some more plastic plugs, and some more screws. And for this issue, of course, we're not going to need the shoulder fitting or the screws, so we'll put those to the side. Now these dome panel pieces will fit much like the previous panel pieces, and we will be continuing our journey to the left with these 2 spaces right here. Now the only real difference is that the double-sided tape is going to work for both holes. Okay, so we're not getting a separate piece for the smaller one. We're just going to get a longer piece of double-sided tape that's going to go across both holes. So double-sided tape on the top and the bottom. Make sure when you fit them that the writing that is stamped on the back of each one of these is facing upwards. And let's just get it done. Alright, and there are our new pieces installed and looking pretty. For the next part of this issue, we're just going to be taking the plastic plugs and we're going to pull them off the sprue. And if you'll notice, there's a little bit of a flat end. Excuse me, there's a little bit of a flat end here. That's going to go towards the flat surface here or here. And we'll just push that puppy in. And then we'll do the same for the other one. And that's it. Issue 61 is complete. And that is issue 61, everyone. We are running out of space to put dome panels on the bottom of this thing, so we've got to be nearing completion on the dome here. And the leg looks like it's fully covered up now, except, man, I'm just going to hit myself in the face with these things. Except for these 4 holes here, which I'm sure we'll be getting plug spores. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 62 here. And it looks like we are going to be doing more dome panels. So let's go ahead and get this open and let's see what we got. So here are the parts that we get with this issue. We have a projector mount, a camera mount, 4 shorter strips of double-sided tape, 3 of these curved strips of double-sided tape, and 2 longer straight strips of double-sided tape, along with 3 dome panels. And you're also going to need this dome panel from the previous issues, and this one from way back in issue 1. We're finally installing this. Okay. First, we're going to install the 2 smaller dome panels here, but you're going to want the longer straight strips of double-sided tape. And really, there's only one place left for those things to go. These 2 slots right here. The double-sided tape will cover both holes. 1 strip on the top, 1 strip on the bottom, and then you just slide them in and go from there. I'm pretty sure, yeah, they kind of interlock. It looks like these two actually interlock a little bit. If you take a look, there's this tab here, and then there's two. There's like a cutout on this one, so they seem to interlock a little bit. So this will be facing towards the left when you're looking at the inside of the dome, and this will be facing towards the right. So it'll go like this. And there you go. The final product will look just like that. All right, for this next stage, and this is going to be fun, we're going to take the straight strips of double-sided tape and we're going to apply it to 4 of the ribs in here. Now, if you take a look, you can see the keyhole I've got is facing down and to the right at that angle. That is going to basically be rib number 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4 are the ribs that we're going to want to put these straight strips on. And then we're going to take the curved strips and we're going to connect them. 1, 2, 3, just like that, so that we have double-sided tape for those 3 dome panel slots. All right, and that is about what it should look like once you've got all of the tape in. I'm going to use the keyhole here as a guide. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to take the backing off of this double-sided tape here, and once we do, we can start fitting these dome panels in. Again, using the keyhole here as a guide, the panel with the hole in it is going to go right here. Okay, so something approximating this. And the remaining 2 panels will go here and here, just following along to the right. So make sure to use this keyhole as your guide when putting this dome panel in, so that they go in the correct spots. All right, and that is what it should look like when it is completed. Okay, for this next stage, we're going to install this camera mount into the dome frame that we have so far. And you're going to want to install it kind of upside down. So this main part here is going to be facing downward, and these 2 screw holes on the narrow end are going to be lying flat against the frame. And we're going to be using these 2 screw holes right here. You can tell with the 2 round openings, it'll be right below the leftmost opening. And that is how you can be sure you've got it aligned properly. Also, in the last issue, we got these screws. They kind of look like fat 3mm screws. Doesn't really specify, it just says fitting screws, like all the rest. But we want to make sure that we use these screws that came with the last issue, the shorter screws from the last issue. All right, and that is what it should look like once the camera mount has been installed. All right, next up we're going to be fitting the projector mount, and this one's going to be a fun one. This is going to go next to the camera mount that we just installed there. And if you take a look on the back, there are places for the little nuts. You're going to need 2 6mm silver screws and 2 of the nuts. So you can just fit a nut right in there, and it should work just fine. You're going to have to hold it in place while you position it. And it's going to go right here. Okay? You take a look, here's the camera mount. There are these 2 holes right next to it. And this piece is going to go like this into those two holes. Now these posts are going to be facing up with the dome upside down, so obviously they'll be facing down once the assembly is fully completed. And you basically want to line up those holes as best you can and get a screw through them while holding the nut in place. So let's see if I can do this. There we go. Projector mount is in place, just where it should be, and looking nice. And that actually completes this stage. All right. Stage 62 is complete. And what an issue that was with these dome panels across the top and pulling out the dome panel from issue 1, along with the mounts on the inside. This dome is definitely coming along nicely. I can't wait to see what's next. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing R2 with issue 63 here. We have some more parts. Looks like more dome panels. So let's get it open and see what we got. All right, here are the parts we get with this issue. We've got 2 more dome panels, the dome top ring, the dome top disc, 2 more curved pieces of double-sided tape, 2 straight ones, and these things they call dome fixing spacers. Not sure what these are for. We're not actually going to be using them in this issue, so we'll go ahead and set those to the side. You will also need the dreaded super glue. Now this actually is some of the last steps in the instructions, but I'm going to do it now. Hopefully it will be dry by the time we get to it. But basically you have the top ring here, and you've got your top disc. You can see the 2 posts, 2 holes. They fit together just like that, and you have to glue this ring in place. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Wow. Excuse me. And hopefully it will be dry by the time we get to it. Okay, with that glued, we're just going to go ahead and set it to the side. And we'll pull out the dome. Alright, for this, with the ones we've already completed, with the panels we've already installed, sitting at the top, we're just going to continue clockwise around the ring here with these 2 slots. So we're going to want some double-sided tape on this rib and this rib, as well as the curved ones connecting those 2 holes. Alright, with the tape put in, it should look like this. We're going to take the backing off the tape and install those 2 panels. And there you have it, 2 more panels sitting pretty on the dome. Now we're going to bring the ring back in here, and you can see it's got the 6 lugs, 6 holes. Basically, we'll just line it up as best we can. There we go. And it should fit flush. Now, this is just a test fitting. This thing will not actually be installed and screwed in just yet. But you can see that it does fit quite nicely. And that completes this stage. Alright, stage 63 is complete, and this dome, it's looking incredible. It is looking absolutely amazing. I can't wait to see what's next. I hope you liked the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 64 here, and we have our parts. Not very many in the way parts here. Another dome panel and some plastic things. But let's go ahead and open this up. Let's see what we got. All right, here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got a hinged dome panel and the hinge. We've got an Allen key along with a bunch of Allen screws. These are plastic Allen screws, a little screw, and a whole bunch of metal screws. Don't let this fool you. This is going to be a big issue. You see, in addition to the parts that we got with this issue, we're also going to need the microphone from stage 18. We're going to need the plastic spacers and the top disc here from issue 63. We're going to need the red and blue display and the lens. These come all the way from issue 1. Okay, we're going to need the logic function display from stage 22. We're going to need the LCD screen here from stage 6. And we're going to need this lens from stage 9. Alright, we're going to kick this off by putting the last dome frame piece in place, but this one is not actually going to go on the dome itself, it's going to be on the dome frame. And basically, you have to put the hinge together just like this. So when you're looking at the underside of the panel, this little post on the hinge is sticking out, so it's going to go like that. And you're going to take one of the longer screws provided with this issue, and you're just going to thread it through the hinge, just like so. Alright, and with the hinge in place, it should move freely, just like this. Okay. Now we're going to place it on the dome frame. Right in this spot here. It's got these 3 holes. The post in the hinge goes into that middle hole. Just like that. And we use 2 of the fat 4mm screws that actually came with this issue to hold it in place. And there it is. The hinged dome panel is in place and working well. Next up, we're going to take the microphone and we're going to take the cable here and we're going to thread it right through that hole, just like this. Okay, and it should remain, well, I mean, it's not going to stay because there's nothing holding it in place right now, but that is about where it's going to sit. Okay. Now, you take the dome itself, and that microphone's going to fit right through that hole. So, we'll get it in there neatly, as best we can. Alright, and we do our best to slide everything into place here. Nice. Now the microphone is stable, sturdy, and here is our little hinged panel. Let's see. Uh-oh. And, oh, there it goes. Well, it doesn't quite exactly come out smooth. I'm not sure why. I have to take a look. Alright, it looks like the issue is that this dome isn't down far enough, but if I press and hold it down, this comes out smoothly. So I'm guessing that once we finish screwing everything together, this will be down, so we'll test it a little later once we've got more screws in place. For now, we're going to take the dome cap here, we're going to slide that in place, and then we will flip the dome over. Alright, and here is where me being something of a neat freak might come to bite me in the butt. The foam, the styrofoam thing that came with this is supposed to be used to hold this up so that you can work on it a little easier Of course, I don't have it anymore because I tossed it. So I'm going to work with it as best I can. If you take a look real close, you'll see there's one basically built-in screw hole in the frame here, and then 5 where the dome cap is sticking through. There's 5 where the dome cap is sticking through. You want to use these spacers. The larger hole will face towards the cap. You want to put those spacers in place all around. And then you're going to want to use these 6mm flanged screws to hold it in place, 5 of those. You also have a couple of 4mm flanged screws, and you only need one of them, and that's going to go in the hole that is already built in. So let's go ahead and get these spacers and screws in place. Alright, look at that. All 5 spacers and all 6 screws are now in place, and it's holding the dome onto the dome frame nice and securely, and this panel opens nice and smooth and is no longer catching on anything. So, awesome. Absolutely incredible. Alright, next up we're going to be taking these Allen screws here. I'm going to remove them from the screw. And we're going to give the included Allen wrench a little go here to install these. Now, this is just going to be the first set of these. The purpose of these little plastic screws is to put some pressure on these panels to hold them in place. And we're going to start right here. So here's where the microphone is. If you come straight up, you see the smaller opening here right next to it. There is a panel with 4 screw holes, and then we're going to do the 2 on the next one as well. Alright, there you have it. All 6 of those plastic screws are in place, and we can move on to the next step. Alright, next up is the processor state indicator light, and this is where the camera mount is, if you remember from the previous issues. And the first thing you're going to want to do is take the lens. You'll notice it's got this little notch in it, and it's really hard to see. There's a little spot right there for the notch to go in, for the post. So that'll help you line it up. Slide that in place. Okay. I think I got that in there right. Yeah. And then we will take the electronics, and we're going to make sure that the power lead is to the left. And you can see there's those 2 posts there, and those are going to go on either side of the electronics. Focus! Focus! And the holes on either side of the electronics. So we can just slide that in. Alright. And what we'll do is we'll use 2 6mm screws to hold that in place. Alright, that is finally in place there. I gotta tell you, man, getting at these screws inside this little dome is pretty difficult. But it is in place and secure now. Alright, next up we're going to fit this display with the 2 holes in it. It's going to go right in there. And you can see there's a screw hole on either side. Same thing there. And when it's fitted, the lead should be on the right. I'm looking at it from this angle. and then we're going to drive 6mm black screws in either hole. All right, and with it screwed in place, it should look nice and neat, just like that, and be nice and secure. All right, next up, we're going to be putting this LCD display, and you want to take a look, and you got the opening for it right there. So you slide it into place. Try to make sure it's nice and lined up properly. Alright, so it should look like that on the outside. And on the inside, you can see there are 2 screw holes here, and that is for the fatter little 4mm silver screws. Alright, and with that screwed in place, it should look quite nice on the outside. And that completes that step. Alright, for the last step here, we're going to be installing the lens from the previous issues. It's going to go in the circular hole right next to the LCD display we just installed. This little tab on it is going to be facing up. And if you look in here real close, there's a little space here where that tab is going to fit in between. And then you've got those 2 posts that the screw hole should line up. So it should fit just like that. And we're going to be using 2 of the 6mm black screws again. Alright, and there it is. Lens is in place, nice and secure. And that completes stage 64. Alright, stage 64 is complete, and oh my god! R2's dome is finally coming together. We're getting a lot of the electronics in place. Frankly, this is awesome. I can't wait for the next stage. I can't wait to see what comes next. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 65 right here, and we have a lot of small parts here. So let's crack it up and let's see what we got. And here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got the projector pivot, the projector shell, projector mount, the lens, a couple of pieces of dome detail, some cable clips, and some Allen screws. Alright, to begin, we're going to separate these Allen screws from the sprue. And then we can pull in the dome and take a look at where we had the Allen screws beginning, and we'll just continue on with the next set of 6, 3 on the top, 3 on the bottom. Alright, and with all 6 in, you can see it's looking nice and pretty. Alright, for this next step, we're going to need the processor state indicator LED assembled in previous issues. And you'll need the lens from this issue, as well as a couple of these 6mm black screws. And if you take a look inside the dome here, you can see you've got this opening right here, right next to this housing. And you want to take the lens, and it's got a little notch. Make sure the notch faces up. Look real close. It's hard to see, but there's a little tab right there. So this will fit in just like that. And then you can take the LEDs here and you want to put it in with the cable here facing towards the bottom of the dome. And there are a couple of posts on either side. Those are going to fit into these screw holes on either side of the LED. Just like that. Just like that. And you put the two 6mm black screws in, one on either side. Alright, and there it is, nice and flush, sitting pretty. And looks pretty good from both sides. Alright, for this next phase we're going to assemble the projector housing here. So you've got the pivot and the lens thing here, and you notice on the bottom there's this notch, okay? That's going to go on the opposite side of this tab. And the reason is when you get this assembly, see there's a tab there that's going to go into that notch, and there's this tab that's going to go right in there. Make sure everything is lined up perfectly. So it should look just like this when it's assembled. Okay, moving on to putting it into the dome here. You can see you've got this large opening right here. And on the top of it, on top of it, it's hard to see, but there's a little notch. Well, that's where that notch, or that tab is going to go. And should just slide right in. Okay. Just like that. And you're going to want to use 2 more 6mm black screws, one on either side. Alright, and all said and done, it should be very nice and secure. And you can take a look on the other side. Nice and clear sight all the way through, nice and secure. Alright, for this next phase, we're going to use my favorite super glue. And just take a look at your dome until you find the 2 small round holes, just like that. And that is what these little dome detail pieces are going to go in. And you just want to make sure that you super glue them so they stay in place. Alright, look at that. Couple little pieces. Oop, looks like I want to go a little extra glue there, so I'm going to go wipe that off real quick. But looking pretty. Alright, for this next section, we're going to go ahead and throw in the cable clips. And it would be these little plastic pieces here. Take a look, there is a post on one end and a hole on the other. The post is going to go towards the outside of the dome, and there are 3 locations where these cable clips are going to go. Right there, and one right there, and one right there. And you're going to secure them with the wider silver 4mm screws. These ones right here, I don't know if it's focused, but these little fat ones here. And just throw it in, screw it on the one end. And there you go, just got to do it 2 more times. And there you have it. Those 3 cable clips are complete. Now, we're not going to actually do any cable management just yet, but there you go. And that actually completes this stage. And there you go. Issue 65 is complete. And wow, a lot of stuff going on in that issue. A lot of it inside the dome. You know, no one else is ever going to see, but we'll know it's there. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We've got issue 66 right here. No relation to order 66. But we do have some parts. Looks like we've got some electronics in here. So let's get this thing open. Let's see what we got. And here are the parts that we get for this issue. We've got a distribution board, a mounting plate, and some more of these little Allen screws. So, well, let's just get right to it. Alright, first step is to remove all of these Allen screws from the screw. I'm just going to throw them around the room instead. There we go. Now, these Allen screws are going to continue the counterclockwise trend here. So here's where we ended last time. We've got these 4 holes right here that they're going to go in. And then all the way over here is where the next 2 Okay, and there we go. The next 6 hex screws are in place, and it doesn't look like we've got very many left to go. But we'll have to wait for later issues for those. Alright, for this next stage, we're going to want to take the projector that we assembled from previous issues. I'm going to be throwing that into place here. Now, if you take a look, way down in here we've got our projector mounting, and there's a little hole in there. And you notice there's these 2 posts right there. Well, if you take a look at your projector, you've got 2 screw holes. So it's going to go in with the electronics facing towards the top of the dome. And you just slide that into the hole there, the projector. And try to keep the cabling out of the way. Line it up so that that's right on the lugs on the mounting bracket. And you're going to want to use 2 of the 6mm black screws to hold it in place. Alright, and look at that. Looking neat. It's getting a little crowded inside this dome, isn't it? But now we've got our projector mounted and looking pretty. Alright, for this next section, we're going to want to take the distribution board and the mounting plate here. And if you take a look, there are 3 screw holes on the distribution board, 1, 2, 3, and 3 screw bases here on the mounting plate. So we just slide it in, line those up just like this. And we're going to want to use 3 of the 6mm black screws to hold it in place. Okay, and with the circuit board on the mounting plate here, we're going to throw it into the dome. And if you take a look at the very top, you've got 3 screw holes, and right here you've got 3 screw holes. And on the other side, you've got these little rails here. Well, that's going to go right into this cutout right there. So, if you line it up, it should sit just like this. And we're going to use 3 of the 4mm fatter silver screws to hold it in place. And there you have it. Distribution board is in place. And that actually completes this stage. And there we go, people. Stage 66 is complete. A lot more work done on the inside of this dome here. It is certainly coming along and looking beautiful, both inside and out. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we are moving on to issue 67. And, well, we've got some parts here. I have absolutely no idea what these are. So let's get it open. Let's see what we got. So here are the parts we get with this issue. We've got the bottom supports, we've got bottom plates, and a whole bunch of screws. And I can't tell you how freaking excited I am, because this is where we finally start building the body. Alright, and to begin, you're going to want to take one of these assemblies here, and with the angle facing away, we're going to want to take these assemblies and basically slide them. If you take a look on this side, there is a little post and a hole. There are two holes here, so we're going to line it up. So the post goes into the bottom hole, and the top one lines up as a screw base. And these holes here are going to be facing towards the center. Now, I don't think it makes much of a difference, but the instructions do have the writing on this plate facing up when you're holding it like this. And what we're going to want to use is the screws that actually came with this issue. These silver screws here, and you can see the head is flared a little bit so that it will fit flush inside there. See? Nice and neat. And now we'll do the same thing with the bottom one. And again, these holes face the inside. So it should line up just like this. Alright, and with this in place, we'll just take this assembly, attach it here, and exactly the same way. And there you go, the assembly is complete, and well, it's looking nice. And that actually completes this stage. Well, that was a short and sweet issue, but definitely progress and starting to head towards that final centerpiece of R2, his body. And so I'm very excited about this. And this is a nice weight, nice solid metal plates here. So if you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 68 right here. We have even more parts, and it looks like we're going to be doing some more body work here. So let's get this open. Let's see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We have right rear body panel, shoulder seal, rear internal plate, rear external grille, heat exhaust grill, and the heat exhaust shell itself. And well, this looks beautiful. I can't wait to see what it looks like when we put it all together. Alright, we're going to start by assembling the heat exhaust here, and it's real simple. You just take the shell here and just put it in there. It doesn't matter which way. And one of those 6mm black screws is going to go right in there. Alright, and with that assembled, we'll take the body panel, we'll flip it over, and it's going to sit right in there. Now if you take a look, one side has a rounded edge, and the other is flat and square. The flat and square side, when holding it in this orientation, is going to go towards the right. So it should just sit right in there, nice and flush. And we want to use two more 6mm screws here and here to hold it in place. And just look at how pretty that is. Alright, next up we're going to fit the shoulder seal here, and as you can see there are two lugs here, two holes, and this one's just going to push into place. It is not going to be secured just yet, so we just push it in just like that so it's nice and flush, and it actually sits there fairly secure. Next up, we're going to be taking this grill here. We've got the internal plate itself, And it looks, if I am looking at this properly, yeah, like this. So we've got the writing right there. That's going to be facing up towards you. That's the inside. And you just slot it in just like this so that those legs go through those holes. And we'll flip it over and it will slide in. And you notice you've got these little tabs here. Those are going to go into these little holes right there, just like that. So that those lugs line up with these screw holes. We're going to use 2 4mm black screws, one right there and one right there. And there you have it, people. This part of the body frame is complete, and man, that looks gorgeous. That actually completes this stage. And there you have it. Stage 68 is complete. And I mean, would you just look at this? Is that not gorgeous? I can't wait to get this whole thing assembled. It's just going to be so pretty. But if you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are doing issue 69 of our R2 build. We have our magazine, we have our parts. So let's see what we got. And here are the parts that we get with this issue. We have 2 bottom ring sections, an internal support, and a ring connector. Alright, to do this issue, it's not much to it. Each of these rings pieces have some writing on them, so we want to make sure the writing is facing upwards. And you just line them up like this, and you take the ring connector, and you basically slide it underneath. Hard to get that one off the table. And you put it together just like a puzzle piece. And right in here, we do 2 4mm silver screws. And that is all there is to it. We've begun construction of a ring frame for the body, which is nice, but not a whole lot to this stage. And there you have it. Stage 69 is complete. Not much to it. You get an extra piece and a little bit of frame here, but I like the direction this is going. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. Have a great day. All right, today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 70 right here, and we have our parts, and this looks like a lot more to the body here, to the exterior of the body anyway. So let's crack this open. Let's see what we got. All right, here are the parts that we get with this issue. We have the center rear cover plate, and here's the rear body panel, and we've got these 3 panel connectors, and we have the left and right rear cover plates. Now these are not identical, so it's important to know which is which. If you look on the back, you can see they are numbered 2 and 3. 2 is the left, 3 is the right. And we get some screws to go with it. Alright, to begin, we're going to be attaching these cover plates here. And if you take a look, there's a little tab here and a post. The tab is going to go right in there, and the post is going to go in there. Do the tab first so that it lines up and is flush, or at least as close to first as you can. So you can snap it in place. There it goes. Now it's going to stay in there fairly well all on its own, but just to be safe, we're going to put a thicker 2.3mm wide, 6mm long black screw, which came with this issue, right in here. And then we do exactly the same thing to this side. And look at that. Nice and pretty. Alright, for the next step, we've got this cover plate here, and as you can see, it's got 2 lugs on it. There's some writing on the back. I don't really think it matters. I think this is symmetrical, but I'm going to place it so the writing is facing upwards towards the top. And just slide in holes there. And we're going to secure it with 2 more of the thicker 6mm black screws. This seems kind of like an unnecessary step. It seems like they put this in there just to give us something to do, and they could have just molded that detail into the body panel, but it is what it is. Alright, look at that. Okay, for this next part, I want to flip the panel over. If you take a look along the left-hand side, you can see these arrows pointing towards the left. You take one of these connectors here, and if you take a look at it, you can see there's a little arrow on it right there. I'm going to make sure those arrows are pointing towards each other, and slide this over the post, just like that. And one of those 6mm black screws is going to go right in there. And then you repeat the process on the 2 posts right below it. Alright, and with those 3 connectors attached, we can bring in the panel from issue 68 right here. And you can see it's got 3 more posts. And those are just going to line right up with this. And we slide it together and use 3 more of the 6mm black screws to hold it in place. And would you look at that? We have a rather large section of the R2 back panel completed. I'm a little concerned because if you look here, this is popping out a little bit. This is not flush, and I'm not sure why, but if you look down the seam here, okay, the seam here is flush, and it seems to match up just fine, but up here it is not, so not sure if that's supposed to be like that or not. Looks a little off to me, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. And that actually completes stage 70. And that actually completes stage 70 here, and I mean, this paneling is looking quite nice. I am a little concerned about this not being flush up here. I don't know if it's supposed to be like that or how visible it'll be when the whole thing is assembled and the dome's put on top. But the rest of the seam fits quite securely, looking quite nice. I'm actually liking this. This looks pretty good. So, if you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 71 right here. We have some more parts, and it looks like we're going to be continuing that ring frame supports for the body. But let's crack it open. Let's see what we got. And here are the parts that we get with this issue. We have 2 more bottom ring sections. We have yet another internal support and 3 of these ring connectors. Alright, to begin this, we're going to bring out the part of the lower ring frame right here that we already assembled and make sure that the writing on it is facing upwards. And we're going to go ahead and align it just like this. Okay, and you can take these ring connectors here, and those will slide underneath, just like that, and you drive 2 4mm silver screws in there, and you do it again here and here to complete the ring frame. Alright, and one thing that's important to note, I caught this after the fact. This piece here, the writing actually is facing down. These little nubs need to be symmetrical as well as these little outcroppings here. I'm not sure why the writing was printed on the other side, but they are both BF20 pieces, so I'm guessing they just came out of the same mold, but this one has to be reversed. Alright, for this next stage, you're going to need all of these pieces from the previous issues. And basically what you're going to want to do is you're going to take this frame here and you want to throw it onto this. Take a look, there are 2 posts on either side. And here we've got 4 holes. Those 2 posts are going to go in the outer holes. You make sure they pop through. on both sides, just like that. And you're going to take these supports here, and you're going to want to line it up just like this. Okay? So that the smaller end is facing towards the frame, just like this. And you've got the L here with this coming in towards the interior of the piece. And on the bottom end, wow, it is fun holding all this together. There we go. And on the bottom end, you can see you've got these two screw holes. And what you're going to want to do is use these longer 8mm screws with the flared head, so that it'll screw in nice and flush. Just like that, though there is some excess on that end. That excess appears to be correct, even in the instructions. So, looks like we are definitely using the right screws here, and you can see how they fit nice and flush. And then we just do the same thing for the other side. All right, and there you go, a little bowl-looking thing. This is obviously going to be for the bottom of the body. Looking nice. All right, and that is the end of stage 71. A nice, solid piece here. There's going to be some sturdy construction, so I'm really enjoying this. I hope you are too. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we'll see you next time. Have a great day. Today we are continuing R2. We have issue 72 right here. We have some more parts, and well, this looks like a speaker of some sort. So, well, let's crack it open. Let's see what we got. And here are the parts that we get with this issue, and as expected, we have an external vent, a speaker grill, the speaker itself, and the speaker rear cover. Alright, to complete this issue, you'll need the body frame from previous issues, as well as 3 of the 6mm black screws. To begin, we're going to take this piece here, and if you look on the bottom, there's supposed to be a little arrow on here. There it is. It's a little tiny arrow, really hard to see, right there, and that is supposed to be facing down, just like this, and you slap it in place. Honestly, it looks symmetrical, so I'm not sure that it matters, but if you do look on the back side, there's a notch here, and the arrow has got to be facing towards that. Then you'll take the speaker grill here, and we're going to flip this puppy over, and that should seat itself in this fashion, nice and securely, and it does. It actually slides right in just like that. And right here in the center, we're going to take one of those 6mm black screws and drive it home. All right, with that in place, we're going to take the speaker itself. We're going to place it so that these wires here are faced towards the rectangular part. That's probably going to be some sort of housing. It's where the cables are probably going to come out. Hey, what do you know? Housing. And if you take a look, there's a little notch, and that is where those cables are going to have to go through. So we slide this puppy on, just like so. Let's get it lined up properly with those cables coming out. And you can see it, they're coming out that little slot right there. And then we got 2 6mm screws that go into each side. Alright, would you look at that? The speaker and everything is installed and looking wonderful. And that actually completes this stage. And there you have it, everyone. Stage 72 is complete. And as far as anyone else is concerned, all we did was add a little piece of exterior detail, but we know what's on the inside. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing with issue 73 of our R2 build. We have our parts here, and I have absolutely no idea what this is. So why don't we crack it open? Let's see what we got. All right, here are the parts we get with this issue. We have 2 internal supports and 4 spacer rods and a whole mess of screws. All right, we're going to begin by installing the spacer rods, and you're going to need 4 of these 8mm silver screws that came with this issue. And what we're going to do here is, if you take a look at the frame that we've built so far, you can see there are these larger holes. There's actually 4 of them. And what we're going to do is we're going to take these screws here, and I'm going to punch it through from the bottom, just like that. And then you can just screw this on. Make it nice and tight. Use a screwdriver if you have to. And we're going to do that 4 times. Alright, and this is what it should look like with all of those spacers installed. Alright, this next bit's a little more tricky. It's kind of difficult to see, but if you take a look, you can see the 2 ends of these pieces are a little different. You've got these smaller holes, and then you've got these larger holes here. What you want to do is take the ends with the larger holes. These are called clearance holes. You want to place it on the frame like so. Okay, and what they're going to do is they're going to line up with these 2 holes here and these 2 holes here, so that the writing is facing towards the outside, and this little piece is going to be facing towards the inside. We're going to use the thicker 2.5 millimeter wide, 4 millimeter long screws, silver, to hold it in place, just like that. And we'll do this for both pieces. Alright, and it should look just like this when complete. And that actually finishes off this stage. And there you go, stage 73 is complete. Not much to do, but it does make a big difference in the size of this frame right here. So things are definitely looking up. I can't wait to see what comes next. I hope you liked the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing R2. We have issue 74 right here. We have our parts right here, and it looks like we have another panel for the body. So why don't we get this open and see what we got. Alright, here are the parts we get with this issue. We have the left side body panel. We have a shoulder seal. We have the side internal and external grills. And we have the rear internal and external grills, along with 3 more of these panel connectors. Alright, to begin, we're going to take the shoulder seal here, and we are just going to set it in here. And if you take a look, you got the 2 posts, you got the 2 holes. It all fits together nice and neat. We will not be screwing this in, much like the last one, but it does fit pretty securely even without screws. So, excuse me, so that's looking pretty good. I'm going to take these 2 pieces here, and much like before, you can take a look, and there is some writing on that. You want that to be facing you, and then you can line this up just underneath so that it fits together nice and snug, just like this. And when you flip it over, you've got these 2 little holes. That's where these tabs go in, and 2 little holes there. That's for the screw posts. So we'll slide this puppy in. We'll try to slide this puppy in. Wow, that was a pain, man. This one here just did not want to slide through this little clip here. So, but we finally got it in, and it's definitely looking nice. Didn't push too hard, so no stress marks. That's good. And then we're going to use 2 4mm black screws right there to secure it in place. All right, look at that. Nice and pretty. Alright, for this next part, what we'll do is we'll take these two pieces here, and on this one, if you take a look, there is definitely some writing on it, so we'll have that facing you. Make sure that this horizontal piece here is facing towards the bottom, and you can just slide it in place, and it should fit flush. There you go, just like that. So when you flip it over, all of these holes are nice and covered. And those 4 screw posts there are going to go into these holes so that it fits nice and flush. And on this side, we've got the 4 bases. I'm going to use the thinner 6mm screws, the ones that are 2 millimeters wide. And there it is. Would you look at that? Nice and pretty. Alright, for this final stage, what we're going to do is we're going to take these 3 posts here, and we are going to put these connectors on, and just like before, you can see there are some arrows on there. Wow, that's really hard to see. There we go. Those arrows are going to face away from the piece here, just like this. I'm going to use the thicker black millimeter screws, 6 millimeters long, 2.3 millimeters wide, to attach them. Alright, and with those in place, we can bring in the body section from before, and these will slide right in, and just like before, the thicker 6 millimeter black screws. Alright, now it's in place. And if you take a look, this is actually pretty flush. So from the previous one, where this is not flush, that's actually really kind of concerning me a little bit. So I'm going to have to take a look at that. But this looks wonderful. You can barely even tell there's a seam on this side. And that actually completes stage 74. And there you have it. Stage 74 is complete and looking wonderful. R2's body is certainly coming together. I can't wait to get a little more of this done. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing R2. We have issue 75 right here, and we have our parts. And it looks like we are going to begin construction of another ring for the internal supports, but let's go ahead and get it open. Let's see what we got. Alright, here are the pieces we get with this issue. These are all part of the middle ring section, and of course these ring connectors here. These 2 pieces are actually not identical. This one's B14, this one's B15. You can tell, there's some BF, 14 and 15. You can tell with the writing which is which, and they go in this orientation. Alright, to assemble it, you're definitely going to want the thinner 4mm silver screws. These are 2 millimeters wide. And we're going to attach these pieces just like with all the others, with the ring connector going on the underside. And you just fit them together just like puzzle pieces. And you do it for all 3 connections. Alright, with all the pieces in place, this is what the ring frame is going to look like. Now it's time to bring out the rest of the internal frame. Alright, for this next bit, you're going to need 4 of the 8mm screws and 4 of the 4mm screws, all of them the thicker ones, the 2.5 millimeters wide. What you're going to do is you're going to take the frame here, and you're just going to set it on top. And you can see the spacers line up with these larger holes here. That's where the 8mm screws are going to go. And these supports down here are going to line up with these 4 holes, and that is where the 4mm screws are going to go. Alright, and with all of those pieces in place, everything is connected nice and neat and looking superb. And that actually completes this stage. And there you have it, everyone. Yet another piece added to this internal support. Everything is looking wonderful. And with the completion of this stage, we are now officially 3/4 of the way complete with this model. That makes me both excited and a little bit sad knowing that the end is coming soon. But I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 76 right here. We have our parts, and it looks like we're going to start building the front of the body panels here, but I also see those hex screws we were using to hold the dome panels in place, so we may have to pull the dome out too. But let's go ahead and crack this open. Let's see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We've got the left front body panel, and we've got the shoulder seal, the exhaust grill and shell, as well as the front external grills, and the plate, a bunch of screws, and some more of these Allen screws that are indeed for the domes. We're going to need to pull that out in just a bit. Alright, to begin, we're going to take the grill here and the plate, and just like before, make sure the writing is facing towards you, and just slide it all together just like so. And it's going to go right in here. We've got the tabs, we've got the holes. Let's see if these fit in a little easier than the last ones. And it does. Nice. And 2 4mm black screws to hold it in place. Alright, there it is, sitting pretty. And for this next bit, we're going to need 3 of the 6mm black screws, 2.3mm wide. I believe these are the ones that came with this issue, so it should be nice and easy. We'll take this piece here, and we're just going to slide that puppy in. It is symmetrical, so it doesn't really matter which direction. 1 screw here in the back to hold it in place. Alright, and with that done, we'll take the panel here, we'll flip it over, and this flat edge here is going to go towards the right when you slip it over the posts, just like that, and 2 more 6mm screws to hold it in place. Alright, look at that. Just plain old looking awesome. And then we've got the shoulder seal here, and just like before, it's going to slide in and not be screwed. It's just going to hold in place, and it does hold just like all of the rest. And that is looking wonderful. This actually completes this panel, and now it's time to bring out the dome. Alright, as expected, these hex screws are going to go in the dome, and if you're following along, this is where we ended last time a while back, and we've got 6 more holes just moving along to the left, and that's where those 6 screws are going to go. Alright, look at that. We have 3 more screws in and holding those plates in place, and things are looking beautiful. Alright, issue 76 is complete. A whole new piece of the dome panels here, or excuse me, the body panels here. And a little bit on the interior of the dome. It was nice pulling this out again. It's been a little while since we've seen it. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 77 right here, and we have some parts. So, not sure what this goes to, but let's crack it open and let's see what we got. And here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got a left leg support, a left leg shoulder bracket, 2 cable ties. We got some more of these Allen plastic screws, and we've got this kind of cable channel, but in the instructions they call it a cable tidy, which I've never heard of before. But I can't wait to see how this all goes together. Alright, the first thing we're going to do is put the support bracket and the leg support together. And if you flip this over, you can take a look and you see there's these 2 posts here. And then here we've got 4 holes, the 2 lower ones are where those posts are going to go. They're just going to slide into place just like that. And we put in 2 of the 6mm screws right there, the 2.5-inch wide ones. And with that complete, we'll bring out the body frame. Alright, and with the body frame out, this rectangular portion here facing away from you, because this is going to be the front of R2. This is going to go on the left side here. And if you take a look at the bottom of the brace, you can see there's 2 posts and 2 holes. Well, right here we got 4 holes. The 2 outer ones are where those posts are going to go. So it should just slide right in, just like that. And what we're going to want to do is, while we hold this in place, you got 2 8mm screws that are going to go in through the bottom. Alright, and with those screws in place, we now have the left leg support attached and looking pretty. Alright, next up we're going to finish off these Allen screws in the dome. You can see we've got these 3 holes that remain right there. And we only have to do the 3 this time. So let's go ahead and get those in. Alright, and with those in place, the real fun can begin. Alright, the very first thing we're going to do here is we're going to tidy up these cables here on the lightsaber ejector tube. And to do that, we're going to want to line these up very carefully. Remember, this end of the yellow cable is prone to be detached, so be very careful when you do that. But you bring them all together, line them up as neatly as you can here, and you want to apply this cable tidy thing. And it's going to be kind of tedious, but basically you literally have to unwind it and wind it around piece by piece. Start at the low end and work your way up. And when all is said and done, you're going to want something that looks like this. Now you still have a little bit of opportunity right now to adjust any of the cables if you need to, but when all is said and done, it should look a little something like this. You are going to have a little extra of black hanging out here, and that's okay. Alright, for the next step of tidying it up, we're going to take one of these cable ties here, and we're going to tie it here and here. So it's going to go around everything, just like this. And we will tighten her up gently, of course. Alright, and then you can snip the excess off. Just like that. Now we're going to take the other cable tie, and we're going to bring all of this over to the base here. And it's going to go right above these center outcroppings. And there you go. And don't forget to snip off the excess. We're ready for the next step. Alright, next up we're actually going to take the ejector and put it here into the dome. Now if you take a look this way around, you can see this right here, that is where the opening is. And you can see there are 2 holes right next to each other. And we've got two bases right here. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to keep the ejector assembly with the motor facing towards the left. And we're going to feed this thing in, trying to keep the cabling separate and line that up. And what we're going to do is screw those in from the top. We're going to need 6mm screws to do that. Alright, I ended up having to finish that one off camera because what a nightmare that was to get in. Just trying to balance everything and screw it in from this side with those 6mm black screws. Wow, that was a pain in the butt. But it is in and ready to go. And now the fun begins! We're going to finally start wiring this puppy up. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to start with this device right here, the rear status display. And you're going to take this cable and we're going to wire it through all of the cable channel. We're going to plug it right here into the first socket. Alright, it should look something like that when it's done. Plugged in right there. Alright, and next up we're going to take, looks like some of this cable came out a little bit. Let's get that back in there. Alright, we're going to take this puppy, and that's going to wind its way through here and here. And we're going to end up plugging it into the second slot. Alright. Looking pretty. And the next one's quite simple. We're just going to take this short cable that's sitting right above it, and that'll go into space number 3. Alrighty. Alright, next up, we've got this next display right here. Now this cable is quite a bit longer than it needs to be. It's going to go right into space number 4 here. And there we go. And it would probably be a good idea to keep it neat and tidy. If you still have the twist tie from the cable itself, use that, but any twist tie will do. Just neaten it up. Alright, once you've got that as tidy as it's going to get, you can take this lead here from the projector, and that's going to go into the next space over. Alright, only 2 to go. And these are going to be the 2 from the lightsaber ejector tube. And it's pretty obvious which one goes in which on these ports right here. Alright, when all is said and done, it should look a little something like that. Oh, wow, what an amazing issue that was. All of those electronics installed on this. We finally got the lightsaber ejector tube installed. Things are definitely looking up. And we got another piece of the body frame here, so I can't wait for the next issue. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we continue R2-D2. We've got issue 78 right here. We have some parts right here. Pretty light, so I'm guessing all of these are plastic, but let's crack it open. Let's see what we got. Alright, here are the parts we get with this issue. We have the left tool compartment door, the left tool compartment itself. We have these 4 cover connectors. They are not all the same. You can take a look here. You can see this one's got a little notch in it. This one's got the lip on it. So we got to be careful about which one goes where. We've got a couple of hinges here. We've got some gripper fingers, a tool hand, a tool probe, a gripper hand, a tool arm, another tool arm, and a couple of 2-arm tubes and tool pivots. We're also going to need the bane of my existence, super glue. Alright, the first thing we're going to want to do is glue the fingers onto the little tool hand thing. So first we're going to have to take them off the screws. And it's important to note that you want to shear it as close to this as is possible on all 3 of these. Looks like these 3 fingers are identical. What's going to happen is we're going to plug them in here and to each one of these and glue them in place. Alright. Believe it or not, these actually hold in fairly well without the glue, but you're definitely going to want the glue in there just to be on the safe side. But when you're done, it should look just like that. Next up, we're going to take this puppy, and you can see you've got a little hole here, and it's kind of hard to see, but it is keyed, so it can only go in one way. And again, we're going to want to glue that in place. Alright, and with that in place, we can move on to the next step. Alright, for this next step, you're going to want to take one of these tubes here and the longer one of these hinges, and you're just going to fit them together just like this. If you take a look real close, you can see there's a hex hole on one side. You're going to want to take one of the nuts that you got and throw that in there, just like this. And then you're going to want to take one of those 8mm screws that's got the smooth shaft through most of it. You want to throw that puppy in there. And you're going to want to tighten it so that it still moves freely without being too loose. Now bear in mind, if you take a look, there's a little notch here and these little teeth on here so that it will retain its position, and you can position it however you want. So, move freely is kind of a subjective term. Alright, the final part for assembling this arm is you take this hole here and this peg here, and you can see it is keyed, and you're going to want to glue those together. So they will fit in together just like this, and we're just going to apply some glue and make sure it stays put. Alright, now while we let that dry, we can move on to the next step. Now we get to assemble the other tool, and we've got this puppy right here, and we're going to want to snip it right about here, give or take. You want to make sure this pin doesn't get snipped off. You're going to want that pin in place so you can glue it in the next step. So right about like that. And then you're going to take out this piece, and you can see there is a hole right there, and that is where this is going to go, just like this, and we're going to have to glue that in place. Okay, and with that in place, we can now take this arm here, and we'll put that in there, and again, we're going to want to glue it in place. It is keyed, so it'll only go one way. Alright, and with that in place, we let that dry a little bit, and we're going to assemble these two pieces the same way we did the last one, with a nut and an 8mm screw. Alright, and as before, it is notched so it will stay in place as you move it. And last but not least, we get to take this arm and we get to attach it here, and again, we're going to need some glue to get that done. Alright, and there we go. 2 arms complete. We'll just let the glue dry and we can head on to the next stage. Alright, for this next step, we're going to take the tool housing itself and we're going to attach the tools to it. If you take a look on the bottom, there are some holes here and here, which these will slide into. And you're going to want to note which way around. Make sure that this little thing is facing in this direction when you assemble it, and this is going to go on this side. The other tool will go on the other side in this configuration, just like this, housed just like that. We're going to want 6mm screws coming in from underneath to hold them in place. Alright, and with those in place, we should be able to just fold them down, just like so. So now they are compressed, and we are ready for the next stage. Alright, this next one is going to be a little interesting. We have these hinges here, and they're going to be attached to the door, and they're going to go in like this on either side, on the outside. Now, the instructions say to use a 11mm screw. Unfortunately, I only have one 11mm screw, and one of these, I guess, looks like 8mm, give or take. So I'm going to hope that the 8mm one is long enough to make this work. So we're going to do that first. Alright, in fact the shorter screws seem to work so well that I decided to use it for the other hinge as well. Alright, next up we're going to fit this door onto the toolbox, and you can see here and here there are little spaces for those hinges to slide right in. So if we're lucky, it should go right in, and we're going to use the 6mm black screws to hold them in place. And there we go, all in place and looking great, actually. That's just awesome. Alright, for this next stage, we're going to actually attach the tool compartment to the body panel here. And if you take a look, you've got these screw bases here, here, and here, and here. Those are going to match up with these holes here, 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 and here. It's important to note, though, you want the door open, and you want to slide that through before you attach it, so that you don't get it caught on anything. We're going to use 4 6mm black screws to hold it in place. Alright, and there it is. Looking nice. Yeah, it seems to be seated pretty well. Let's see. Yeah, and there it goes. Comes right open, and you can pull your tools out just like that for display. So that is actually quite cool. I like that. I do, however, wish it was motorized, but you know what? I'll take what I can get. Alright, the last step here is we're going to be attaching all of these to the panel, and we're going to start with this one here. This has a little arrow on it, and it's got the lip, the little arrow. There's a little arrow in there, I don't know if you can see it. But this should slide right in. Should, being the operative word. Yeah, there it goes. And we will use a 6mm flanged screw to hold it in place. Alright. Next up, we're going to take the two L connectors, and these do appear to be the same. And we're going to attach it just like this, and another flanged screw to hold it in place. Alright, we'll do the same with the other L connector. And we'll take this last one, and this also has a little arrow on it. Really hard to see on this black plastic. That's going to face away from the panel in this case. Alright, and there you have it. And that actually completes this stage. And there you have it, y'all. Stage 78 is complete. Lots of glue required for this particular stage, which I am not particularly happy with. But I do like that you can get the tools to come out like this, and you got the little panel. Wish it was motorized, but there are enough electronics on this, I think, to keep me happy in the long run. If you like the issue, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 79 and our parts here. Looks like we're going to be doing the right shoulder supports, but let's go ahead and get it open. Let's see what we got. And here are the parts that we get with this issue. As expected, we've got ourselves a right leg support, a leg support bracer, and a spacer rod, along with some more screws. Alright, to begin, we're going to assemble the bracket and the support the same way we did the last time around. We've got the posts right there. We've got the lower holes on this a little bit here that it's going to slide through, just like that. And we use some 6mm silver screws to hold it in place. And with the bracket attached, we can bring out the frame that we've got so far, and this one's going to go right here in those 4 holes. You can see at the bottom you've got 2 little posts, which are going to go in the outer holes there, with the bracket facing towards the inside. And we're going to use 8mm silver screws coming up from underneath to hold it in place. Okay, and with that in place, the only thing left is the spacer rod here, and it looks identical on both sides, so I think this is a symmetrical piece, and it's going to go right into this hole here, and again, 1 8mm screw, silver screw, to hold it in place. Alright, and there you have it. That actually completes this stage. And there you go, issue 79 is complete. Very short and sweet issue this time around, but kind of a nice change of pace after the last 2 really big ones. But it looks like this frame is really coming along nicely. I'm enjoying this. I'm excited to see what happens next. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing R2-D2. We have issue 80 right here, and we have a huge number of parts here. And it looks like we are going to start building the front chest plate of the body here. So let's get this thing open. Let's see what we got. Alright, here are the parts we get with this issue. We have a data slot on the front panel. We have a switch cable. We have control buttons, switchboard, switch backplate, switch support. And then we've got some panel detail, the recharge coupling, and a backing plate. Alright, the first thing we're going to do is install the data slot here. And it's not actually a slot, so you can't actually put anything into it. And you'll notice one side has this lip on it here. You want that lip to face towards the top of the front panel here. And it's just going to slide into place in those two lugs. The two lugs are going to fit into two holes here, and we're going to use 6mm black screws to hold it in place. Alright, and there it is. Alright, next up we're going to take this panel detail here. You can see there's two posts, two holes, so it should just slide into place, just like that. And once again, two more 6mm black screws to hold it in place. And there we go, look at that. Alright, next up is the charging port and the back plate. If you take a look on the back, you can see there's an arrow there. That arrow needs to be facing down towards the bottom. It's just going to slide in place right there. When we flip this puppy over, we'll take the backing plate. You'll notice one side has this little nub here. If you look, there's a little notch right there. So that nub is going to fit into that notch, just like that. And another 6mm black screw right through the middle to hold it in place. Look how amazing that looks. Alright, next up we're going to be taking the control buttons right here, and we're going to fit those on the back. They can really only go one way. You can see there's a post, and there's a little hole right there. That hole will slide right over the post. Make sure all the buttons fit right through, just like this. And we will go ahead and use another 6mm black screw to hold that in place as well. Alright, look at that. That is awesome. Alright, next up, we're going to start fixing these buttons here, these control buttons. We'll go ahead and attach the cable here, and it looks like both ends are identical, so I don't think it really makes a difference as to which one goes in, but you just want to make sure that you plug it in just like this. There we go, so that it is 100% attached. Now we're going to take this, and there are these little pins right there and little holes in these corners. So you want to slide those pins through those holes, which will help line it up. And you've got three larger holes here on the bottom. We got 6mm black screws going into each one of those. Alright, look at that. Alright, for the next step, we're going to take the brace here. We're going to fit it this way. Notice that there's some writings. It's BP or BF37 right there. That is going to be facing outward. So that we can slide this in. We get a little post to go through the middle, just like that. And two more 6mm black screws to hold it in place. Alright, this thing is just coming along nicely, isn't it? And now we get to fit it back here. And it looks, basically what you're going to want to try and do is line up these little bits here with these button tops. And this is going to go here. This one down there. Just like that. You can kind of test it by pushing the buttons and seeing if they click. You got a 6mm screw here and another one down there. Alright, look at that. And you can kind of push each button just to make sure that they all click. They do for me. That is just awesome. Now what these buttons are for, these are actually backup buttons. Hopefully you'll never use them, but if for whatever reason the mobile app stops working and the voice commands stop working, or the thing goes into autonomous patrol and you just can't get the thing to stop, well, these are the backup buttons. You've got your power button, switch connection mode. I'm not sure what that is. I guess how it connects to the mobile app. You've got pair mode or connecting to Wi-Fi. You've got the lightsaber up-down button, arms in and out, and patrol mode on and off. Obviously, none of those things work just yet, but I am seriously looking forward to getting this done. And that actually completes this stage. And there you have it. Stage 80 is complete, and man, does that look nice. Sadly, there are only 20 issues left until R2 is complete. Or maybe good? Exciting? I think a little bit of both. But if you like the issue, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 81 right here. And we have, well, a couple of parts. Looks like a couple parts for another ring connector. Let's go ahead and crack it open and see what we get. And here are the parts that we get with this issue. Basically, we have 3 pieces of the top ring section and 4 ring connectors. And you're going to need to get 4 of the 4mm silver screws from previous issues. Now, these 2 pieces of the ring connector are identical. They all have writing on them. You can see right there. There's some writing on this one as well. So, with all of the writing facing upwards, we just align them like this, and the ring connectors will slide in underneath, and we use the 4 screws, 2 on each connector, to hold it in place. And there you go. With those pieces assembled like that, we actually have completed this stage. Well, that was a short and sweet issue. Looks like we're working on what I hope is the final ring frame for the body support here, but, well, progress. So if you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have our parts right here. We have our magazine right here. This looks like more exterior details and some electronics. I'm not sure what's all in here, so let's just crack it open and see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue, and quite a lot of parts this time around. We have the right tool compartment door and the right tool compartment itself. We have the center tool compartment door and the center tool compartment. We also have the front housing. We've got the acoustic signaler grill, the system ventilation grill, the sensor housing. We have an ultrasonic transmitter, an ultrasonic receiver, and a series of hinges, along with a whole bunch of screws. On the transmitter and receiver, it's important to note these things look almost identical, but it's very hard to see. There is a little letter T on the transmitter and a little letter R on the receiver, so make sure that we don't get these mixed up. Alright, first up we're going to assemble the right tool compartment, so you'll need the door and the compartment itself, along with this hinge. You'll also need one of the 15mm screws, these longer, thinner black ones, and a 2.3mm by 6mm black screw, so it's a little bit fatter than the 15mm one. And to begin, we're going to take the hinge. I'm going to slide that hinge in just like this. And we're going to go ahead and take the 15mm screw here, and we're just going to slide this puppy in and through and screw it in place. Alright, so make sure it's tight but loose. Now, we're going to take this, I'm going to slide it in, and if you take a look down there, you can see the hole down the bottom, and that's what this peg is going to go into. And then we just put the 6mm screw in through the bottom. Alright, when all is said and done, the door should close properly. Alright, now we're going to assemble the central tool compartment here. So we're going to need the compartment, the door, and the remaining 2 hinges. And now we're going to need 2 of these 9mm screws and 2 more of the thicker 6mm screws. First thing we're going to do is put the hinges on the door, and these are going to line up right on these tabs here on the outside, just like this, outside of this one as well. And we're going to use the 9mm screws to hold them in place, going through the hinge first. Alright, and with the hinges attached and moving freely, you can take the compartment itself, and you can see there are 2 places right for those hinges. So we're going to slide those in and then use the 6mm screws to hold them in place. And with everything in place, we have yet another functioning door. Alright, next up, we're going to attach these compartments to the central panel here. And it's pretty obvious where they go. The right one goes there. The center tool compartment goes here. There are 2 pegs on the bottom. We'll slide into those 2 holes there. And these slots here are for the screws that we put in for the hinges. And the same thing goes over here. We've got 2 holes for the screw bases here, and a cutout right there for the screw base. So we'll just slide it in, and we'll use the 6mm screws to hold it in place. Alright, and with those attached, you can see we've got 2 compartments, both open and closed just fine. This one, no matter what I do, keeps popping open a little bit, and I'm not sure exactly how to fix that. But other than that, it's looking quite nice. Alright, for the last bit here, we're going to take the housing here. We're going to take these grills. We're going to start with this one that you can see one's got 4 slats and one that only has 3. We're going to take the one with 3 slats, and we're going to place it in the housing. And the housing should be oriented like this, with the cutouts towards the lower part of the rings. The housing 3 slats is going to slide in to the bottom one, and you can tell because of the angles the direction that it needs to be oriented, so we'll just throw it in there like that. And we'll use 2 more of these 6mm screws to hold it in place. Alright, and then we will repeat that for the other grill. We'll just go in just like this, and 2 more 6mm screws. Alright, look at that. Alright, next up, we're going to take the transmitter and receiver. We're going to put them into this housing. Notice that these are facing up. That is the correct orientation. We'll start with the transmitter. Let's see, is this the transmitter? Yes, okay, it's the one with the T on the sensor there. And we'll undo this. This will slide through the top, just like this, and we will push it in all the way until it's flush. Just like so, and we will repeat that for the receiver on the bottom. Alright, and with these in place, we will take this assembly with the grill with 3 slats facing upwards, and we will slide this in so the transmitter is where the grill with 3 slats is, just like that. And we will take one of the 6mm flanged screws, and that's going to go right in there. Look at that. Now let's see if we can't test them. Alrighty then. To test this, we'll bring out the circuit board that we've used in the previous issues, and we're going to connect these sensors to the board. Right here is where the transmitter goes in, and here is where the receiver goes in. We've powered it on already, and you can see there's a red light on the board there. And if something blocks those sensors, we should see a yellow light show up on this board. And you can see that there it is. We clear it, and the yellow light goes away. And that is how we know those sensors are working. Alright, and now that we have fully tested our sensors, we can throw them onto the frame here, the panel. We'll do it this way with the 3 slats up top, the transmitters up top. Just feed these things through and allow it to settle into place, just like that. And on the reverse side, you can see there are 4 holes, and that is where 4 of those 6mm flanged screws are going to go. Alright, and with all those screws in, take a look at that. That just looks great. And there you go. That actually completes stage 82 here, and quite a bit of progress here on this central plating here. I'm excited. It looks like we're getting closer and closer and closer to the end, and I just can't wait to see how everything works. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 83 right here. We have our parts, and it looks like we're going to finish off that dome ring, or excuse me, not dome ring, the frame ring. And we've got some more electronics and stuff. So let's get this stuff open and see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We have another piece of the top ring section. We have a center stop, nice little piece of rubber here. A couple more ring connectors, 2 sensor mounts, the left and right rotary sensors, and a couple of sensor cables. Alright, we're going to kick this issue off by assembling the rest of the ring frame here. So we'll just slide these connectors underneath the edges of the previous assembly. And then we'll take the final piece here and make sure that the writing on it, the label, is facing upwards. We'll just slide that puppy in. And 4 more of those 4mm silver screws to hold it in place. And would you look at that? 1 more ring frame completed. Next up, we're going to attach the sensors to the sensor mounts here. And what we're going to do, you can see there are the 2 holes, just like that. There are 2 more holes right here. And you've got this indentations here on one side. Well, those indentations are going to be facing upwards, and we're going to slide it in just like this. We're going to do 2 of the 6mm screws right through there, and we're going to repeat that on the other sensor. All right, look at those. All right, next up, we are going to attach the sensors to the ring. And we'll take the ring in this orientation. The writing is facing up. These connectors are facing down. And you can see we've got 2 little slots here and here. This is for the left sensor. And you can see it just kind of slides into that slot just like that. And then the mount lines up with these holes, and we'll use 2 of the 6mm screws in there, and we'll repeat that for the right. All right, look at that. That is gorgeous. Next up, we're going to take the rubber stopper, and basically it's just going to slide right over the centerpiece just like that. You can see there's a hole that aligns there, and we're going to use one of those flanged 6mm screws. So it's got that larger head there to hold it in place. All right, and that is what the completed assembly should look like. Alright, at this stage, if you wanted to, you can connect these leads. There are 2 ends up to each lead. The smaller one is going to go into the sensor. It doesn't really matter which cable goes in which, they are identical. Alright, and with those leads attached, let's get this on the rest of the frame. Alright, with the frame out here, you can see there are these little posts on either side, here and here, and those are going to slide in just like this to help hold it in place and align it. Make sure that you get it just right, and then what we'll do is we'll use 4mm screws here, so we'll need 4 of them, and then an 8mm screw down here. I don't know if you can see it, and down here to hold it in place. All right, look at that. That is just awesome. All right, next up we get to test the sensors here, and we're going to want to take this circuit board and we're going to connect it much like you see here, with the sensor plugged in here and the power here. And as it is, you should see a red and green light. And then you'll take something thin. I'm just using the magazine here, and we'll slide it into the sensor, and you can see the green light goes off. Remove the sensor, remove the piece, and the green light comes back on. So I have a successful test with the left sensor. I'm going to unplug it, plug the right one in, we'll give that a test too. All right, right sensor is plugged in, and look at that. Perfect testing. And look at that. Stage 83 is complete. We've got another successful test of some more electronics, and this interior frame is just looking incredible. I get more excited every issue here, so I'm really not sure how else to express that. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are doing issue 84 of our R2 build, and we have a whole bunch of stuff here, including what looks like another motor. So let me go ahead and get this open and see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue, and what a load of parts this is. We got the upper and lower arms, we have the left and right pivot mounts, we have the motor cover base and top, we got a double crank, a single crank, a clutch lever, a short and long control rod, we got a couple of pivots, we got the clutch back plate, the clutch itself, the clutch pressure plate, a whole bunch of pivot pins, and the motor. It is important to note these are labeled left and right, so it's very, very hard to see, but this stuff is labeled. I don't know if I can get this to come up on camera. I really don't. It's right in here. This one is the left, and this is the right, and the same goes for these. So be very careful about which ones go where when you're assembling this. Alright, first up, we're going to take the upper arm, and if you look in here, it says LBP50. So that's how you know you have the right one. You take one of these pivots here, and if you take a look, there's a side that's got 3 slots on it. This one only has 1. Put this in so that it slides in just like this and stops it from going any further at this point. Then we're going to take the double crank here, and we're going to attach the double crank to this, and you can see there's a slot here. That's where that tab's going to go, just like this. And then we're going to take a 6mm screw and throw it in right there. Alright, look at that. It should be nice and solid, no wiggling at all. We're going to repeat that process for the lower lower arm here. Now, what's really interesting is in the instructions this says it is part BP42. However, if you take a look, it says BP51. It also says R for the right side, so that's how you'll know you have the right one. And again, pivot, slide it in on the side that's got 3 slots, and wiggle it around. It goes all the way through just like that. And now we take the single crank, slide that in place just like this, and one more 6mm screw to hold it in place. And it should look like that when you're done. Next step, we're going to assemble the clutch. So we're going to take the clutch base here and the clutch itself. I'm going to just slide this thing in. It should go in flush, just like this. Now, according to the instructions, this does not need to be aligned any particular way because it will be aligned later. I'm going to take the cover, put that over just like this, and take 2 more of the 6mm screws. These are the 2mm wide ones, this time the thin ones compared to the ones we've been using. And then I'll go on either side to hold it in place. Alright, look at that. Alright, to assemble the clutch linkage, we're going to take the clutch itself, we're going to take the lever here, I'm just going to slide it on top, and you can see it is keyed, and then we'll just slide it on the one way. We're going to take another 6mm screw, we're back to the 2.3mm wide ones, and put that right to the top. Alright, and with that in place, we're going to take 2 of these little clutch spindle things, and we're going to put one in either side, and just push it in from the top. Should go all the way through. Alright, and with that in that way, you can take the control rods. It doesn't matter which side goes which because we're going to align them later, but that will go right in there, and the other one will go on the other side. Alright, look at that. Next up, we're going to assemble the arms to the clutch assembly here, and I'm going to start with the right side. This is the lower arm, the one with the single gear here, and this is the longer control rod. It's important that you get this right. I have seen online where people are having difficulties because they flipped which control rod goes where. But with the longer control rod, you'll take one of these pivots and push it in right through the top. And with that through, we'll just attach it to the arm like so. And we've got one arm done. Now we're going to do the same thing for the upper arm. However, the pivot goes through the double crank here before going through the arm. Alright, and this is what it should look like when all is said and done. Alright, next up we're going to fit the arms to the center panel here. And we're going to start by fitting the arms through these holes, just like so, and this one as well. We're going to push this all the way in, and if you take a look, there's a little slot here, another one over here. So what we're going to want to do is slide this in all the way until this can fit into that slot. With all that in place, well, it says adjust the arms to center the clutch. I'm guessing it means something like this to get it centered properly. But that is it for that stage, and then we're going to want to go ahead and take the pivot mounts, and we'll want to put those in place. So the left pivot mount should go on top, just like this. Excuse me. Just like this. And it should slide right into place without any problem. And we're going to attach it with 2 more of these 6mm screws. And now we'll do the same thing over here with the right pivot mount. Alright, and look at that. Next up, we want to fit the motor into its housing. So we're going to take the base here, and you can see there's 3 holes, 2 for screws, the center one is for this post here, and it looks like it goes in this way. Oh, nope, this way, because there's no writing. So it should slide in just like this. And then we're going to use the smaller silver countersunk screws that look like this to hold it in place. Alright, and with that in place, we can attach this. You take a look, there's a little arrow on one side. That's going to face towards the post. So we'll slide it in just like this. And we've got 6 of the 6mm screws to hold it in place. Alright, it should look like that when you are done. Alright, next up, I'm going to bring this in. We'll try to make sure this clutch is seated on the bracket properly. We're going to fit this in. It is keyed. It is a half moon on the post. Let's see here. Let's get that in. And lined proper leg. Just like this. Alright, and all of these posts should slide right in, and it should be lined up just like this. When you're done, 4 more screws to hold it in place. Alright, now it's time for the moment of truth. We get to test it out. Okay, here we go. With this testing assembly, as we've had in the past, the motor is going to plug in right here. And we will turn on the kit. Ah, look at that. That is just awesome. And there we go, another day, another stage completed, and this one was just incredible. I mean, I love these moving arms here. This is just awesome. I can't get more excited. I can't wait to get to the next stage. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have 5 right here, and we have our parts. It looks like we're finally starting the last panel for the exterior here. But let's crack it open. Let's see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We've got another front body panel, another shoulder seal, the side external grill and plate, and a front external grill and plate, and a whole bunch of screws and nuts. Alright, for this first part, we're going to put the grills onto the panel the same way we have with all the previous ones. We'll start with the side grill here, and you can see there's the slots there for the tabs to go in, and it should just fit nice and even just like that. And on the panel here, just slide that in just like so, and 2 of the 4mm black screws to hold it in place. Alright, and with that in place, we do the front grill. Basically the same thing. You'll notice that these 2 posts here are closer to the edge, and that's where these little cutouts are going to go, so it'll just slide in like that. And that will just slide in place, just like so. And then we will use 4 more of the 4mm screws to hold it in place. Alright, look at that. And now we'll take the shoulder seal here, and this will just slide in there, 2 posts, 2 holes. It should slide in until it's flush, and it will actually kind of stay with just friction. We're not actually going to screw anything in, just like with all the rest. We'll save that for another day. And look at that panel now. But we are not done yet. Now we're going to take these shoulder sockets from way back when. I honestly don't even know which issue we got these in anymore, but these 2 are identical. And we're going to attach these to the frame here. If you look on the side, you can see you've got these circular formations, and on the back of this there are 4 posts, 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom. two on the top are closer together, so that will help you align it. And those posts should just slide right in, just like that. And what we're going to want to do is put in 4 of the silver screws, 8mm, right here on the back, hold it in place. But we're going to want to do that with the locking washers. So the washer goes on the screw first, then the screw goes into the frame. Alright, and with those 4 screws in place, we will simply repeat the steps for the other side. And there we go, both shoulder joints attached. That completes this stage. And there we go, stage 85 is complete. And just look at the parts that we have here. New panel, we got these shoulder joints attached. Things are just looking incredible. I think it's this is where it goes, give or take. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 86 right here, and we have our parts right here. It looks like another toolbox. Let's go ahead and crack it open and see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We've got the right tool compartment, the compartment door. We've got a top L shape and bottom connector for the panels. We've got a couple of hinges, an interface base, interface mount, the tool arm tube, and the tool pivot, and you will need the dreaded super glue. Alright, we're going to begin by assembling the tool arm here. And to do that, you've got this piece, and you'll take the tool base, and you'll notice that it kind of flares out. The larger end faces away from the tool piece here. And then you've got this, which is going to slide in. This piece will go in here, and this will go in here. Now there are 3 points where you're going to need super glue. Right here. Right here. And right here. So I'm going to go ahead and glue all 3, and then we'll leave it to dry. Alright, and with those pieces dried, or at least I hope they are, we can take the pivot here, and we'll just slide it on in. And you'll notice that one side has a hex hole, and that's where we're going to throw a nut. And we've got the 8mm screw that's smooth here along the shaft, and that's going to go through it to hold it in place. And there we go. One tool on the pivot, ready to rock. Next up, we're going to take the compartment here, the tool compartment, and we're going to take this, we're going to place this in, and it's going to place right there for the pivot to slide in. And I'm not sure it matters, but in the instructions, the screw head is facing this direction, so that's how I'm going to install it. And we're going to use a 6mm black screw right in there. Excellent. And with that in place, we can just fold the tool down and let it sit in its new home. Alright, now we're going to attach the hinges to the door here, and as before, the hinges are going to go on the outside of these connectors here. We're going to use what they say is an 11mm screw right through to hold it in place. Alright, and with those hinges installed, they're going to go right into the slots provided. And we can close it up and use 6mm screws to hold it in place. And look at that. Closing nice and neat. Excellent. Next up, we're going to take the toolkit. We're going to apply it to the pinwheel here. do that, you want to open her up and slide it in. Then you can close it again if you wish. And on this side, we've got 5 holes here, 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 and here. Make sure those line up with the posts on this panel, and use 5 of the 6mm black screws to hold it in place. And there we go. Tool compartment is in place. Opens just fine. And out comes the tool. Alright, next up we're going to fit these connectors into the panel. We're going to need 3 more of these flanged screws here. We'll start with the top connector. And if you take a real close look in there, right about there, there's a little arrow. And on this piece here, there is again a little arrow. Make sure those arrows point towards each other. And we'll use a flange screw in there to hold it in place. Alright, and with that in place, we'll take the L connector, and this looks identical on either side, so it doesn't really matter. And that'll just fit right over here. And another flanged screw to hold that in place. And last but not least, we're going to take the bottom connector. And this one also has an arrow, but this time we're going to face it away from the panel. And one more flanged screw to hold it in place. Alright, look at that. Alright, for this final stage, we're finally going to take these panels and we're going to attach them to the center here. It's kind of obvious where they all go. There are lugs here for each of the connectors, same on this side. 3 here, 4 on this side. And we're going to use those same flanged screws for every one of the holes. Alright, and look at that. That is absolutely gorgeous. Look at this. Issue 86 is complete, and we have the entire front of R2's body done, and all the panels open. This is just incredible. I absolutely love this. I hope you did too. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 87 right here. We have some more parts right here, more internal supports or frames or something. I'm not sure. Let's crack it open and see what we got. And here are the parts that we get with this issue. We've got 3 dome support arms. These 2 are identical. This one is slightly different and has this extra tab coming off of it. We've got a dome support center, a retaining cap, and a bearing. Alright, we're going to begin by attaching these dome support arms to the center here. And if you'll take a look at the center, you've got a grooved in. It's got a couple of posts here in the center, and those posts will go through the center holes here. We'll start with the 2 identical ones, and if you will take a look here, you'll see these posts here. Those are going to be facing in the same direction as these posts when we put them together, just like that. We'll screw it in from the top with 4 of the 4mm silver screws. Alright, we will repeat that step for the other piece that is identical here. And it's important to note the center is symmetrical all around, so it doesn't really matter which arm goes where. Alright, and for this last piece, this tab here is going to be facing upwards towards the screw heads, and these posts will be facing in the same direction as all the rest. Alright, and to finish this off, what we'll do is we'll take the bearing here, and we'll just slide the bearing right into the center, just like that. And we'll take the cover, and that'll go on here. And 2 more 4mm screws here and here, though those are the 2mm wide ones, the thinner ones. Alright, and there we go. That actually completes this stage. Alright, not much to do in this one, but we did get a new piece assembled. and I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing issue 88 of our R2 build. We have our parts right here, and it looks like we're going to be working on the base of the body here. But let's go ahead and crack it open and see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We have the bottom panel, the access panel, a flexible plate, a top hat washer, a charging socket, the main switch, a couple of screws here, and a brand new screwdriver. Alright, to kick this puppy off, we're going to take the access panel here, and we'll take the flexible plate. Pretty sure it doesn't matter which way it goes. We're going to slide it over to this, and we're going to take the washer, and we'll slide that over, and we're going to secure it in place with one of the 4mm flanged black screws. Alright, and with that in place, we're going to take the bottom panel here. We're going to line it up with this flexible plate here so that those holes line up. I'm going to use 2 more of those flanged black screws to hold it in place. Alright, and with that in place, it looks like this will slide in and out just fine. Alright, next up we're going to take the charging cable here and go ahead and put it in right in there. And you can see it is keyed so it can only go in the one way. And we're going to use 2 6mm screws here and here to hold it in place. Alright, look at that. Nice and flush and ready to go. Alright, next up we want to fit the power switch here. And we want to make sure that it is in the line position. That's the on position. And we want to slide this in so the line is facing the edge here. We'll just push it in so that the clips on either side hold it in place. And that is ready to go. And last but not least, we want to take these 9mm screws with the smooth shank there. We're going to screw them in from this side on the access panel. Now what's supposed to happen is once the threads get through, this thing should catch the screw and hold it in place. Yep, right along the shank so the screws don't come out. I'm guessing this is so that you can screw the panel in to the body and unscrew it when you need access without worry of using these screws. Alright, and there we go. That completes this stage. And there we go. Stage 88 is complete. We are clearly working on the bottom of R2 and starting to work on the power switch charging ports. I'm guessing the power supply is going to be coming real soon. I hope you liked the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 89 right here. We're really closing in towards the end, and it looks like we're going to finally get started on the center. But why don't we crack this open and see what we got? Alright, and here are the parts that we have with this issue. We have the center foot mounting plate, the center foot left side, and well, all of these are labeled either leg detail or foot detail. To begin, we're going to assemble the lubricator ends, and we'll need these 6 pieces to do it. It's fairly simple. I think we've done this before. We take the larger one here, we take the ring, slide that over top, and then we'll take the cap, and you'll notice these tabs coming out, and there are 2 slots in there that those tabs will slide into, just like that. And 1 6mm black screw right down the middle, and then we'll repeat the process for the second one. Look at that, 2 pieces of detail ready to go. Alright, now we're going to take the center here. You can see it's got the half moon and a slot on top. If you take a look at this, there is actually a rail there that will slide into this slot, and this will be towards the open end, and we will do the same on the other side, just like that. So it looks like this, with these 2 tabs and the screw bases facing the same direction. And now we will take the left side of the foot, we're going to slide it in, so these tabs go into these slots here, and the screw bases go there. And 2 more 6mm screws to hold it in place. And there we go. That actually finishes stage 89. And there you go, another short issue, but we got the left half of R2's center foot completed here. I can't wait to see what's next. And we did get some extra parts this time around. We got these 2 pieces of foot detail and this mounting plate here. But I'm sure we'll be assembling it shortly. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and I will see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 90 right here. And we have more parts, it looks like, the right side of the center foot. But let's crack it open and see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We have the center foot right side, along with the same leg detail that we had for the left, and then this bumper bar, and down here is a little pivot rod. Alright, as it turns out, this issue is identical to the last one. This pivot rod here and this bumper bar will not be used in this issue. And the leg detail and foot side here are going to be assembled exactly the same way as in issue 89, so I'm just going to speed up the process a bit. Alright, and that is what the completed assembly looks like, almost identical to the last one. And we can bring out the left side here, and soon they're going to go together similar to this when all is said and done. Alrighty, another short, sweet issue. Very little to do this time around, but hopefully we'll be putting that foot together in the next one, or very shortly. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. 10 issues left. 10 more episodes, and R2 will be complete. Today we are on issue 91, and we have our parts here, and I see a caster wheel, and a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, there's another infrared sensor in there. So it looks like we are going to be continuing our work on the center foot. But let's crack it open and see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue, and what a load of parts this is! We have the center foot base, we have a leg pivot cover, a left and right switch retainer, we've got this set of 4 plastic plugs along with a straight one and an angled plastic plug. We've got a leg key head, leg key handle, infrared sensor cable. These are micro switches. We've got these cable ties, a caster wheel, a wrench, lovingly called a spanner, in the instructions here, along with a whole bunch of screws and washers and nuts. Alright, to begin, we're going to go ahead and attach these micro switches to the base of the foot here, and it's important to note the right sensor has black cables, the left has red cables. So we're going to start with the right sensor here. and pull this up. You can see these two holes here. This is where the infrared sensor is going to go. But for now, we'll take the right sensor, or excuse me, the right micro switch, and we're just going to apply it right here. You can see there are two holes in the base. There we go. And there are two pins for it to rest comfortably in. And with this pressed all the way in, we can do the same for the left switch here. Just like that. And make sure that these cables come around this domed area in the base. Next up, you're going to want to take the infrared sensor here and the infrared sensor cable. We're going to go ahead and attach the cable to the sensor. Alright, and with the cable attached, we can go ahead and plug the sensor in, and you can see there are two holes for the sensors here, and then one hole right there. That is for the hole in the center of the circuit board. And we'll go ahead and attach it with a 6mm screw. Alright, look at that. Nice and pretty. Next up, we're going to want to attach these switch retainers here. And what's important to note is that they've got these little posts here. Those posts are designed to push these cables out of the way and keep them from covering up these bases here. Now they are keyed kind of right and left, but they're not marked that way. So for the right switch, it is BF48. Just slide it in, just like this, making sure to keep the cable on the proper side of that post. And then we'll use two 6mm screws to hold it in place. Alright, and with the retainer in place, we can do the same for the left side. Again, making sure to keep these cables out of the way. And two more 6mm screws to hold it in place. Alright. Look at that. Nice and pretty. Alright, for the next part, we're going to take a caster wheel here, along with one nut, one washer, and one spring washer. And we're going to go ahead and just put the caster wheel in here until it's nice and flush. And while holding it in place, flat washer, followed by the spring washer, followed by the nut. And you can use the wrench to make sure it is nice and tight. Alright, there's the wheel. That thing isn't going anywhere. At this stage, you can actually test the infrared sensor by plugging it into your test circuit, much like we did with the last one. And you turn it on, and you'll notice it's got a green light right here. If we run this off the table or just simply lift it off the ground, you can see the green light goes away. And that is how we know the infrared circuit is working just fine. Alright, for this next bit, you're going to need a whole bunch of parts. You need the left and right sides of the foot. You need both of the foot details. You need the leg support, the bumper, the pivot rod, the foot base. You're going to need two of the smaller 2mm wide, 6mm long screws, and 10 of the 2.3mm wide, 6mm screws. To begin, we're going to take both of these cables here. we're going to do is we're going to feed them through this center support, right through this hole right there. Alright, once you've got those through that hole, you can take the left leg support here. You can see this channel right here. There's actually a little cutout. That's where the cables are going to go. They're going to be wind their way right through there, and then we'll line this up to hold them in place, just like that. And we're going to start by taking the 2mm wide screws here and here to hold it in place. Alright. For this next bit, you're going to need these foot detail pieces, and you can see that they've got this raised bit. It's actually got a slot in there. And that is going to slide right over this section here. And you've got another one on the other side, so we'll just repeat that. Alright, next up is the bumper bar and the pivot rod. And we've got these two holes here, and we'll just slide that puppy right on through both holes, just like that. Next up, we're going to be sliding the pivot rod into this hole right here. And it should go just like this, all the way in. So nice and just like that. That way, you can take the right side and just line it up with everything to slide it in place. Alright. And with all of that done, we're going to want to take 6 of the 6mm screws, and we can attach them in these 6 holes. Alright, and with all 6 screws in, just double check and make sure both cables are coming out easily here, and that the bumper moves freely and is plugged into both sides of the foot. With that in place, we can take the foot bottom here and slide that together, and try to do it while pulling out any excess cable. And it should line up with 4 lugs there, and we've got 4 holes for 4 more screws. Alright, and with all of that in place, some things to double check. Make sure you've got all of the slack out of the cabling here. Make sure to test out the infrared sensor if you haven't already, and double check the bumper bar to make sure that it does close in and that the sensors click as it does. Now we can cover up the screw holes here. We'll take the straight plug, that'll go in this hole here, and then the angled plug here will go up here, just like that, and these 4 will cover these 4 holes. Look at that! How pretty is this? Yeah, maybe I can get these plugs in a little better, but other than that, I think this is coming along nicely. And here is where the real fun begins. First up, we're going to tidy up the cables on the legs here. So we've got all these cables coming out the hole in the shoulder, and we're just going to get those all together nice and neat. And then we're going to take the cable tie that came in this issue. We're going to go ahead and apply it all the way down, and we will repeat the process on the other leg. And look at that. All of those cables neatly organized. Alright, for this next part, we're going to take the body frame and we're going to take the left leg here. And if you haven't already, make sure you remove the cover that goes in here because, well, it's going to get in the way. And what we're going to want to do here, we're going to want to slide all of these cables right through the shoulder joint. And up on in. You're going to have to go all the way through. Until you can line up the shoulder with the leg. Once it's lined up, there are two tabs here that will help keep it aligned, and you can see 4 holes in there. And what you're going to want to do is throw in these 8mm silver screws with a little washer into each of those holes. Alright, it should look like that when complete. And now we get to repeat the process for the other leg. Alright, things are certainly coming together now. Next up, we want to take the cables, and if you take a look, there are these mounting plates here on either side. There's another one over here. And we want to take these cables from the legs and feed them through the hole. Alright, and when you're done, it should look something like this, with the cables going neatly through these braces. Next up, we're going to assemble the leg key here, and it's pretty simple. There's a square hole, there's a square peg, we basically just slide them together, and there's a large 8mm screw, I believe 2.6mm wide, that is going to go in there. Just like that. Alright, with that key in place, we'll just slide it right into these shoulder covers here. You can see they've got the both tabs. Those tabs will go in these holes. And then we want to turn it clockwise to lock it into place. There you go. And we'll do the same on the other side. Alright, for the right leg here, it actually seems like we've got to turn it counterclockwise to lock it into place. Alright, next up, we're going to take the bottom panel here and we're going to fit it to the frame. You want to make sure it's the right way around, so this panel is actually going to face towards the rear of R2, and the charging port here is going to be towards the front. So we'll flip it over, and the power switch cable is going to go through the center hole, whereas the charging cable here is going to go right through the front hole. Try to make sure you get all the slack out and line it up just right. Alright, once it's in place, you'll take 6 of these 6mm screws, and they will go in all of these holes, and if you want, you can also screw in the holes in the back, the captive screws that we put in when we built the base. Look at that! And last but not least, we're going to take the center foot I'm going to throw it right in here. You can see on the base here there are 4 pegs and 4 screw holes. And those pegs are going to go in the outer holes, and the screw holes should line up. These cables will go right in a large hole in the center. There we go. And we will screw it in from the other side with 4 of, helps if I don't drop them, 4 of these little countersunk screws. Alright, and that actually completes this stage. I went into this stage thinking we were just going to finish assembly on the center foot here, and we ended up doing all this? Oh my god, look at this thing. R2 is finally coming together. I'm so happy. I'm so excited. I can't wait to get to the next stage. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 92 right here. That's a big black box. Not sure what this is. Maybe a battery box or something? I'm not sure. Let's crack it open. Let's see what we got. Alright, here are the parts we get with this issue. We have a battery box cover, the battery box itself, a battery tester and charger, as well as a USB charging cable. There's actually nothing to do in this issue, so I'll just show it off. This is actually kind of heavy, and it's nice that we finally got the power supply here. They also detail out the kinds of batteries you need, which are these lithium-ion batteries, 3.7 volt, if I'm not mistaken, 2,600 milliamp hours, though it'll work with anything above 2,000. I hear online that anything between 2,800 and 3,000 is actually the best. They do have to be button top, not flat top. And the type number is 18650. Now, this is going to be very useful. I can't use it yet because my batteries haven't arrived. They were supposed to be here a few days ago. They haven't shown up yet. Hopefully they'll arrive before this video is edited and uploaded. But basically, you just plug the battery in there, and then you take a look at the readout, and it will tell you the voltage. And if it's anything less than, if it's 3.3 or less, then you need to get rid of it. But that really is all there is to do in this issue. And as it turns out, the batteries actually did arrive in time to show you. So we can take this device right here, and just like every other battery, it's got a positive and a negative side to it, so make sure that you've oriented it properly. You shove it in here, and take a look. Now this is supposed to be like 3.7. These are actually 3.7 batteries, but for whatever reason, they're coming at us 3.9. I'm perfectly fine with that. As long as it's not below 3.3, you should be okay. Now, it is hard to get them out sometimes, but you want to make sure that you test each and every one of your batteries before you put them in. Now, the good news is it's actually got a port. I'm not even sure where. But you can plug the USB cable into it and then use it to charge these. But I just used the charger that came with the batteries, so we should be fine. And remember, R2 takes 6 of them. Well, after the last one, this was a little bit disappointing, having gotten so much done on R2's body, and then we have absolutely nothing to do this week. But I hope you liked the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today, we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 93 right here. And we have some parts. Some sort of, plastic case and support. Let's crack it open. Let's see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We've got the circuit board base, the circuit board cover, the circuit board bracket, and the battery box cover. Alright, the first thing we're going to do is take the battery bracket. We're going to put it in here. Now this battery bracket here, it's got 4 holes on each side. These interior holes here are going to slide in onto these little pins that we have here, and here, and here, and down here. And that will line up the outer holes with these holes here. And we're going to use 4 of the little 4mm silver screws, just like this, to hold them in place. As far as the cabling goes, make sure that the switch is coming off the side and both of the leg wires are going off to the other side. And if it's getting in the way, the charging cable up front, just make sure that's out of the way as well. And you can see this is at an angle, so the cables are going to go right through there. And when all is said and done, this is what it should look like, nice and stable. For this next bit, we're going to take the circuit board that we've been using for testing so far. We're going to slide it onto the back plate. And you can notice that these center holes here are a little bit off center. And what we're going to do is we're going to slide this puppy in just like this so that it fits nice and flush. And we're going to go ahead and cover it with this, and it's got all these little holes in there. That should help keep everything nice and lined up, just like that. And then 4 6mm screws to hold it in place. Alright, look at that. That looks pretty nice. Alright, next up, we're going to take the circuit board here, and we're going to put it on the mounting bracket. And if you take a look, on this end, there are 2 holes. That's where these posts on the bottom go. We're just going to slide in, just like this. And we'll put in 2 6mm screws to hold it in place. Alright. Now we're going to take the circuit board here and we're going to fit it inside the frame here. And you can see it's got this angled design. That's going to go over the battery bracket. And we can slide this puppy in. Try to. There it goes. Just like this. I want to keep the charging cable out of the way. Okay, with everything all lined up, it should actually kind of slip into place here with this notched bit sliding in. And we use 2 of the 4mm screws up top here to hold it in place. Now, oddly enough, the rear of the bracket here, the rear of the circuit board, right down here, actually has a couple of screw holes as well, and it's a little bit loose, but the instructions do not say to put any screws in there, so we're going to leave it loose for now, and hopefully that doesn't come back to bite us. Alright, and that actually completes stage 93. We're finally getting started on some of the guts of R2 here. I can't wait to see what comes next. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 94 right here, and we have this giant black box. No idea what it is. Let's crack it open and see what we got. Alright, here are the parts we get with this issue. We have the master control unit and 2 cable clips and a whole mess of screws and nuts and washers. Alright, first let's take a look at this MCU, and you can see all of this labeling. And I'd be willing to bet we wouldn't even need instructions to fill out a lot of this, but we're going to wait for the instructions and make sure we get everything right. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to attach these cable clips. Now, with the cable clips, there is one side that is open, one side that is closed. The open side, when holding in this orientation, is going to go towards the right. And we're going to put one right here and one right here. And we're going to use the 6mm black screws to hold it in place. Alright, both cable clips are in place and ready to go. Another important aspect are these lugs here on the back of the box. Because those lugs are going to slide right into these slots here to hold the MCU in place. Should go in this orientation. And there you go. You just slide it in, make sure it's locked in place. Sorry about that. And it'll sit there nice and pretty. Alright, that actually completes stage 94 here. We are getting closer and closer to the end. Ooh, I can't wait. But not a whole lot to do in this issue, but still a lot of progress in getting this guts done. If you liked the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build with issue 95. We're so close to the end. We have some parts here. More frame stuff, I guess? I don't know. Let's crack it open. Let's see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We have the dome spindle. We have the dome motor support plate. A couple of bearing housing shafts, the dome drive shaft, cable retainer, large bearing, small bearing, and bearing retainer. Alright, first up, we're going to take the drive shaft here and the small bearing, and we're going to slide it in right into that circular impression in there. Should go in all the way. And then we're going to take the bearing retainer, slide that in. And we're going to use 2 4mm silver screws, one on the other side to hold it in place. And it should look like that when you're done. Alright, now we're going to need the bearing housing halves, the large bearing, cable retainer, 2 of these 10mm flanged screws that have the large heads on them. There goes. 2 nuts and 2 of the spring washers. And what we're going to do is we're going to take 1/2 of the housing here, we're going to slide the bearing in, we're going to fit the other half right on top. And if you take a look, one side has hex holes, one side has round holes. You want to take the cable retainer, slide it over the side that's got the round holes, just like that. And you can take one of the flanged screws, fit a washer over top. If I can. And then you slide it on in, just like that, to hold it in place. On this side, you throw in one of the nuts, and then you hold it in place while you tighten the screw. Alright, and there you have it. And there you go, another short and sweet issue. Not a whole lot to do there, but we're finally starting on the dome spindle. I can't wait to see that in action. That should be fun. If you like the video, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build, issue 96. Only 5 episodes left. I don't know, it's kind of bittersweet. But we do have our parts, and it looks like this is going to be the motor for the dome spindle. But let's go ahead and crack it open and see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We have the motor cable, the motor cover, and the dome drive motor itself. Alright, to begin, we're going to take the motor and the motor cover here. And there's a big cutout right here. That's for this. We're just going to slide that in place right over top. And it should clip into place. Go. And with it all clipped into place just like that, we can take the cable here and take the larger end and we'll just put that puppy in. Just like that. Now we're going to mount this to this. To do that's fairly easy. We're just going to take the motor here and we'll take the shaft and make sure that goes right through that hole just like that. Kind of important to note that the writing, the label on the frame here is right there. And then in these 4 holes, we're going to put these 12mm screws in with a washer. Alright, there we go. Alright, next up we're going to take the drive shaft assemblies from the previous issue. We're going to throw these things on. You're going to need 4 of these 6mm silver screws with washers. We're going to start with the bearing housing here. We're just going to slide it in this orientation. There are 4 pins here and reciprocating holes to help line it up properly. And there are 4 holes around the edge where those 4 screws are going to go. Alright, look at that. And with that in place, we can take the drive shaft. You can notice there's a square hole in that end with the square post. Line that up. And it should slide right in place. And look at that. That looks awesome. And that actually completes stage 96. Things are coming to a close, man. But I'm so excited. I hope you liked the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you next time. Have a great day. And today we are continuing our R2 build with issue 97. And we have all of these plastic parts in here. I'm not sure what this is, so let's crack it open and see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We have us a camera. How nice is that? A new lens cover, some cable ties, and a whole mess of cable labels, and a couple little screws. Alright, we're going to start with some cable labels here. And we'll go ahead with the left head sensor. That's this one right here. And that is this label, LHIR. So what you want to do is you cut it off the sprue, and this will fold up nicely here. Don't put that clip through just yet, because what you're going to want to do is take the cable, and we will snap it in just like this. And then this will snap in. Should. Just like that. And we have us a nice cable label. Now, cable labeling is boring, so what I'll do instead of really going through each and every one of these is speed this up, and I'll put up a screenshot of the instructions that clearly detail what cable gets what label. Okay, with all the body cables labeled, now we get to label the battery box. Alright, and with the battery box labeled, we get to label these cables. Alright, now all of those labels are installed. We can actually start putting things together. And first up, we're going to go ahead and put the cover on the battery box here. No batteries yet. And with it slid in place, 2 of the 6mm screws to hold it in place. Alright. Alright, change the camera angle a little bit for this next bit. The first thing we're going to want to do is unscrew and release the panel here for the battery box. Alright, with this panel loose like this, you can actually take the battery box with the leads going towards the left, and it should slide in just like this. Alright, and with the battery box all the way installed, as high up as it'll go, we can close this up and screw the plate back in place. Excellent. Now all of your battery leads should be coming out in this direction here. And these can be connected, well, one of the leads can be connected. That would be this right here. Just like that. Next up, we're going to be plugging all of the cables in to the MCU. There's a very specific order in which to do them. I'm going to go ahead and throw the diagram up top and just let you guys see it. Alright, and with all of those cables plugged in to both the sensor control board here and the master control unit, it should look something like this. And what a mess that is. Alright, before we can clean this up, we got to undo the back here again and take the battery box all the way out, and hopefully the cables won't snag on it. If they do, we'll have to rerun them, but if not, then at least the battery box should be fine. And look at that, my battery box is all the way out, so I am good here. Alright, for this next part, we want to try and make sure that these cables aren't going to get snagged on any moving parts or anything like that. So, we'll start with the right side here, and we've got the right leg cable, the motor control cable, and the 2 leads coming from the center foot. And what we're going to want to do is try and bind them all together. The center foot light leads are, well, they're a little tight, so, you know, if you can't, because they're too tight to get up there, I'm sure it won't make a difference as long as you keep everything out of the way. But we'll take one of the cable ties that they've provided, and we'll just bring this all around and get it all nice and tight right around this corner here. Alright, and with that in place, we can take the motor control cable, and we'll just basically try to string it around the ring as best we can, and we'll tie it off again right down here. And with that in place, you may notice a little bit of play with the motor control cable, but should be okay. But with that in place, we're going to do the same thing over here, just using the sensor control cable instead of the motor control cable, and we don't have to worry about the center foot cables. While doing this on this side, make sure you don't get any of the battery box or power stuff. Alright, that's looking a bit neater. All right. Last but not least, we're going to take these head sensors here, and we're going to tie them to this support bar back there. All right, and remember to cut the excess off of your cable ties, and that actually completes the stage. Wow, talk about a complicated run. But we got a lot of R2's guts installed on this one, so this is really looking nice. I'm excited to see what comes next. We are so close to being done. I hope you liked the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. Today, we are continuing our R2 build. We have issue 98 right here. We have some parts. Not a lot of parts here. Well, let's just crack it open. Let's see what we got. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We've got a couple of head sensor housing buffers, the head sensor housing top and the base, the ultrasound sensor cover, a couple of circuit board supports, some lens cover seals, and some mounting washers, along with a whole bunch of screws and washers. All right, for the first part of this, we're going to put the camera into the dome. So we're going to take the camera here. And just get this little adhesive on the back. And we're going to want to take that off. And this is right side up, the cable coming out of the bottom. And it's going to just feed its way through that hole there. And then we'll take this off, stick it in, and get it on there permanently with two 4mm screws. All right, and it should look like that when done. Now the instructions actually say to take this film off first. I'm not going to do that until we're right about to cover it back up again. I don't want to risk any kind of fingerprints or residue. All right, next up, we're going to want to put these foam pieces in place. They're lens cover seals, and they're going to go right here. And now, what's odd is in the instructions they look like they're different sizes, but they are not. They are identical. So we'll take the first one, and we'll just peel the backing. Peel the backing off, if I can. There it goes. And that should just go right in here, like so, right along that line. And the next one says to install vertically, like this. So when it's done, it should look something like that. And now we're going to replace this lens with this one. Quite a bit more clear here. Fairly simple. Just pop out these 4 screws, pull out that lens, take the plastic off of this one, pop it in, seal it back up. So let's go ahead and get that done. Alright, and with the new lens in place, we are ready to install this. First, we're going to take that protective cover off the camera lens, if you haven't already. And then we'll take these, and we'll simply slide them into the appropriate slots. Wood. slide it to the left to lock it in place. And there you go. One camera fully mounted. Alright, now on the front cover panel, I'm going to take this cable, I'm going to undo it and push the lead through this opening here so that it just comes all the way down. And then we're going to label it with the AM label. Alright, now I'm not sure if it matters or not, but the instructions do show it coming down the right side here. I'm guessing that will help keep it from getting caught up in the arm mechanism here. Alright, next up, we're going to fit the ultrasound sensor cover here. Now that's going to go on the upper sensor right here. You just take these two screws out, slide this puppy up and in, and then put the screws back. Alright, there you go. One sensor in place, or sensor cover in place. Next up, we've got a lot more of these cable labels to put in place. Rather than force you to watch me go through all of that, I will simply put up the diagrams and go from there. Alright, with all the cables labeled, now we're going to plug them in and attach the appropriate panels. As before, I'm going to show you the diagram of where they're going to go, and then we will get it done. For the rotary sensor housing here, and what we're going to want to do is we'll take this base here, and we want it, you'll notice there's a slight angle here, and if you take a look at these pieces, one edge is perpendicular, one edge is angled. You kind of want to match it up so that the angle goes like this, so you get a nice even curve. Just slide this in. Same way, and then we can take the cover here, and we will simply place the cover on, and two of the 6mm screws to hold it in place. Alright, and with this done, we'll bring the body back out. And what we're going to want to do is undo this one, and we're going to replace it with the new one. Now when you're putting the new one in, make sure that these screws are facing down. You can just slide this in. And the curved part is facing the frame, unlike me. And then we'll just replace the screw. And it should look like that when you're done. Alright, this next bit is going to be a little bit tricky. First thing we want to do is take a look in the housing here, and you can see these brackets here. On the rear side of the brackets, we're going to want to put these mounting washers in place. And there's a little pin here in the screw hole, same on the other side, and the smaller hole here goes over the pin, larger one over the screw hole, should line up just like that. And we do the same thing on this side. It should look like that when we're done. Now we're going to fit the head motor in. And you're going to want to do it in this fashion, with the shaft facing upwards and this cable here facing towards the rear of R2. And it should just line up nice and neat right along here, with the pins helping keep it aligned. There we go. And we'll do 4 8mm screws with washers to hold it in place. Alright, that is what it should look like, mounted correctly. Alright, I'm not sure I can get a good camera angle of this right here, but the hole for the head motor cable is right in here. So that is the next step, to go ahead and plug this head motor cable in properly. Alright, and now it is plugged in properly. Alright, the first thing we're going to do here is take the microphone cable here, this, and we're going to weave it around so that it goes through here, under these cables, through here, and the plug ends up near that circuit board there. And it should look like that when you're done. Alright, next up we're going to attach the dome pivot support. Remember the side that's got the extra lug sticking out here? That's going to go next to the lightsaber tube. And if you look up top here, you can see there are 4 holes. On the bottom of this, we have these 2 pins. Those are going to go in the outer holes. And we should have screw holes lined up for the inner ones. And once you get one lined up, the others should fall into place. 6 of the 4mm screws to hold it in there permanently. Look at that. Huh! What an issue that was. Man, things are coming along nicely. Only 2 issues to go. Oh, I can't wait. I hope you liked the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we'll see you next time. Have a great day. Today, we are continuing our R2 build. We are so close. 2 issues remaining. Today, we are on issue 99. And we have our parts. And these are packaged a little differently than normal. So I have absolutely no idea what's in them. So let's open them up and see what we got. Alright, for this issue, we actually just have this piece. And this is the critical piece. This is the head circuit board. So, with it like this, we should be able to carefully remove this. It's just pegged in, and expose the circuit board, as we have just here. And now we want to take these mounting brackets, and we are going to mount them up. These mounting brackets are identical. And what we're going to do is we're going to mount one here, just like this, and one here, kind of angled, but it doesn't really have anything to help guide us on the angle. So we'll do our best here and see what we can do. We're going to use 2 of these 6mm flanged screws to hold it in place. So it should look something like this when you're done. Alright, for the next step, you're going to need the dome. Take note of where the lightsaber tube is. And the circuit board here is basically going to slide in carefully. And we're going to use the mounts to mount it here and here, using 4 6mm silver screws. Alright, and once mounted, it should look something similar to this. Alright, next up, discharge any static electricity you might have, and then we're going to attach this ribbon cable to this board. Now you notice the ribbon cable's got 2 sides, orange and black. Black is going to be facing, well, up with the dome upside down like this. And it's going to slide right in here. Now this is a little clamshell piece, so if you look at it, we can open her up very carefully, just like that. And then we will slide this in underneath here. and right on in to the circuit board. Once it's in place, we can close a clamshell, and this part will be ready to go. Alright, that was an absolute nightmare to get in, but it should look something like this once it has been successfully installed. Next up, we want to take the microphone and we're going to plug that into the appropriate cable. Excuse me, the appropriate port here. I just got to find that microphone port cable. Here it is. Right down here. We're going to bring this thing up just like this. And it should plug in right there. All right. And with that complete, that is actually the end of stage 99. All right. Not terribly much to do there, but a little complicated and a big piece over the CPU and all. But that actually completes 99. One issue to go. I don't know. I'm a little sad and also excited. I can't wait. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you next time. Have a great day. This is it, y'all. This is it. Issue 100. Final issue of R2. When we're done, he will be complete and ready to rock and roll. We have our parts. We have our magazine. So let's crack it open one last time. And here are the parts we get with this issue. We have the power adapter. We have a distribution board cable, a PCB cable, an extension speaker cable, another cable tie. We got some plastic studs, straight, angled, small and large, and a sticker for the switchboard. Alright, we're going to start today's episode with the speaker extension cable. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring it on down and around, and we're going to plug it in right in there in the speaker port right there. And I'm going to wind it down underneath this and through the center and out the back. And it should look something like this when you're done. Alright, next up, we're going to take the cable that's got the 5 columns here, and we're going to take the labels CIN. And there are 2 of these, and we'll put one on each end. Excellent, so it should look like that. We're going to do the same thing to the other cable that's got the 6 columns with the H out labels. Alright, ready for the next step. Alright, next up we're going to tie these cables together. Make sure one red end and one white end on either side. And what we're going to do is just use the cable tie here, as we've done so many times before. Alright, and you should have something that looks similar to this, nice and neat. Alright, we're going to take the end of this that's got the red H out and the white C in. We're going to plug it into the dome here. The C in goes into this white port here, and the H out will go into that red port there. Make sure the cable's split over top of this support. Alright, and with both of those cables in place, what we'll do is we'll just line this up over top of this center support here like this, and we will use one of the leftover cable ties to hold it in place. Alright, Alright, it should look something similar to that when you are done. Alright, next up comes the fun part. We're going to take this spindle here. Now, this is the shorter one that we got in issue 96, not the long one we've been using to display it up until now. We're going to feed this all the way in through here to the bearing at the top of the dome. Then we're going to pull out the body. Alright, we're going to carefully lower the dome onto the top of this. Now the cables are going to go through this cable channel here and then through this hole on the right side of the assembly. The spindle is going to go right down here, and there are 4 slots for the dome support to fit right in. You may have to angle the dome to get it in there, but you'll be able to get it done. Unfortunately, there's no real way for me to give you a proper angle on this with my current camera setup. So I'm going to try from this angle. I can't really show you what I'm doing, but let's see what we can do about getting this done. And there we go. Look at him. He's got a head. All right. Next up, we're going to plug the cables in. So we've got the red and white ends here. As you can see, we have red and white ports. So just match the colors and plug them in. Excellent. And with both of those cables in place, we're going to want to tie off what excess we need to the motor support. What excess we need to the motor support here. But make sure that you test the rotation so that you don't tie off too much and it doesn't have enough slack to rotate. Alright. Sorry, the camera got a little off center there, but should look like that when you're done. Next step is reasonably simple. We'll just take the speaker extension cable here. We'll plug it into the speaker cable on the rear panel here, and then slide the panel into place. Excellent. Look at that. Alright, next up, we've got 2 screw holes here and 2 more on the bottom down here. On either side, we're going to use 6mm silver screws in all 8 of them. Alright, and with all of those screws in place, we need to cover them up with these plastic plugs here. We've got 3 different kinds, long angled ones, short angled ones, and straight ones. The short angled ones go on the top here near the dome. The straight ones go down near the leg, and the long angled ones actually go in the fuel cells to cover up those screw holes. And there we go. All of the screw covers are in place. R2 is ready for his batteries and his debut. Alright, y'all. It's moment of truth time. Actually, it's not. I'm not gonna lie to you. I gave this guy a little run through his paces just to give him a test run and make sure that he was working before I filmed this part of the video. And he works great with one exception. The infrared sensors on the bottom of his feet, we tested them, we know they work, but he still wants to go over every edge he finds. I have no idea why. But everything else seems to work just great. And to start him up, you just hit the power and let him run through his startup routine. Now, if this is the first time you've done this, you're going to want to make sure that you plug him in for a few seconds first to activate the batteries, and then he will come right on up. Now, you can pair him with a mobile app on a phone or a tablet. I'm going to use my tablet here to show you guys There we go. And now he's paired up just fine. Now the cool thing is, got some video control. I don't know how well this is showing up, but the camera in the front, you can see right through the app. Not exactly the highest quality camera in the world, but it works. As you can see, the head rotates just fine. And yes, he does move just fine. Kind of a small table, don't want him to fall or anything like that. But I'm going to go ahead and switch. You've got another manual control mode. A little easier to see if you've got bright lights or anything like that. It'll show up on the camera and hide some of the commands. But he does have so many cool features. As you can see, he's happily given me his lightsaber right here, which will not close on its own if the panel's gone too far, unfortunately. But that only happens if you've really pulled it out. You do that, it'll work just fine. He does have his holograms. I'm going to see if I can show those to you in a little bit. They actually do work pretty good. You can see his arms are working just fine. And his LCDs, I can turn those puppies on. See if, I don't know if that's showing up on camera well, but there's the long one. And the short one was right there in the front. And those are coming up nice as well. Love them, love them. He does some dancing. He does go on patrol and wander around on his own. His collision detection, well, it sucks. He can detect solid walls and objects that are in front of him, but anything that's really low or something like a table leg or something like that, that is very thin, he gets caught on them here. If he heads straight on, he'll see it. If it's even slightly to the side, then he gets caught on his rear feet here, which really kind of stinks because then he just really tries hard to go forward using those little plastic wheels, and he can't get anywhere because he's hooked on one of his feet. He's got lots of different audio responses. Yeah, I'm not going to play them all, but he does have quite a few. His voice commands do work. They're a little sketchy at times. They play it off in the instructions as though he's a willful droid, so he may not listen, which is just code for we couldn't program the voice commands very well. Other than that, I mean, he's a great little droid. It's nice seeing him wander around, making noises on his own. It's really cool. Now I'm going to go ahead and cut the lights here and try to give R2 a little wall and show you what the holograms look like.
Kenobi, you're my only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
As a token of my goodwill, I present to you a gift. These two droids. Both are hardworking and will serve you well.
All right. And that's really about all there is to R2 here. I think that's incredible. I think the amount of things he can do is amazing. The holograms are a little low quality for me, as is the camera, which you can take pictures, you can take video from that camera, but it is very low quality, and the frame rate really sucks. It really does. All in all, though, a great little bot. Took forever to build him, but I am happy with the result, and I'm very proud to have him in my collection. This has been a great journey. I hope you've all enjoyed it. And, well, maybe we'll see you again on the next build. Have a great day.